Alright, go ahead, give me a recap.
Alright, so last week, Ash and Julius started the day by getting themselves in some very, very hot water with their respective love interests. When Tommy Wiseau sent Davine a rather significant amount of bouquets, and Ash and Julius managed to both say the worst things they could in that moment. They beat a hasty retreat out of the apartment, and after getting some gifts and talking with people around Gateway, they returned to have a therapy session with Dr. Country, their last one. In said session, they talked about it and got over some really heavy things and reconciled with Saris and Pequod. They were then brought to Lazuli's old training grounds, where Commander Jiren was set to whip them into shape. He talked to them about how they had lost their fighting spirits and their warriors' spirits, and then had them face him in a sparring match. During this match, Julius tapped into a very special power. They both lost, but Jiren is going to continue training Julius in that power. After that, they had a nice discussion back in the bunker, and they're continuing to train for an eventual one-on-one fight between Julius and Jiren, with a stipulation of, should Julius lose, he's discharged. Jiren showed interest in Davine. Who wouldn't? I think that's everything, right?
Yeah, okay. So Julius has had 2 months. And you definitely know it's been more than 2 months. It's been like 2 months and 14 days, if you're keeping track of the calendar. You don't know why you're over the allotted 2-month time period, but you are. You're on your rest. You guys just woke up a couple minutes ago. You had your breakfast, quick breakfast. You got a couple hours to yourselves. Icy sitting in the back reading a novel. The commander's doing his thing somewhere. And you two are sitting on the couch watching the TV, and you see a trailer for the ghost ship of the Majestic. Of the Frontier. Excuse me.
Look, it's a documentary about the Malcolm threatening to knock people out of the sky.
Yeah. It's gonna be a good watch. We're totally gonna watch it.
We are gonna have to. Although I'm surprised neither of us got reached out to for an interview on that. Whatever.
Did you want to be interviewed?
I must say, it would be interesting to be interviewed about this mysterious ship, all the while knowing that we were on it. I mean, it couldn't have been any worse than giving those statements.
I mean, I guess, but being interviewed doesn't sound like my kind of thing.
It's fair.
Icy speaks up. Did you guys ever know any of the ships were trying to contact you, or see them from windows on the ship, or anything like that?
At one point, I looked out the window and saw one flying away. That time it made me cry a little.
She chuckles slightly, turns the page on her book.
I saw more than a few myself when I was, trapped in my room. But when I knew what was going on was when I heard Malcolm yell, "Tell them to leave, Ash, Tennessee," and then hit our stealth drive and hold ass.
You hear her close her book, and she's looking right at you. What was it like? She puts her hands up with the book, gesturing. Malcolm's transformation from what he looked like at the beginning, from what I remember, to the old man. Did it happen quickly? Did you notice it? Was it fast?
One day, I woke up, came out of my room, and in front of me was an old man in a Civil War general costume.
She starts laughing.
So, from what I've gathered, because I was sequestered for the entire period of the transformation, but from what I've gathered from reading, Eloquin's logs, those things, is that it happened over the course of about 2 weeks. Very rapid change, I'd say. But for me, I was sequestered to my room, and he looked like he did when you saw him, a little less muscle mass and a little more disheveled, but effectively the same man. I was stuck there for a couple weeks, and then left, and, well, Cool M was in front of me.
Did the rest of the crew not think it was weird he turned into an old man all of a sudden?
Denario was pretty crazy at that point. Globnock was in cahoots with him. Snarf and Rolly, they probably thought it was weird, and Davine definitely thought it was weird.
Xerix and P.T. Valk stuck to themselves. I believe Eloquin did mention in her notes that she was curious, but really, even if we thought it was weird, we kind of ignored it because we were hoping he'd die of old age.
You see her open her book back up and nod her head and laugh.
Still studying your healing spells?
Just in case.
It's a good idea. Thanks for the assistance with the magic.
She nods. No problem. The spell's more versatile now.
It is, and I think it fits me a little more.
As you say that, the commander walks into the room, looking at the TV, catching the tail end of the Ghost of the Frontier trailer, and he just shakes his head.
Commander, good to see you.
Good morning, boys.
Oh boy.
Comes and sits down right next to Julius with a cup of tea. Looks you guys over. How are you feeling?
Good, sir. How are you feeling?
Good. I'm glad to see you back in shape. Your fiancé should be quite pleased to... And he kind of gestures towards his abdomen and towards Julius.
Yes.
I'm sure there will be, and I feel better than I have in years. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the effort. I hear we'll be watching Jurassic Galaxy soon. I've been asked to come on as he takes a sip of tea. The camping trip.
Yes, we are. It's going to be delightful to have you, sir.
Dinosaurs, eh? As he's blankly staring at the television.
Yes, sir, dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs. It always has to be dinosaurs.
You two had previous experience with dinosaurs, if I recall, from a story from Major Lazuli. Takes another sip of tea.
Yes, sir. Max Tech facility. It was a mission for Sasha. One of her, I believe it was her test mission to, fully ascend into the Rangers. We landed on an island with a vortex around it to see what was causing the vortex of storms. We found it was a Max Tech facility where they had been cloning velociraptors. The raptors severely injured Pequod. Sasha tumbled off a cliff fighting one before getting back into the fight later. We were able to blow the generator that was causing the vortex before a group of Frontier Rangers picked us up and got us out of there.
He nods his head. I do believe your wife was on to something, Julius. Your careers have been interlinked for a long time. Sasha, your fiancé, Ash. It just makes sense that you guys are, he shrugs, a team now.
I'd like to agree. Excluding the, almost blushes, personal relationships. People who've worked together before work better together later. They're a better team, and personal relationships don't hurt.
He nods, like when they storm the front gates of Sword Base, ignoring the warning signs, and just stares down at Julius.
Julius chuckles. I do love that woman.
I don't know who's got more guts, her or Lazuli. I swear, if she had the energy abilities of Lazuli, she might even be scarier.
Or when you fought, takes a sip. What are they called? Icy xenomorphs. I've reviewed the combat footage. Those were intense creatures.
Aye.
Yeah.
Those, kinda looks off. Ooh, those, something that I deem dangerous to any fighter.
I would think so, as he nods his head.
The acid on him's no joke. I watched it eat through, what was it, what was it, Julius? A good 6 inches of steel in 6 seconds?
Just about that, Ash.
More intelligent than their outward appearance would give them credit, in my opinion.
I would agree, they look like large insects. But I don't know. It's strange. They almost moved like ants, right? In waves instead of just individually. I would assume some sort of hive mind, but I can't be sure. I don't know.
You see him shake his head. Max Tech had, well, potentially still has, their fingers in a lot of, he has to think, nefarious things, deeds.
They did. We've got dinosaurs, xenomorphs, experimental EarthGov prototype mechs, like the Ray.
Has anybody seen this? And Icy puts it up on the TV, and it's an animation, a drawing somebody did, of Malcolm with his hands up running across a bridge and pushing Julius off the bridge.
Um, I have not seen that. What is it to?
I don't know, it's just some college student's final project for animation class. Pretty good quality. It's got a lot of views on the internet.
It's amazing. That's damn near what happened on the Dark Star approach, isn't it? When he yelled, take them down, Julius. Weren't you on an energy bridge?
Yeah, an energy bridge that was about to turn off. It's
Jiren shrugs. Not a good leader, but I will give him credit. He put you in the situations you needed to be put into, albeit not safely.
Or intentionally.
You've had glimpses over the past 2 months. This is me talking, not him. You've never been able to maintain the power you've shown. Mushin, Lasley's form. But you've been able to capture it for short amount of time, and Jiren reinforces that to you. We do have Malcolm to thank for that, I suppose, as he takes a sip of tea.
Yeah.
one thing. There we go.
It was his Hail Mary play, apparently. The second most viewed video on the ENet is the Take Them Down Julius compilation. The views keep going up and up and up.
I can imagine.
I'm quite fond of the Tallgeese fight myself. He sets the tea down on the table. Not so much the fight with the whatever prototype that was, but the security camera footage of the airport watching Malcolm run in and out past lower-ranking soldiers. Inspiring leadership right there. Running away as Julius in his parasite form protects him. He starts checking.
Away from one man with a laser rifle as well.
Yes.
A man that, not to denigrate those, the power armor that they wear is very dangerous, but I'm pretty sure any of us probably could have taken him out one-on-one, or at very least, rallied the troops around them to help take him down.
What was it like the first time you fought? What would you call them? The power armored units, men, special trained soldiers, what have you?
Pardon my language, sir, but a clusterfuck.
He starts laughing.
We were on a planet chasing Tewars. We walked into a ruin, and there was just the one. We could only see, as we first walked in, the one power armor cultist staring at us. He appeared to be the commanding officer, and he warned us, go back. Now, we tried to take a look around the room, but we didn't have much time before Malcolm insulted the man and rushed into combat. It was an ambush by about 6 of them, one in a more melee-oriented, I guess, Vanguard-type armor, a technician, an engineer. There was one who was more of a grenadier, right, Julius?
Yeah, he would put these little mines out that would go towards you and then blow up.
They, in the center of the room, in between them and us, put up a field that would block all incoming, ranged attacks from hitting the people in the back. They then set up a railgun and a healing drone and it was this vortex machine that sucked in any healing magic or tech that we tried to use. It was a masterfully put ambush that we probably could have avoided and prepared for better had we been given time to assess the situation.
Icy pulls up a clip on the TV and it's Malcolm yelling, "Do it, charge!" into the
Charge! So, I opened the fight by being the fool I was at the time and being far more reckless than I should have, and I just ran straight through the field and attempted to destroy the, I suppose you could call it, health sucker that was on the other side. What surprised me was our typical artillery wizard charging through right behind me and hiding behind me for the rest of the battle.
Icy starts laughing.
Now, I will give him credit. That is the one and only time I ever got to see him be a toolkit wizard. He cast bark skin on me, which, upon reading up on the spell, only does something when you were wearing less armor than I was in the moment.
Perhaps Malcolm did not understand the gravity of the situation, the enemies he was facing. Picks up the cup of tea and takes a sip.
No. Funny enough, of all of it, the most entertaining part was our ranger. She got netted, Denaria got netted, managed to cut herself out, was re-netted, hit a few times, cut herself out, and then ran down a hallway out of line of sight of the group and began healing herself.
Were you aware she had no military training whatsoever?
It should have been pretty obvious after some of the fights with her.
No, I was not aware, but I assumed.
We're not even sure as where Malcolm found her. He shrugs, looks blankly at the TV.
From what little I got to know of her, she lived in the backwoods on Earth with her father.
Rangers are typically, as he gestures to you guys, even though you're cadets, part of the Ranger. He just kind of looks confused at Julius. Where she came from and how is a mystery to SIS.
I suppose she may have called herself a Ranger more in the Tolkien sense. Fantasy. She seemed more like a Ranger from, well, where we came from. But even then, it was, more of a tracker. A hunter than a Ranger, if that makes sense.
My guess is Malcolm fancied her from a looks standpoint and got her on the team. And then he met your mother, Julius, and all that went away. I'm sure you know, but did you know the studies were completed from the scans of Denaria's body? The estimates were wrong. She had the brain of a 150-year-old dementia patient. The fact that she was able to stand and walk at the end, if that's the case, is insane.
Oh my god.
She must have suffered multiple head injuries and they were never treated. As Icy starts chuckling and turns the page of her...
Ash just types on his wrist computer and brings up the footage of the Malkcherto. Yeah, that sounds about right.
You see Jiren wince when the chairs hit her head.
Oh gods, there was another time we ended up against dinosaurs on the journey with Malcolm. These were different, though. It was a planet, the name escapes me, I apologize, but it was a planet where EarthGov had tested a weapon, and that weapon went wrong and caught the planet in a time warp. There were dinosaurs there. That's where we found Ebenezer and his crew. We were attacked by dinosaurs called Carnotauruses. He's going to pull up a picture of what it is and like a size comparison to a human. In the fight with it, she climbed up on top of a 12-foot tall building and used that as Overwatch for a 15-foot tall creature.
Biting distance, eh?
Perfect biting distance.
Fascinating. One day I would like to know her origins. Apparently, her head brain trauma, I'm not a doctor, takes a sip of tea. Apparently it was so bad she would refer to herself as the wrong species. If you can, well, I'm sure you believe it. You lived it.
Yes, I remember one instance where she talked about how people on Earth didn't treat halflings like her very well.
Nobody likes me in the city. Nobody
I
likes
see.
halflings in the city.
Icy starts cackling at Julius's impression.
She called herself a halfling, an elf, even though she was a half-elf, like Julius and I. What was the other one? There was a notable one. She called herself Aasimar at one point.
He laughed.
I feel bad for the poor girl. She was, at least when we took off, a very kind young girl.
If you don't mind me asking, Ash, how did you fall into it with Sarah?
He gets a smile. Well, first things first, I fell for her the moment I saw her. A strong, beautiful young woman. Why wouldn't I, right? But it all began when we were sent on a mission to retrieve a Max-Tech scientist for the Headhunters. It was in relation to the Well of Souls incident with the kidnapped child. We went down to a Max-Tech facility, Julius, Saris, and I, and we encountered some Max-Tech commandos. We fought them, but their captain ran off and engaged Saris. This thing turned out not to be a human, but it was an automaton made of, I believe it was nanomachines. Almost a liquid metal. It cut her arm off and threw her to the side. Julius and I engaged the creature, and, well, Julius was able to dispatch it with a key blast, but I, to save her life, allowed her to feed on me, which turned her into a full-fledged vampire. Down the line, I suppose we just took a liking to each other. We exchanged gifts, and it grew from there.
He nods his head with a slight smile. And Julius, was it just all natural between you and takes a sip, Pequod?
No, not really. I flirted with her quite a bit. Built up more of a rapport with her. One of the only missions she ever came onto on the ground with us was an undercover mission where she had to pose as I believe it was a mute noble or something.
A mute
Heir of
heiress
something.
to some fortune.
Yes, that. And she was quite nervous, so I took her hand, gave it a kiss, and told her that if she tapped a comm 3 times, we would come and get her.
You also made out with her when she was injured during the Raptor mission.
Yeah, that was because I thought I was gonna die, and I never thought I was gonna have the chance. So
I believe she had a thing for you from the start as well, Julius.
I always found her cute, and then I got to know her a bit more, and I started flirting with her, and one thing led to another.
And when you found out whose daughter she was, as he finishes the cup of tea.
He was in too deep.
I mean, I would have stayed no matter what. I did stay no matter what. But, I'm not gonna... I threw up.
I would have as well.
Agreed. Even if, and like I said, He found out after he'd already proposed to her.
No. I found out before I proposed to her when I was trying to find her ring size.
No, that's right. I apologize. You found out like 2 hours before you proposed to her.
He nods his head. Interesting. Doesn't say anything.
Why do you ask, sir?
Just wondering how you fell into it with your respective significant others.
I suppose that's fair. What kind of tea are you drinking?
Black, actually. He looks off.
Huh.
If there were a hypothetical in which someone was looking for any advice, I'd hypothetically tell them just be themselves and treat her the way you'd love to be treated in that situation. Hypothetically, of course.
Good advice, to be sure. He looks down at Julius. I do recall a time, long ago, when your wife was close to losing her pilot's wings. She loved to leave her vertibird and get herself in trouble.
Yes, sir. She did.
Yeah. Remember how hard it was to get her to stay on the vertibird during the Space Hunter mission?
She didn't stay on the vertibird for the Space Hunter mission. We had to take her gun away on that UIR mission. You remember that?
Yes, I do. She nearly got us. She nearly got us killed when she just suddenly barged towards us on the Space Hunter one after everything was all said and done.
The clan chieftain.
Clan chieftain, yes.
He pulls out Davine's wakizashi. He had it sitting right next to him. This is an excellent sword. Hands it over to you, Ash. I grabbed it from Blaze's armory. I was inspecting it. Hell of a job.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. I learned how to make swords, well, in that shop. We ended up making, honestly, more of them than guns, given the more feudal society. But this, I'd only ever seen it done, so I couldn't have gotten this style of Damascus done without your help. It requires immense amounts of strength and precision that, even after our training, hands it back, I do not possess.
He puts his hand out. No, you keep it. I don't need it. As Icy, can we eat something besides fish today? And Jiren turns and glares at her.
I think you should give it to him.
No.
No.
Most of the craftsmanship was your work. I was just the muscle. Perhaps we'll present it together.
I think so. And a token of good faith after training her son and... what would we call it? Son-in-law?
The son's friend is probably what she would want.
Fair enough. She is like family. I hope I can get her to see me that way someday.
Perhaps all in good time. I'm not sure when we'll see Davine again. He stares blankly at the ceiling, arms crossed.
Very soon. I mean, we are a little bit over our 2-month period already.
No, we're not.
Oh. Okay.
We've lost track of time, Ash. He puts his hand up. Icy, you see Icy looking very confused at the back of his...
Right. So, hypothetically, if we were over our time, why would we be?
Oh, there are many things that could cause this. He just kind of shrugs and looks away from Julia.
Okay. Give a few examples, please, sir?
Oh, if somebody got sick, had the flu. General Lorelei is the one who set the 2-month deadline. That being said, if somebody fell ill, well, you would need more time. It's only fair. As he just keeps looking away from Julia.
Of course, and hypothetically, one could also just claim one fell ill when they didn't.
I don't know what you're talking about, Ash.
I'm not. It's a pure hypothetical, sir. It's just what I'm thinking. a possible universe.
You hear door to the bunker slide open, and Jiren hears that you all hear it, and Jiren looks at you. Ash, go see who that is. I didn't call Pequod or Ceres yet. We just woken up. It best not be that Tommy Wiseau as he stands up.
Yes, sir. He's going to walk out and take a look.
Right there is good. Because the whole kit and caboodle of the family is here.
What are
Jiren
you?
hears your startled reaction. Julius, come on. Icy gets up, goes out. Jiren comes out, sees Davine in the back, and you see him grabbing the frame of the door. And he just, what is the meaning of this? Looking at everybody. And Pequod pool party. And Pequod, everybody's in bathing suits and swimwear.
Ash is gonna rush up and hug Ceres and kiss her.
Pequod comes up to Julius' hand right on the ab. You guys haven't seen each other in about a week. They've been busy with briefings and stuff on Gate. And Pequod's just grinning at Julius, rubbing his abdominal area.
Julius smiles at her, gives her a kiss, and goes behind her and lifts her stomach up so he takes about 10 to 15 pounds of pressure off of her back.
That feels amazing. As she's rubbing the back of her neck, Ceres kisses Ash back. Commander Integra, pool party day, boys! Jiren's just glaring at the whole group.
Yes, it is. He's going to pick Ceres up. Shall we?
The dog runs up, greets Commander Jiren, who's just staring at the group of people.
I could finally pick you up again.
Suletta walks up to Julius with baby Leslie, hands her to Julius. You haven't seen her in 2 months.
Thank you, Monty.
She smiles at you as everybody starts heading down to the pool. Jennifer comes between you, everybody here. You guys look amazing.
I feel amazing. That meditation probably is the most of it, I'd say, though.
Pools are very, as Jiren speaks up, dangerous places for pregnant women. And he's glaring at Pequod. She, what? Come on! Shrugs at him.
I thought they were one of the more exceptional ways to exercise. Under his breath.
They're very dangerous. Slippery, you could fall. I gave your father my word nothing would happen to you. He's pointing right at Pequod. And she, well, I could have non-slip shoes on. There's answers to these things, as Jiren just, and disappears.
Give me one moment, alright, love? He's gonna set her down and kiss her.
Oh, he's gone if you're going after her.
Never mind.
He's got a mission to do right now. You see Mercurius with a bunch of hot dogs and hamburgers already prepared, so Julius doesn't have to suffer cooking. And everybody makes their way down to sub-level 3. The girls are playing volleyball in the pool. Sasha, Icy, Jennifer, Sunny, the Drake's in the pool, Snarf's the officiator, Suletta's in the pool with baby Leslie. You see Jiren just moving around furiously mopping everywhere. Water is splashed so Pequod doesn't slip. And Pequod's just staring at him, laughing.
Whispers to Ceres and Pequod, I can think of another reason he's trying to keep himself occupied.
Commander Integra looking at him, confused. Memrian jumps in the pool, and Pequod, you know, it would have been nice to know this thing was here, like, 5 years ago.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, it's a great pool. He jumps in with the mask still on.
It's a good thing you can't waterboard yourself with that one.
Hunt comes up. Yeah, you can say that again as Rolly jumps in the pool. Pequod's sitting at the edge of the pool with just her feet in the water. Curious comes out from, some other sub-level 1 and hands Davine a plate of Virginia spots, steamed broccoli and rice.
I thought you had prepared hot dogs and hamburgers.
He shrugs confused at her and just walks away.
I never told the Mercurius that I liked this. Do you know what's going on? And she looks to the four of them, and Julius shrugs. Not a clue.
No, nothing at all. No clue.
Saris has a backpack on. Oh, I almost forgot. Pulls out. Dun dun dun. A football. Tommy gave us this like a month ago. It's a gift for you guys. And she spins the football around and hands it to Julius. And you read, it's been autographed by Tommy Wiseau.
Actually, this might be worth some money.
That it might. Probably good to keep it away from the chlorine.
Mercurius sets the same type of food that Davine got down for Commander Integra. She's scarfing it down, having a great time. Pequod, hey, Jiren! He looks up. Or, hey, Commander. He's all the way here now. Anywhere water's getting splashed, he's mopping. And she grabs her stomach to brace it and jumps in the water as you see him just, and almost fall to one knee.
It's alright. She'll be fine. She's in the water now.
You can see him gritting his teeth, just staring at her as she starts what do they call it? Back stroking around the water.
Julius will hand the football over to Ash and go into the pool with her.
Ash is just sitting with Saris. This might be out of line, but Pequod can't be far off now, can she? To Saris.
5 months, I think, give or take the bump. Maybe 4. Healthy baby Ash. We'd want to shoot for, I think, the latter end of 5.
Right. That's gonna be hectic.
Oh, what worries me, Ash, is look at the baby bump.
Oh.
It's big. That's 2 babies, I think, not 1.
That's when it clicks. Right. Remember when I said things would be hectic? Change that to chaotic. But it's for the best.
I think so, yeah, chaotic. She got her pregnancy scan, the second scan, early on. And those can be wrong. Very wrong. I mean, the child's barely still an embryo at that point. And from my understanding, when twins split, they start from 1 embryo. So I think she's pregnant with twins there.
Yes, I think they had us do some health classes when we were first starting in EarthCav. If I remember correctly, most twins are identical twins, and those do split like that, so... Oh boy.
Pequod, Julius, swim under and put me on your shoulder.
Sure, yeah. He goes under and puts her on his shoulders.
She comes up from under the water and spits water as far as she can, and you see Jared, just with one fist clenched, looking at her. Get down from there!
Julius goes back under the water and gets out from under her.
Pequod's just chuckling at him.
She's trying to give him a heart attack.
I gave your father my word nothing would happen to you.
She'll be fine. She's around, 10 of the most capable warriors EarthCav's ever seen. At least 3.
Enough of this! As he pulls out those stupid kitty floaties, you know, those things, and he hurls them at Pequod. She has to wear 1 around her waist and 2 on her arm.
Ash will have taken a picture of her wearing them.
She's floating around having a great time, giving this guy a heart attack, just around Julius, kicking, having a good time. She's just staring at him, laughing.
Ash is going to look over at where Davine is, nudge Saris, and very subtly point to what's going on there.
Saris, oh boy. We get to see one of EarthCav's bravest warriors run away as she tosses the football into the water, and Rolly catches it.
So, Commander Jiren.
He slides the mop bucket out of the way, and he's staring right at Pequod the whole time. Yes!
She steps closer to him. How should I put this? You should, with all due respect, ease up a bit. Let loose. This is their private time, and they can do as they wish with it. I understand that you want to protect Pequod, but Julius there, trust me, if he let anything happen to her, he would never forgive himself, so just ease up. Thank you for mopping the ground, but water is going to be splashed everywhere, and I do not believe you can get it all. And she puts a hand on his shoulder.
You see him recoil. Ugh! Yes! Through grit teeth. Perhaps you're right. Her children are, and he's just staring right at Pequod. He hasn't even looked at Davine yet. Very important to EarthGov. And, right. And he fumbles with the mop bucket and it falls into the pool. Nervous.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you by touching you. I'm not quite well versed on cultures and that sort of thing.
Oh, no insult at all. He steps back. None at all. In fact, how was the fish?
How did you know I had fish?
Mercurius brought it for you. We had it prepared for you. Julius prepared it. Mm-hmm. Your son is an excellent cook. He's been taking good care of us here at the bunker.
Well, I agree he is an excellent cook. How should I say? It didn't taste like something he would prepare. It didn't have his signature taste. As she slowly gets into the water and starts dragging the mop bucket out of it.
He watches her. Oh, well, we are short. He reaches in and grabs it to help her out. We're short on ingredients here. The bunker hasn't been occupied in quite a while.
I suppose that makes sense.
Your son is an excellent, and he fumbles with the mop bucket and it falls back into the water, and he just looks at it. Excellent student. You set an excellent foundation teaching.
She giggles slightly. Yes, thank you, as she gets back into the pool and starts dragging it back out again.
He looks down at her. One thing, we train many hours, and some nights the boys would, as he helps her drag it out, the boys would crash as soon as we got to the bunker. Is Julius's nickname Strawberry by chance? I heard him muttering it, and not to call him that.
She laughs. Yes, I used to call him Strawberry when he was younger.
It's a fitting name, looking over at Julius.
He never did enjoy it, though.
I would not call him, as he lifts the mop bucket up, such a thing. By the way, Ash has crafted you your, he starts to get nervous. Wakazashi.
One moment, Ceres. Kisses her on the cheek. Oh, yeah. Yes. We've got that finished, and I couldn't have done it without the help of Commander Jiren.
Oh, really?
Yes, it would have been impossible for me. I don't have the full strength necessary to do it.
Well, Ash did most of the artistic crafting work. I just assisted in muscle.
And technique. Getting the forge welds on that type of thing right requires an immense level of precision in one's strength. It's actually incredible how perfectly you did. I've seen machines designed for it do far worse work.
It was a good bonding experience for Ash and I. As Suletta swims over and hands Julius baby Lazuli, looking at Jiren and Davine, and what's that all about?
Oh, he is totally in love with my mom.
She starts laughing at the top of her lungs.
Davine laughs. Yes, it does look quite nice, and I can see why strength is required. You do look like you are quite strong. I would love to have an arm wrestle with you or something of the sort, even though you would probably beat me.
He grabs the back of his neck with eyes wide. Don't be so modest, ma'am. Looks can be deceiving. You should ask your son and Ash here. They easily defeated me years ago.
You're leaving out that we had help from Lazuli, and I was a shit-talking little ass. I have an idea. Why don't you... He's gonna start walking towards Ceres again. Why don't you two have a sparring match? It would be a very nice way to bond with a new friend of the family.
Jiren looks shocked. I don't think today's the day for that.
Oh, but of course, some other time. I would love to see how you trained my son, how our ideologies differ when it comes to that sort of thing.
He's still grabbing the back of his neck. Oh, I mostly just trained him in physical training, getting them back in shape. He had all the knowledge from you. That's all he needed, and Major Leslie, his other teacher. I am merely here to get him in shape. And he nods his head.
She chuckles. Well, now look who's being modest, and she lightly punches his shoulder.
He grabs the shoulder and rubs it. Quite a punch.
Oh, that was nothing, sir.
You've done wonders for Hunk, as Hunk's beer belly is pretty much gone for the most part. He's swimming around having a great time.
Oh, trust me, that was no easy task.
Have you ever seen his face?
Yes, I have.
Is he deformed?
No.
Jiren looks confused. Why does he wear the mask then?
But he... I'm not sure if he would be fine with me divulging that kind of information.
Oh, a woman of your word, I understand.
Yes, let's call it that.
How is Tommy Wiseau?
She looks confused. He's fine. He's doing good with his restaurant. Why do you ask?
Oh, he's quite interested in you. Our first night here at the bunker, he called down inquiring about you.
Ah, yes, he is quite interested in me, but... he's very nice.
He's an excellent man, as he just rubs the back of his neck.
True, he is an excellent man, wise beyond his years, although he says he's about 900. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but, yes, he is a nice man.
That would explain the droopy eye and the strange look to him.
I believe it would, but I'm not one to judge.
Nor am I! Nor am I.
Ash is gonna lean over to Saris. You know, I would have said he was head over heels before, but now I think he's so far down, he's poking the other side of the world.
Saris chuckles, recording the dialogue exchange on her wrist computer, as Commander Integra just shakes her head at you. Idiot.
He's almost as smitten with her as I was with you.
Saris nods. It's not easy. Especially when it comes to a woman like Davine, I think.
God, I nearly had a heart attack when I first gave you that necklace.
Jiren gestures towards Davine. So, how is EarthGov treating you now that you're away from the doomed vessel, the Majestic?
Oh, quite well. Captain Winters, I suppose I should call her Nicole during private hours. Nicole is quite nice to me. She gives me anything I ask for, even outlandish requests such as dumbbells, punching bags, that sort of thing, but they treat me quite well now.
That is good to hear. I would hope she would.
Are you okay, sir? Are you feeling well? And she puts the back of her hand on his forehead.
He recoils, but lets her keep it there. Just a long day for me. Didn't get much sleep last night.
Oh, is everything alright?
Yes, fine. I was just not prepared for the pool party.
She chuckles. Well, I'm sorry to intrude.
Oh, there's no intrusion. He shrugs.
She chuckles. Well, I surely hope not. I had to go down and buy a swimsuit for all of this. Do you like it? And it's a black and red one-piece suit.
It's an excellent look on you. The red accents your beautiful haircut, if I may be so bold.
Oh, she touches her hair. Thank you.
It's wonderful, in fact. Are you a fan of swimming?
I never really got to swim much when I was younger. I grew up in a high elf society. They didn't have much room for fun, and when I would go off into the woods, I am taught wood elf. There weren't any really lakes or anything in that part of the world.
Perhaps you and I could work out sometime at your abode on Gateway. I have been looking for a new workout partner. I hear your Drake is wonderful, as he points over to Zanzibar, just backstroking around the pool.
Yes, yes, he is quite wonderful. I'm sure you would be better, though. I can actually spar with you.
Well, I'd look forward to it. We could do it anytime you'd like.
Oh, really? Well, I'll be sure to let you know. She places a hand on his arm. Would you mind coming into the pool with me to swim?
He looks around. Sure, why not? Let me just say, he takes off he has a shirt. And he takes it off and, yeah! Leaving his pants on. Because he's that, confused.
Ash,
And shoes.
Ash is gonna whisper to Saris, "Without readiness, he might boil the pool."
Saris looks over at you, yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting for his head to explode.
Was I that hopeless?
No. Not even close. This guy's an alien. He's not used to it.
No, he's not, but it's weird. They're such a good match.
Saris chuckles. Oh, I don't know if he sees it that way. I think he's just trying to keep his head above water. And she looks down at the pool.
I think so too. He's gonna look over at Julius and then, "Will you excuse me a moment?"
Sure.
He's gonna slide in, go under the water, and come up under Memory Ann, putting her up on his shoulders and throwing her up.
Jiren sees it happening and, okay, whatever. Ladies first, gestures to the pool.
She is very intently staring at his chest. Yes, quite. Thank you. You should take off your shoes, though. I don't know if they are. Yes. And she goes into the pool.
He looks down at his shoes. Yeah! Then just jumps in, keeping them on as she's just staring at him, shaking her head. He's in the water, and I quite enjoy the pool. The water. Water training, swimming is good for you.
Yes, it is. Do you ever do it for recreation, though?
Not very often. I should do it more for recreation, I think.
It's very important to have both your recreation time and professional time. Commend it.
Indeed it is. It's hard to separate one's professional and personal life sometimes.
Yes, that can be very true, but make sure you do, okay? Or else I'll worry. And she closes her eyes and smiles sweetly at him.
He smiles back. Well, we can spend some of our recreational time, and he air quotes, working out at the apartment place thing. Gateway!
Yes, of course, but for now, we enjoy this.
Are you a fan of football? He swims over and takes the ball from Rolly, and Rolly just, huh?
I've never played or watched football.
Nor have I. And he pitches the ball to Icy. She catches it, looks at the Tommy autograph, and throws it at Julie.
Julius catches it, and he's looking at Jiren and Davine. Holy crap, she's flirting with him.
I'm just gonna lean in. This is going better than expected.
Jiren swims over here. What do you prefer to do when you work out? Cardiovascular, lifting weights? I prefer lifting weights. It's what I'm good at.
Oh, I try to do a bit of everything. She swims over to the edge and leans on it. Try to do a bit of cardio through punching bags, weightlifting through dumbbells, and squatting, that kind of thing. I try to do a bit of everything.
Well, perhaps you could give me some pointers on everything. Even weightlifting. I'm open to learning as Hunk swims over. I thought I was pathetic when I first met Leslie.
Gonna swim over. At least he's having a good. At least he's doing well enough. She seems interested too.
Hunk nods. I think it's good for her. You never get over the loss of somebody like Carter that she was loved, but it's a good thing to, you know what I'm saying. Gestures with his hand.
No, she does need to move on, because although she's used those, her training as therapy, I don't think that's healthy either.
Pequod looks at you, Ash, at Hunk and Julius. Watch this. And starts swimming towards them slowly. Suletta's just watching her swim. Hunk, uh-oh.
Yes, I mean, everything that I do, I try to work out at least one muscle. Like, for weightlifting, I like to work out my biceps, and she pokes one of his biceps.
He looks down at his bicep. Yes, I can see that. You're well put together. You're well in shape.
Is she looking for an excuse to touch his muscles?
Holy shit, I think she is.
Pequod swims closer. She tries to come between them. She's just floating in place.
Davine, being nice, goes back a bit.
She comes in between them, looks at both of them. So, you guys want to go on a dinner date with me and Julius when we get back to Gateway? A couple days? And Jiren just, and stares down at her. You can tell he's angry.
I think that's a delightful idea. I mean, it'd be a good thing to get to know the person you're going to have as a training partner, right?
Pequod looks at Davine. Saris and Ash could come. It could be a fun night.
Davine smirks and looks up at Jiren. Oh, it could just be us two.
He looks blankly at her. If that's what you would like, yes, we could. I think it would be good to get out of the apartment, experience Gateway. There's many excellent restaurants. Not that Julius's cooking is to be taken lightly, but a different taste every now and then couldn't hurt. There's excellent seafood restaurant on Ring 3.
Yes, I've heard there is. I would love to go on a little date with you, just to get to know each other.
I think we should. Do you like calamari?
I quite like calamari, actually. My favorite fish are not that, but I love them.
This restaurant has the best calamari I've had, at least in the Milky Way.
Really? I must try it then.
I eat there often. I'm one of their best customers, they tell me. They have a booth reserved for me, small one usually, every day. They probably wonder what's happened to me since I've been down here, and he shrugs and laughs. As Pequod, they don't need my help, and swims.
I'm gonna swim over to Saris. This big smile on Ash's face. They really do look cute together, don't they?
Pequod's covering her mouth laughing. Commander Integra slides over next to Saris. This is good! And looks down at Ash.
It is. Good for Davine. Good for Commander Jiren. Good. Although, looks at Saris with a smirk on his face. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do. He's gonna pull her into the pool with him.
She comes into the water, enjoying it, goes under, comes up. If only it was filled with blood. As you hear Snarf blow a whistle, and Sasha tags out, and Suletta tags in. They're playing with the volleyball. Imagine there's a net up in the, the middle. So, Suletta tags in, Sasha tags out, comes over here, gesturing for Julia. You got the baby with you.
Julius swims over and hands little Leslie to Ash. And while he's over there, he whispers to Pequod, I guess I know where I got it from.
Pequod laughed.
It looks like Julius is going to have 2 people to call Dad pretty soon.
Sasha looks over at you, Ash. Does the phrase "me eat orange" ring a bell to you guys?
Ash's face just goes kind of pale. Why?
Commander Integra. Oh boy. I don't know when your training is complete here, Julius. She speaks up because Julius is out here. Ash. But SIS has some questions for you boys. Many questions. She's just chuckling.
Oh boy. How is O's hairline doing?
Great! Sasha, yeah. The poor guy.
Oh boy. didn't I remember the monkey?
You see Soletta turn, look right at Julius. Monkey?
Malcolm brought a monkey on board for a little bit. He was his scouting. He was in charge of scouting. He was the reason why I had to fight all those guys on the Dark Star. Because when he came back, he did in sign language, and he does the sign, which means me eat orange.
Soletta laughs and shakes her head. The Malcolm gestures with her hands. You can hear her over here, too. The Malcolm drama just keeps playing out. It's like I can't even describe it. She shrugs, hitting the volleyball back to Jennifer.
It's like a telenovela. He managed to cram a decade's worth of drama into 2 years. It's actually impressive.
Jiren, hearing Malcolm's name, turns to Davine. I told Julius this, but had I known what was going on, I would have done my damnedest to find the Majestic and free you guys of Malcolm's. He makes a weird gesture with his hand. Grasp. I know other elements in EarthGov were looking for you guys. I am sorry for what you had to endure, Davy.
She smiles at him. I greatly appreciate you saying that. May I call you Jiren?
Of course!
Well, I greatly appreciate you saying that, Jiren.
Must have been hell on that ship. I am shocked you did not kill him yourself.
There were times where Carter, Ash, and Julius had to hold me back. All three of them at the same time. I never did lose that rage.
Well, we can turn it against our enemies. I plan to assist Alpha 9 when I can.
I'm sure we would all appreciate it.
He smiles at her. Soletta looking at the back of Jiren's head and just laughs.
Is it just me, or is he almost actually turned as red as his suit?
Sasha, yeah, I think so. I think so. Look at his ears. Or ear holes, whatever. Sides of his head are red. Redder than Icy's hair.
Is that steam?
Pequod laughs. Whatever it is, it's good.
They are adorable together.
2 peas in a pod, Commander Integra says under her breath.
Poor Tommy, he doesn't stand a chance.
Pequod gets out of the pool with Mercurius's assistance, disappears for a while, and then shows back up. It just takes her a couple minutes. Julius! And she's gesturing over to Julius.
He swims over. Yes, dear?
She has a large, square package tied with rope, takes the rope off, and there's a bright yellow shirt that says Team Jiren.
Oh. Yeah, I'm totally gonna wear this.
Pequod, you are better with this kind of thing than I am. Do you think you can get him to wear it? Or Davine to wear one?
Pequod looks down at you. I'm not sure if I could get him to wear one. Maybe Davine, but I think her son could get her to wear it. Sasha starts laughing.
Julius starts laughing. Oh, I got this.
Please. Oh, gods.
Julius starts to swim over. I'm sorry to intrude, you two.
No intrusion! He looks over at...
How can I help you, son? Oh, how can we help you? Jiren, do you mind turning towards Hunk? Just for a couple seconds.
Of course! Privacy, I understand. I'll go over here. And he goes over here. And he, Hunk! What's this football all about? And Hunk, it's from Tommy. He hands it.
Mom. He goes in front of her. Put this shirt on. Why? Do it. She looks at the shirt and it says Team Jiren. Oh, is this for some kind of training thing with you all? Like, oh, we're all part of Team Jiren now because he trained us. Yeah, let's say that. Okay, you're up to something. Well, obviously I am. Whatever. I will do it. She picks up the shirt, takes off her sun hat, puts it on Julius temporarily. Only if you tell everyone that your nickname was Strawberry.
Icy overhears that.
He grits his teeth for a second, looks away. Fine. And he yells out at the top of his lungs, "My mother used to call me Strawberry when I was younger!"
Everybody stops doing what they're doing, looking at you, even Zanzibar. And Sasha, okay, Strawberry, have fun!
Davine starts laughing to the point where she's basically floating on her back in the water. Oh, thank you, son. That was quite funny.
Strawberry, Hunk swims over here, starts laughing and pointing at Julius. That is a good nickname.
He gets out of the water and puts the shirt on that says Team Jiren.
He sees her putting it on. What is the meaning of this? This hunk just looks at him and at her and...
Julius starts laughing as he swims back over. Had to take one for the team, but I got it.
Pequod pointing down to the package. I got one for everybody. And extra. I had this made. She holds up Team Tommy. Just one. I figured he wouldn't have too many fans. And I also had this made that you should give her, Ash. And she hands you a package.
What is this?
It's a gift from her son's best friend to her.
Is this going to get me beat up?
Absolutely not. Me and Saris just understand, Ash, that you are horrible when it comes to women. You don't understand how to show appreciation quite yet. I'm sure you've learned being down here at the bunker. Please give that to Davine.
I'm going to regret this, but okay.
Sasha's looking at the package. Huh? Wait a minute, isn't that... And then Saris covers her mouth.
I have an inkling of what's in here, but I'll do it to make you two happy.
They just smile and shrug at you. Pequod slides back into the pool with Julius's help. And Pequod, so Julius, that is a Team Malcolm shirt, and it has Malcolm's face on it.
Yeah, his smile slowly goes down. Oh shit.
Commander Integra. Uh-oh. She takes a bite of her fish. Jaren's confused. What the hell's the shirt with my name on it? He comes over here. Go ahead, Ash.
Here you go, Davine. I have something for you.
Oh, it's a day of gifts for me.
Yes.
She takes it. Thank you very much, Ash. I'll open it now.
Yes,
And
yes.
opens it up. She pulls it out. And Ash can see her grip start to tighten on the shirt.
It's a gag gift.
She looks over at him. Yes, Valorius, it's a gag gift.
Ah, yes. Yes. Apologies. I thought it would be a fun joke. I'm sorry.
She walks over, puts the shirt into the mop bucket, walks over to Ash. I understand that my son's fiancée, wife, whatever she is, enjoys gag gifts, such as this Team Jiren shirt. I know what you all are doing. I just like to play dumb. And she grabs you by the neck, puts her foot so she pulls you over and trips you so you fall into the pool.
Saris and Pequod start laughing. Jiren, oh, that was an excellent takedown.
Fair enough. I'll need you to teach me that sometime.
Jiren swims over. That was an excellent takedown.
Thank you, Jiren. And again, in your dreams, Ash.
Would you teach me? He gestures towards.
You, I don't think I have to teach, but I'll try.
Well, there's always room to improve. He gets out of the water.
Swim back
She-
over.
She takes the shirt out of the bucket and picks up the blade and just starts shredding it apart.
He watches with eyes wide. Excuse me, allow me to assist. He picks up the shreds, throws them up in the air, puts his hand out, and fires one of his heat kai blasts, disintegrating the shirt. And you Pequod, best $25 I ever spent.
Yes. I hope you're proud of yourselves.
Oh, don't worry, I got a Team Tommy shirt you can give to Lorelei.
No,
Sarah speaks up.
with how she still probably feels about me, I would hate for your stupid fiancé to die before he can prove to you how much he cares about you.
Jiren watching the ashes of the Team Malcolm shirt dissipate. A fitting end to that man.
Davine whistles. That was an impressive key blast.
Thank you! Your son is quite adept at these, actually. He hit me with one the other day that most definitely hurt. Did you notice the third... Did you fly by a large hill, mountain if you will, on your way down?
Yes, we did.
There's 2 holes in the mountain, both of which I created going through. The third and newest crevasse, if you will, was a key blast from your son during some intense training a few nights ago.
That was him.
Yes, it was. He's achieved quite a high state. I don't think there's a name for it, if you will. But...
She shrugs. Well, I'm impressed.
I believe you will be seeing him in the future in combat using this, I'd imagine. Seeing as how you will fight as a team. He comes up to her, so he does it. Ash can't really hear it, but he's the best student I've ever had. Ash is okay too.
Oh, really? Well, he was a good student to me, and from what I hear of Lazuli, very good to her.
Well, I always knew from a long time ago, when I first met him, he had something unique about him, but I never knew Strawberry could be this powerful as he looks over at you.
Davine starts laughing. Gosh, I'd love to embarrass my son.
I hear actually we're going to be going, you guys do something called camping? Going to be going camping and watching Jurassic Galaxy. I say we're. Would you mind if I came? I've been invited, but I would prefer to ask everybody's permission.
Only if you want to come. I mean, I will be there, and I do love the forest, I really do. I've always had a connection to it, but yes, I would love for you to come.
Well, then I will come. Of course, that sounds great. Perhaps I can stop on Gateway and get you some calamari before we embark from this restaurant. Just an appetizer, just to try.
Perhaps. I would very much appreciate it.
I will. As Saris Ash, show off some of that new physique. Hunk pitches over the football, and Saris, go long. And she's pointing all the way at the end of the pool.
He's gonna haul ass to the other side.
And you're back in shape better than, maybe not better than ever because it hasn't been as long, but you're feeling great. And she Hail Marys the ball at intense speed towards you, but she's not accurate, Ash. And it goes into the water so hard you see it, instead of, a football would hit the water and maybe go down and come up, it goes like right, because she's way stronger than you. It goes right down to the bottom and deflates.
He's gonna dive down, get it, and carry it back over.
As you're coming up, no. Come back.
Sorry?
Right back there with the football. As you're coming up from the water, you've went swimming, so you get disoriented, your eyes get disoriented, especially when you quickly submerge and come back up. You swear you see a figure standing here with arms crossed, and as you come up and the water clears, General Lorelei's looking down at you with arms crossed. Having fun, Ash.
Struggles to find a way to salute. Ma'am, good to see you, ma'am.
Playing football, Ash.
Oh, just, was given a break and enjoying time with my lovely fiancé.
Oh. She raises both her eyebrows. You see Jiren with his mouth agape. Oh! Just staring at General Lorelei. I guess Davine turns and sees her standing there, and she is just staring right at Julius, glaring right at you, Julius. Jiren grabs his chest and almost falls into the pool.
Davine catches him as Julie swims over, gets out of the pool, and salutes her. Ma'am?
She looks up at you, returns the salute, and down at Ash. So this is what you're doing on your training time, having your pool party.
Oh,
With your lovely fiancée. Was this your idea, Ash? I'm surprised there's no alcoholic beverages. Get out of the pool, Ash.
yes, ma'am.
She points down at the football. Is that Tommy Wiseau's name on that?
It was sent here by Tommy with the girls, ma'am.
She gestures over to you. We'll talk about Tommy later. You're looking well, Julius! She comes right up to Julius, puts her hand on your forehead. Oh my, your fever must be gone.
And he looks over at Jiren.
Oh! He's just groaning, looking at Jennifer Lorelai. Jennifer, what's the problem? And Sunny, uh-oh. General Lorelai puts her arm out towards everybody. Party's over. Everybody with the exception of Ash, Julius, Commander, Jiren, and Icy leave. I have a dropship waiting for you. Leave the Nova here. She looks over at Julius.
Yes, ma'am.
Icy furiously swimming up to get out of the pool and salute her in her bathing suit. She looks down at Icy. Go get dressed. Dry off. And she runs off. And everybody else starts getting out of the pool and leaving. They disappear. One at a time, they're going to get dressed and they're leaving. Jiren looks down at Davine. Your son's gonna get kicked out of EarthGov for his past, gesturing awkwardly, for being a shitty soldier if he can't beat me one-on-one, and I may have lied to somebody who can read minds and said he had the flu and something called COVID-19 from a long time ago.
Davine struggles to contain a laugh. Oh, you are deep shit.
Yes, I know I am. I didn't think she... Oh god, she must have read somebody's mind. She can read from light years away. And, well, it was great to meet you. Again.
Yes, it was great to meet you too. And please, in the future, make sure you don't lie to mind readers. And she walks away.
I'll get the calamari for you and see you on the camping trip.
See you then.
Davine disappears. Everybody else leaving. I'll hide everybody else because they're leaving, and they head to a ranger dropship that General Lorelai has brought. And Jiren staggers over with the mop bucket right behind Julius and Ash. And he, ma'am, and salutes her. She levitates the football out. This is a priceless artifact. You should look into getting it fixed, Ash. And she hands it to Ash, the deflated foot.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
You're looking good, both of you. Not as pathetic as you were when last I saw you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't think I've ever felt better.
Excellent. As she looks over at Commander Jiren, the mop bucket falls in the pool because he's nervously shuffling with it, having fun with Julius's mother. He just, ugh! It doesn't say anything. I'm glad to see Julius is feeling better. He's looking much better. COVID-19, you say. And Jiren, yes, it's prominent in Antarctica. And there's just awkward silence as she looks you both over.
You're looking good too, ma'am.
Thank you. Do you know what today is, Julius?
Judgment Day, ma'am?
Your day of reckoning. Commander, and he... I understand wanting to cover for him and protect him, but the time is now. You're over your 2-month allotment. Get dressed and dried off in combat gear, with the exception of you, Ash. Just wear whatever you want. And report to Major Leslie's training ground. And Jiren just, yes, ma'am, and walks off. Go now. She looks down at Julius through grit teeth.
He salutes her. Yes, ma'am. And walks off.
She looks over at you, Ash. This is a big day for your little brother, Julius.
Yes, it is, ma'am.
She levitates the mop bucket out of the pool, sets it down. Why was she wearing a Team Jiren shirt?
A gift from Patricia, ma'am. Jiren is interested in her, and the choices are the two people who are vying for her attention at this point are Jiren and Tommy Wiseau, so if we're on a team and picking one that we think would be a good match for Davine, it would be Commander Jiren, ma'am.
She laughed. Yes, I don't think Tommy has a ghost of a chance.
No, especially with... He's a good man, ma'am. A very good man.
Both are. Both men are.
They are, but... Well, Tommy Wiseau doesn't look like he was sculpted out of marble, now does he?
No, and from what little she taps her temple, I can tell about Julius's mother. I think that's right up her alley. Sculpted out of marble.
I think so. I also do need to thank Commander Jiren. Doubly. Him teaching me meditation has helped. Well, you can read minds. You can tell how much less jumbled I am, and he's going to tap his temple up here.
You'll be happy to know the planet of Gallia has been cracked.
Good. I'm ready to leave that behind. I'm in discussions to getting, and he's going to run down the scars, these removed.
Some of the final sites we found on Gallia had, I believe I mentioned it a few months ago, deformed Kenku. Never seen anything like it in all of our archaeological finds. Their brain cavities were deformed. I'm quite sad we had to crack the planet to please Julius's wife.
I agree, there was a lot we could have learned about possible biology from there. If I remember...
Were all the Kenku there retarded? He's looking at you inquisitively.
Well, I only met a handful in my time. There was a story I was told that they had their wings cut off, leaving them just able to walk, but to my knowledge, aren't Kenku's arms their wings?
As far as I've ever known, I've seen many in over 700 years. She gestures awkwardly.
So unless that was a massive change in evolution over those thousands of years, I'd say yes, all that I met were mentally deficient.
She starts laughing, puts her hand out, flat, palm up, and you'll be needing this. And a small 4-pack of strawberry Japanese soda appears. Major Leslie and Pequod's favorite.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hold on to them. First, Julius must, gestures with her hand, defeat Commander J.
Permission to speak freely, ma'am.
Of course, we're at your pool party. Speak as freely as you'd like.
This is no offense to Commander Jiren, but Julius has this in the bag.
I hope you're right. She crosses her arms. I really do.
We in training have seen glimpses of something unimaginable from him.
I'm quite aware, Ash. I'm also quite aware Jiren's been buying him time because he's unable to maintain that form long enough to defeat him.
I understand that, but I think Jiren... Again, no mean to insult him, I think Jiren may have misunderstood why he's having trouble maintaining it.
And why is that, Ash? Your amateur boxing career give you some insight?
No, I've just been in near-death situations enough to know that it's an instinctive ability, it seems, and those don't really activate unless the chips are down and everything's on the line.
The stakes are high, as if she shrugged. The general said he will be discharged if he loses. I'm quite aware, Ash. Please.
Exactly. So...
Go get dressed, Ash.
Yes, ma'am. And jiggles the stewardess. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. She shoos you off with her hand.
Gonna go get dressed.
Well, you get dressed and you're at Lasley's training ground. Suletta has stayed. Jiren's standing in front of Lorelei. He's fixing his glove, and he... I just want to go on record to say that I don't think this is necessary. I believe he's shown great growth as not only a soldier, but an adult man. He understands what it means to be a father, a husband. General Lorelei puts up her hand. I don't care. Take your position and prepare to fight. And Jiren, yeah, and walks away.
Put his hand on Julius's shoulder. You've got this.
Totally. Yeah.
Gonna make Mom proud.
When you put it like that, I can't do anything less.
General Lorelei looks over at you, Julius, as Ash gives you... Ash says what he said. So, we've talked about this before. She nods her head. You understand the ramifications. You understand what will happen to you as a person if you fail today.
Yes, ma'am.
This, she puts up her finger, is for every time you refuse to salute, show respect, break code of conduct, or the rules. Consider yourself lucky. I know you've been told, but you should have been shot dead years ago. You weren't. Today, as I said when we were speaking in the mausoleum, is the day, she gestures out here, you prove to me that you are a warrior. The warrior Major Lasley trained you to be. Your mother may have trained you to be a fighter. There is a difference, Julius. If you can't grasp that concept, you will not defeat a true warrior. Gestures down here to Jiren. Him.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck. Don't disappoint me. She crosses her arms, just staring at Julius. Icy giving Julius a thumbs up, but it's nervously giving Julius a thumbs up. And Suletta nods and smiles. She doesn't have anything to say.
Thank you, ma'am. He salutes, puts down the salute, and then bows deeply to her and takes his place.
Come, Ash. My favorite person. She points right next to her. Stand by my side.
Yes,
You'll
ma'am.
need my help to see what's going on, I think.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jiren fixing his glove, shuffling around. He picks up some snow, looks at you, Julius, nods his head. This lets the snow fall out of his hand, is where Julius Lasley was born. Snow hits the ground. That's who you have to be to defeat me. Not Rainfall. You know this. And he's just staring at you.
He takes a couple of deep breaths. Yes, sir.
Fight with everything you have. And never give up, Julius. As he fixes his other glove, looking at you.
Do I look like a kind of person to give up, sir?
No, you don't. Just like Major Lasley. General Lorelei coughs into her hand. Yeah, by the way, if you ever want to see Major Lasley again, you have to beat Jiren too. Don't forget, Julius! As she puts up her finger.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't.
Suletta, the stakes are high. Looking down at Icy and then over at Ash.
As high as they need to be. He's got this.
I believe. Suletta nods her head and smiles. Roll initiative. Was that the old initiative order from last week?
I think it is.
Here, let me delete it. Let's roll initiative again. Before the fight starts, Jiren, just remember, Julius, she can read our minds. No holding back. I stand between you, your continued future in EarthGov, seeing Major Leslie again. You can tell he's struggling. He doesn't want to do this. Seeing Major Leslie again. Being in contact with your wife and children. Treat me as the enemy. He's just glaring right at you.
Julius struggles for a second. Yes, sir.
He flies right up to you and initiates the, as per usual, as he likes to start the fights, a flurry of blows. So he has, we're going to take the 13, 15, and 23, because I overrolled. Okay, so 39 points of damage, turn to, Julius. And that will conclude his turn.
Well, Julius will spend a key point to limit break, and then, 2 attacks against him.
He dodges out of the way. Gotta give him a combo. He dodges out of the way. And he's going to punch, but he punches you up in the air. And I mean, he punches you up in the fucking air. Ash, you see him go flying. You haven't seen anybody move like that from a physical attack since the last days. And in a familiar skybox, as there's already rocks around here waiting, levitating, Jiren, as if they've been here a while, Jiren and you continue your battle. You're up in the sky, you catch yourself, you catch your wind, he's flying up at you.
He's flying up at him, so he'll... How many key blasts can he do in a turn?
Should 22, not 32. My bad. Okay. Yeah, because it's a different page. That's why I didn't update. I'd like to say if it's the charged one, you know, like the big one, maybe 1. The light ones, 2 or 3.
All right. He's coming up.
Hold nothing back. Hold nothing back. This is the end of your career if you don't want.
Oh yeah, you know. So charge key blast.
He dodges out of the way, but he just barely dodges out of the way. Your reactions are, from your training, your reactions are on point. He barely dodges out of the way.
Then, yeah, I think that's all he can do.
He gets on level with you on the same axis. Here, he positions himself here, puts his hand up in the air, open hand, cuts the air in front of him. Air cutter for 16 points of damage, knocking you back 40 feet. If it's more than 40. Yep, there you go. You can put yourself on the other side of the rock or on this side, whatever you want. You can say you hit it, whatever you want. And that concludes his turn.
Actually, he'll go on this side of the rock. Julius is just gonna breathe and then, all right, let's try an old lads move out, yeah? And he's gonna hit the rock so it goes towards Jiren.
Do it. These are big rocks. They require a high check to dodge. I'm going to give him his deck. They require 20 over. So it crashes into him. You hear him. Argh! And you can't see him because you hit him with the rock, so you can't see where he is. You assume he's on the other side or in the rock. You don't really know. Back down on the ground, General Lorelei, give me your hand, Ash, so I may help you see. As you notice, they're not even looking. Suletta's holding Icy's hand to help her see up.
Yes, ma'am. And he does.
You can see through Julius's POV. So you can see everything that's going on, because Ash, they're moving too fast for you to even see. Even when they were on the ground, you couldn't see them throwing strikes. It was just like a blur.
Okay.
You're going to see the rock start to move. And it's moving towards you, Julius, at a fast pace. Give me a dex check. Something over a 20. It turns 14 points of damage toward hitting you. Including Jiren's.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, he's just gonna try for a head-on attack, but freaking not. This is sort of stupid. Why not? Yeah, let's go 4 attacks against him.
Okay.
The 29s connect. Solid body shots into Jiren. You see him recoiling with the hits. You can tell you're causing him damage. This is nothing new over the time you guys have been training together. He's going to fly on top. We'll just say he's right here, but he's on top of the rock. You see him put his hands out to his side, and he starts, and he's throwing his staggering Kai volley at you. He has a lot of abilities, because he's going to be in the story later. He has way too many. Oh my god. I'll find it. There's a lot of them. There it is! For 28 points of damage, and it's hitting you midair, and you're recoiling with every hit. And you hear him just say, "Fight harder, Julius!"
28. Julius will yell out, "Oh, fucking try!" And Undying Rage. Then he's gonna rush up to him and do attacks.
He dodges out of the way. I like to imagine he dodges out of the way and your fist is in the rock right there. And he's going to fly here, put his arms out to his side, controlling the rock. We'll keep the 2d8 value. It says it varies, but for the rocks we use 2d8. And he's going to slam you in between both the rocks for 5 points of damage, and he's holding you there. And he'll end his turn by positioning here as if he's lining up a big blast.
Julius will try to push the rocks away from him.
Strength. I'm gonna say you use one hand each direction. So there you go.
he'll fly behind him and 4 attacks. Actually, no. Reckless uppercut. Oh, that was advantageous, but it doesn't even matter.
He dodges out of the way just barely. You almost feel like his chin, with like maybe the tips of your knuckles, flies over here, and then he's gonna fly on top of the rock. You are familiar with this move. He's used this in training. He puts out one hand, and from each finger, read the description carefully. He has 5 fingers, like you, and there are 5 Kai blasts coming right at you, and they track you. That 15 is deceiving. Read carefully what happens if they hit you in the back. And you see him flying at you at like Mach speed.
From Julius's previous training with him, does he know if they take the most direct approach, or do they go around?
They try to go around. They always try to hit from behind. These rocks were never here when you've sparred before.
Alright. Julius will fly right over there, and then he'll try and hit the rock so it intercepts most of these homing missiles. I'll just call them for now.
Strength. Or attack, actually. Just attack. We'll look at the damage. That would be better. That's what we did last. We'll give you 3. The rock explodes. You see Jiren covering his face, looking up at you. As they start moving closer towards you. And the command. Going to try and keep you out in the open. Flies up towards you. He's going to try to keep you out in the open. So they may hit you. And it's not great. Not bad, but not great. Alright. So, it returns, we're going to look at it, 29 points of damage to him, and you're not caught in his flurry of blows, so you're free to move. If you'd like.
Hey, yeah, I suppose that's the best move, yeah. He's gonna fly right up there and then hit the rock down.
The rock explodes. Jiren has to cover his face to protect his eyes, vulnerable portions of his face. He looks over at you. Eyes start to glow purple, and you feel that sharp pain in your head for 19 points of damage. Concluding his turn.
Julius will as he's flying up towards him, he'll send out a light ki blast.
He dodges barely.
And then right on top of him, he'll make 2 attacks.
He's having a hard time dodging. You're not quite hitting him, but he is having a hard time dodging. He's going to try and put distance between you and him with a quick air cutter. Hand up and then down, hitting you for 9 points of damage, knocking you back. You've fought with him a lot over the past 2 months. He's trying to keep you in the open where you're your weakest. He is not holding back. And we'll just say you go back in this direction.
He's not going to let off. He knows his weaknesses. Out in the open, he's going to go right back to him.
There you go. Save that there. The 28 hits. He recoils from the hit. You see him put his arms out to his side. Time to finish this. He copies of him with lower AC. You've never seen him do this before. Here, they all have 18 AC. And to say you're surrounded would be an understatement. Your turn.
Alright, so... Yeah.
General Lorelei, you hear her talking to you, Ash. Ever seen that trick of his before?
No, I haven't. But I have faith.
Alright, yeah, let's try that out. Probably a stupid decision. But what is it? You go over there, hit the rock towards him.
So, can't click on this. Keeps giving me the roller. But the rock is going to hit. You see it explode. It does damage to all of them, including the commander. The rock explodes. There's a cloud of smoke. And they're all still standing there. Maybe in a little different position, because the rock broke their formation. But yeah.
That was worth a shot. Go ahead.
They all line up. The real Jaren will hit you for 30 points of damage here with the staggering Kai volley. We know that one's not making it because he's all the way back. As the others are in like Hot Wheels level pursuit of you. This one's gonna be back here though. And they're coming right at you, Julius. That like Mach speed.
Oh, I keep thinking he only has 40 speed. He has 50. Feet with the doubled speed from limit break. So he'll go around all three of them, right up to Jiren, and then four attacks.
He dodges out of the way. The Clons, that's Machty from Double Destruction, we call them, are in Hot Wheels level pursuit. This one should be closer. Are in Hot Wheels level pursuit. Jiren looks down at you. A valiant effort, Julius Rainfall. He's, you're on level with him, but he's taller than you. I am sorry. Rest now. As I'm gonna initiate the flurry of blows. He didn't roll good. Whew! Something's firing up inside Julius. Jiren is shocked. Looks at you, Julius. You see blood coming out of the side of his mouth.
My name is Julius Lazuli.
He smirks at you. Best watch out as he gestures his head towards this one behind you, who does the same exact thing. Damn. Alright. The damage is returned to Julia. Your turn.
Julius will go right there and fire. Oh crap, he doesn't do it. Oh, damn it. 1 second, I have to remeasure something. It's right there. That'll work. He'll fly over here and throw the rock at him.
The rock explodes, and they're all still standing there. Jiren gestures his head to this one, looks over at you, Julius, and he hits you with an air cutter for 11 points of damage. This one. The other two are in Hot Wheels level pursuit, flying at you to finish the job. As the commander himself going to come up here, puts his arm out to his side. You see the fire energies forming, and he resets his Kai points back to full. Going for the killing blow. He's preparing for the killing blow. Not that he's gonna kill you. But.
So, oh god, okay. The odds are slightly stacked against me, I have. He'll fly right up here.
And he'll throw the rock. Yeah, at the main Jiren.
It's gonna hit the 36 points of damage. You can tell he's charging a Kai Blast. He stops charging it. You don't deserve to lose this way. You deserve to lose like a warrior. And he flies up to you. You know what's coming. Oh, he rolled bad. Nice! You return the damage to him. I like to imagine your flurry of blowing. And as you're punching, you guys are punching back and forth, you're getting the better of him. You see his eyes widen on the last hit that you land on him. I like to imagine it lands in his chest. And you can tell he's having trouble all of a sudden keeping up with you. His eyes widen. Ash, you hear it first. You feel a sharp, it's Ash, it's like fucking Hunk came up behind you and stabbed you in the, dead square top of the head with a knife. And you can see Icy grabbing her head. Suletta and Lorelei not affected by it. Julius lets out the same kind of roars Lasley used to let out when you saw her a long time ago fighting the Archfiend. And Julius, whether he knows it or not, lets out a quick Kai Blast that hits Jiren, sending him all the way back here. And he looks over at Julius, he looks up at you, and he has to wipe more blood off his mouth, and he and even spits some down into the ground below. I hope you enjoy TLDRs. I have the character sheet, but you need to know what's happening, so that's why you get the explanation. The rule of this. Take your time. I'll keep track of your Kai points, since I have the sheet for you. Tell me when you're ready to continue. Because it's your turn after.
Alright, hell yeah. Let's see here. Julius will go.
Before you move, you feel yourself trying to move. But it's almost like your body's stopping you. Because you don't need to.
Well, that is helpful.
So you throw a punch and it goes through like his shockwave punch, but yours is stronger and far more accurate.
Huh. He'll send. He'll send 2 punches to this one and then 2 punches to that one.
Roll them up.
So these will be the 2 on the right, and then these on the left.
That's 4 of these because you did 2 and 2. Extra bonus attacks, much like a Carnage Sentinel or whatever they were called. And you see them phase out.
And Julius puts both hands out to his sides, open palms, and then makes them into fists.
Jiren looks shocked. Not too surprised, though. Definitely shocked. He's going to... You see the fire energies around him kick up, You've seen him do this once or twice in your sparring. He was trying to buy you time because you haven't been able to push him to this state yet. So he returns 17 points of damage to himself to do this, though. Not too different from a Blood Hunter in that regard, I suppose. Raising his AC. And he's preparing for the fight he's been waiting for from Julius. Ending his turn.
Julius will send 2 punches at the clone and then 2 at Gear. Those will be for the clone and then Gearing himself.
Clone disappears, and the strikes, you can tell he's trying to dodge out of the way. One catches him here in the side, knocking him this way. The other one catches him in the chest, knocking him back. He's going to attempt to fly at you. And he's going to try it again. I'll roll your dex score. And you easily beat him. You riddle him with punches. 1 second. It's technically, 3 dex rolls, so it would be 3 attacks. So you return not only winning the roll-off, but all that damage to it. And in the middle of that, whether you feel it or not, you let off another roar. Ash, you're in so much pain in your head. Lastly could control it. He can't control this yet. That's why you and Icy, it's hurting you when you hear these. Lastly could control it. And you can infer that, Ash.
Fun.
And before you're done beating up the poor commander, you plant 2 knees into his stomach, knocking the wind out of him, sending him back a little bit, skipping his next.
Julius will rush at him and 4 more attacks.
They hit. 1 sec.
Ooh, that crit.
Those as well. Every strike returns a free strike in this state. So you're riddling him with punches. You're beating the fuck out of him. Gonna try to put up his barrier, increasing his ace to a resounding 42. But I don't think it's gonna help him. As he ends his turn. Ash, General Lorelei grabs your arm. The pain subsides, so you can keep watching without feeling, your head's about to explode. And if you look at her, you see her just with a big smile on her face and her eyes closed. And she says, I would say our victory is assured. And she just nods her head.
I'd say so, ma'am, and thank you. What wipes the blood from where his nose started leaking? Thank you.
You're up, Julie.
On these 4 attacks, he's going to say, I will always be here to protect my family, and there's nothing anyone can do about it.
He is getting beat to hell too much to even hear what you're saying. You're just riddling him.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
You're just riddling him with punches. Bam, 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 bam. He's going to... He's probably done this in the past when training with Major Lasley. You see him right here. The big swing and the miss. He goes to punch you, but you're just too fast. You move out of the way. The big swing and the miss, leaving himself wide open, and he's just... You could tell, I mean, even though he doesn't have, like, eyeballs like you or I, you could tell when his eyes move and where they move. They're big and protrude from his skull. He's looking where you're not anymore, where you were. He can't even keep up with you. You could probably infer he can't even see you, almost. Maybe he catches just slight glimpses of a silhouette. Your turn.
I like to think he did like a Matrix backbending dodge, so he just flips around and kicks him a couple of times.
Letting out another roar. Ash and Icy, you guys are fine. 3. As your free strikes hit him, you see him. He's looking, as I said, where you were, and whether your body definitely knows you're doing it. A long time ago, Lazuli hit you with one of these in the neck, and you return the favor, not to Lazuli, of course, but to him, hitting him in the side of the neck for 195 points of damage, sending him this way, and he's like floating, not dead. But you see him, he's just like floating. He can't catch himself anymore. You're up. He can't do anything.
He'll go behind him and charge Ki Blast.
A free strike. You Ki Blasting consciously provokes your unconscious self to fire with your hands in the old Lazuli position, both down at the side. You thrust your hands forward, and it's a channeled Ki Blast that sends the poor commander disappearing into the vortex down towards the earth. And the poor guy is fucking landed. I'll take you. You're there. Hang on. Landed, crashed into this large crevasse. Or, I'm sorry, is it stalagmite? I don't even know what they're called. Rock structure. Yeah, that's what we'll call it. Mm-hmm. You're here with him, and he's just lying in it, groaning.
Do you yield?
You see him, he falls down the side of the rock, trying to catch himself. Slams his head back into the rocks. He's got blood coming out of his nose, his mouth. He wipes the blood away with a huge-ass smirk and puts his hand out to help him up.
Julius gives him his hand and helps him up.
General Lorelei leading the group, and she's leading the group, clapping lightly, comes right up behind Julius as Jiren, I yield. And he starts chuckling, and you see him spit out an immense amount of blood that, goes through some of the cracks in the ice into the water, and Icy comes up and gives Julius a big hug, and Suletta follows up behind.
Julius hugs her back and pats her. It was an honor to fight you in a true 1v1, sir.
You see him, he looks shocked, he's grabbing the side of his... The honor was mine, young man. He puts out his hand, shakes your hand. Now I can say I've lost to 2 Lazulis.
Yes, you can, sir. And he smiles.
Icy moves out of the way so Ash can get in.
I'm gonna put his hand on Julius's shoulder and pull him in and hug him. I am so proud of you.
Thank you, Ash.
Uthgov's secret weapon, eh?
I don't know if I like the ring of that, but maybe.
Well, somebody needs to take up the mantle that Lazuli left.
You feel a sharp pain go through your back, Julius. Like down your spine. And then you realize that you feel like you took 20 handfuls of sand and swallowed them into your body. You are dying for a drink. Continue.
You are every bit as exceptional as I knew you were.
Julius gives him a thumbs up, and he starts looking around for any thin ice that he can punch into to get some water.
General Lorelei, untwirling the cap on a canteen, opens it and hands it to you.
He gives her a bow and starts drinking.
Suletta doing the same thing. She looks over at you, Ash. You have a canteen.
Yeah, he's gonna unscrew it and hold it ready for Julius.
Julius downs Lorelei's. Suletta pushes hers towards Julius.
He gives her a bow and starts drinking.
Icy opens hers as Julius grabs yours, Ash. Icy hands Julius her canteen. Julius, you finish them up. You still feel a little thirsty, but you're feeling good. Back to your normal self. And Jiren looks back at this thing and then at you. At least you didn't put me through the mountain again. And starts chuckling.
Julius laughs. I'm glad you didn't put me through the mountain.
That was an excellent fight as he spits more blood out of his mouth. General Lorelei's gonna step out of the way, come over here. Julius, stand at attention.
He stands at attention.
Put your hand up.
He puts his hand up.
Return this. It's Major Leslie's major emblem she took from the bunker to her. Her retirement is over, whether she likes it or not. She gives you a slight smile.
Yes, ma'am. Will do, ma'am.
That isn't all. She reaches into her back pocket and plops a Ranger emblem in your hand. Congratulations, Ranger Rainfall, and closes your hand on it.
Thank you, ma'am, but are you sure I deserve this?
She has a big smile on her face. I wouldn't have given it to you if you didn't.
He smiles and gives her a salute.
Thank you, ma'am.
Make sure you show that to Mom. She has a big smile on her face. She'll be very proud of you.
I will, ma'am.
Suletta comes over and puts her arms, she has to turn you towards her, puts her arms under you and pulls you in and gives you a big hug. And she's rubbing the back of your head.
He gives her a tight hug.
So that's what you were talking about on that camping trip.
She whispers into your ear, yes, and we all knew you could do it.
Oh, well, I'm glad you guys have confidence in me.
She's rubbing the back of your head. I couldn't be more proud of you, dearest nephew. And she kisses your temple.
He smiles.
Thank you, Auntie. That means a lot.
General Lorelei, you've come a long way, Julius. As a soldier, a husband, and a man. I am very proud of you. And she gives you a hug. It's
Julius.
definitely awkward for you at first.
At first, Julius does the thing where you put your hips away and just awkwardly pat their back as he looks over at Icy and mouths, "What the hell?"
Icy's giving you 2 thumbs up.
Thank you, ma'am. It also means a lot to hear from you.
I'm proud to call you one of my rangers. You set a good example for Ash over there. She gestures to Ash and lets you go and crosses her arm.
He does. Like I've always said, he's that good.
She puts her finger up. I'll take your captain back to Gateway with me. Go get Mom. However, when you return to Gateway, come down to Ring 8. SIS has some questions about something to do with a chimpanzee or something. They they weren't interested in giving me all the details. As you see Jiren looking really confused at her, SIS has some questions, and I believe Ash, Stephen Eloquin, is there waiting for you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Before I forget, Ash, you still have the soda, right?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Grab it. Hold it out, please. Ash.
He'll hold it out to her.
Suletta puts her hand on the little hand hold pack and frosts it over. And General Lorelei, it'll be nice and cold for Major Leslie. One for each of you. And she looks at Jiren, Julius, and Ash.
Thank you.
She smiles. The Nova is waiting. It's set on autopilot. It will take you to Major Leslie. Excellent work again, Julius, as she pulls you in and kisses your cheek slightly. Come, Captain. He gestures to Icy. Go.
As they're walking away, Julius doesn't say anything, and he's just, what, please. And he places a hand on his cheek. He looks up at Jiren. I'm so confused.
Jiren looks down at you. You're a ranger now.
You're one of hers. One of hers.
I think she knew, Jiren shrugs. She knew I'd get my shit kicked in. As he's wiping more blood. The stakes had to be high. The stakes had to be... As he spits out a fucking tooth. Right here. High.
Oh, I'm so sorry, sir.
It's okay. My species can regrow molars very quickly.
Ranger Julius Lazuli.
As they're walking off, Lorelei turns around. Julius, I'll be coming on this camping trip. I'm quite a fan of Jurassic Park. I look forward to seeing how Malcolm ruined one of my favorite childhood movie franchises. You best prepare something excellent to eat for me. I suggest you go shopping. She smiles as they disappear.
And she's back to terrifying.
Jiren, yeah, she's not the only one, as he's rubbing his cheek looking at you.
I hope you know, Sir. Unless you provoke me, I don't plan on hitting you ever again.
No, it's what needed to be done. I needed to be treated as the enemy, and you had to see me as such to succeed. I'm just glad you did.
He nods. Thank you for everything you did for us, sir. I know you are a busy man with a busy schedule.
Well, maybe I'll lighten some of my schedule and spend more time around the apartment. Sure.
Good.
We, and I mean that is the entire group, would very much enjoy that.
As you say that, General Lorelei comes back one more time. You hear the dropship preparing to lift off. She's in a Team Jiren shirt. She runs her hand under the words Team Jiren, and he looks at it. What is the meaning of this? And she just stares at him.
Julius looks down at his feet and struggles not to laugh.
Just fans of the shield of the army.
She hands him a Team Jiren shirt. Make sure that's on for the camping trip. That's an order. And disappears. And it's even in my size. He holds it out. I've been trying to work on my ego. Wearing a shirt that says Team Jiren, that would contradict my issues with my own ego. You understand? As he starts to ball it up. You can tell he's about to throw it into some of the cracked ice.
Of course, sir. You can just hand it to me.
He looks over at you, Ash. Would you like to wear it?
I mean, it'd be a bit baggy, wouldn't it?
I suppose. Davine was wearing one, wasn't she?
Yes,
She was.
He looks around, his shirt's all ripped off. Meh. And he puts it on. I hope this doesn't make me seem like a prick.
No, not Not at all.
Well, the Nova's that way. Autopilot. Let's go back to the bunker, get our stuff, head to the Nova. And then it's time to see Major Leslie. And he smiles at Julia.
Oh, God. I'm more nervous than when I was being threatened to get kicked out of the army. Or military.
You're on the Nova. It's on autopilot, and it's just you three boys. Jaren sits down holding the side of his mouth.
Julius will go into the medical bay and get some basic first aid stuff and come back and start stitching him up.
Ash with the soda. Jaren, thank you, Julius, as he looks around the ship. The ship, bring back bad memories. Is it pretty much the same as the Majestic as he's rubbing his cheek?
Floor plan is similar. I don't really care anymore.
You don't? Good. That means my training helped. Maybe not worked, but helped.
I'd say,
You overcame your problems on your own, Ash.
and I thank you for the assistance. I tried meditation before, but for me, it had just been sitting there, trying not to think, I suppose. That's not what it is it?
Achieving peace, a true state of ow. As Julius messes up with, I don't know, we'll say he was like stitching some wound. Ow. True relaxed state of mind, Ash. I imagine Major Leslie did not see fit to spend time teaching you these things because back then you were too conflicted. That, and you had to learn. You came from another world and time, let's be real. You had to learn all the different types of weapons, which could not have been easy.
It wasn't. I'm gonna be honest, I still struggle with assault rifles.
I was never good with the automatics myself, Ash. I prefer single shot, though I do not use weapons anymore. I prefer single shot.
I agree. What's the word? More intimate, I suppose, would be a good word.
Automatics tend to be easier to use in close quarters, at least for me. But when you start putting yourself in mid to short mid range is where I struggled heavily.
The same thing here. Why put out 5 bullets if only one will hit when I could just put out one bigger bullet and hit the same?
He's grabbing his jaw, moving it back and forth. Perhaps General Lorelei will give you back your... She told me she took a weapon from you.
She did. That weapon is called Valor. It was called Revelation and Roughshot before that. It went into the forge, but I've, in one form or another, had that for, a decade now?
I suppose she'll give it back to you soon. I was not aware she was going to make Julius a full-fledged ranger, if he succeeded.
You were his mission.
What is yours? He looks over at you confused.
I don't know.
Well, she gave you a mission. It's to protect
Yeah.
at the cost
Yeah.
of your own life.
Yeah,
She
protect
clearly
them at
gave you a mission.
Yeah, protect them at the cost of your own life. To get the pistol back, I don't know. But I have to keep the girls alive no matter what.
He looks at you. Oh. At any cost.
You know, during the meditation, I got to thinking. I was reckless and people said fearless in combat, right? But I've always, I suppose, been a coward, I think. Running away from any conflict, excuses, all of that. But the one thing I've never really been afraid of is death. And now, just as soon as I am, I'm instructed not to be. Ironic, isn't it?
Well, you have much to lose.
Yeah, I do. Which is why I'm going to make sure we all come back.
I would say on paper, Alpha 9 is a mean as he's looking over at Julius holding his jaw. Mean team.
I'd say so. I can't do what, well, let's be honest, the rest of the squad can, but I can do my damnedest to protect them.
I wouldn't downplay your accomplishments as a fighter, a shooter. It was not sheer luck that you both, and he looks at both of you, and Davine, thank God. I mean, that the three of you survived the doomed venture with Malcolm.
I'd like to say there's an element of fate in it, sir. I mean, couldn't have been sheer chance that we both were the ones that Dale chose to hurl forward.
He was not fond of you? I'm not privy to your lives there. I was given the cliff notes.
To put it simply, sir, if we didn't know what was to happen on Gallia, where everything was doomed, I wouldn't be surprised if Dale was an ancestor of Malcolm Chance.
He starts to laugh. You know, I read Dale's bio, the one provided to me by General Lorelei. If I may, there were striking similarities between those two. I'm sure they got along like gangbusters.
Oh, they did, especially because Dale was more, what's the word, stable, cognizant, and could use Malcolm for his own gain.
And Malcolm was just too far gone at that point to...
Even when he was not too far gone, he, how do I put it without sounding denigrating to the military? He was an officer who was only good at taking orders, but desired more than that, if that makes any sense.
Oh yes, does. The Chances, Chance family, which you've now made the laughing stock of Earthgov a couple months ago, the Chance family loved their power and influence, which, and he smirks at you, Ash, they have none of now.
Which to me is the most telling thing about them, beyond the corruption or the incompetence, the fact that they desired power. I've always believed that those who yearn for power and command are the worst leaders.
I know poor Master Ebenezer spends day and night going through the mess that Master Chance left for him, and the subsequent mess caused and left by Malcolm. Master Chance was going to extreme lengths to cover up Malcolm's activities. Apparently he was aware of most of these ridiculous things like wrestlings and movies being filmed, and there was a wedding that was paid for, actually, believe it or not, and being planned and prepped for him and Davine. The thought of it just angers me.
Well, don't worry, I think if you tried that, I don't think there's a force on heaven or earth that could have stopped her from killing him.
I think even in that form I was in when we fought wouldn't have stopped her.
I think she would have limit broken despite having no training.
I would have liked to have seen that. I'm quite fond of the clip of her throwing him through the walls when he called her the legendary bad mother of Spain.
I am too.
Oh yeah, she did enjoy that one.
God's the catharsis of watching that.
The catharsis of seeing the scans of the Majestic. All that money gone. Equipment. What a joke.
The most advanced stealth drive anywhere.
I heard he had his own city.
He did. It has since been nuked. Not that it would have mattered, because the entire place was clicking hot with radiation because the idiot dumped nuclear waste around it as a deterrent.
He chuckled. On the same planet the T-Rex was dropped. You guys have a history when it comes to dinosaurs.
Yes,
One that we wouldn't want to keep.
I'm fine with most of them, but you can visibly see the chill run down his back. Raptors, one I would like to never see again.
What were they like? I've never had the, I suppose, displeasure of having to fight dinosaurs.
You remember?
Multiple times!
remember what you said about the xenomorphs? Their intelligence.
Yes.
They were as smart, probably smarter, but they seemed to move more independently. It was honestly more like fighting a soldier. Not to the training extent, but these things, they were smart, they could plan, and they were fast, stocky. From what I've researched and seen, it seems they have very dense muscle tissue and skin. Even my shotgun at the time had trouble taking them down, and against a big one, I don't even think that'd be enough. So
Max Tech were fools to think they could control them.
Oh, they were. Oh, my only regret about that facility is that we never got to see them attempt to train them.
They probably would have ended as food.
I'm sure you could train one from birth the same way you would, well, a person or a very intelligent animal, but the thing about hyper-intelligent species is eventually they might decide they don't want to take orders anymore.
He nods his head, which leads me to sits up in his seat on the chair, the couch. A question. I don't care about movies. And I don't care about spoilers. So tell me, how did Malcolm convince you to go to this location where there was enough dinosaurs to make a movie called Jurassic Galaxy?
It isn't really a movie, as more of a found footage type thing.
He starts laughing.
A documentary.
It's more, yeah, it's more like a documentary. We were told that we were going hunting on a preserve, a beautiful preserve, which it was quite nice looking, but a beautiful preserve with exotic wildlife. We weren't gonna, me, Ash, Davine, we all told each other that we weren't going to hunt and just enjoy the preserve. Then the dinosaurs came.
We found out it was dinosaurs once we were already on the island and the dropship was too far away to reboard, but we were assured herbivores only right after he referenced the existence of a Tyrannosaurus.
And he was embarking on the hunting adventure to impress the beautiful Davine.
He wanted to find a Triceratops.
Why? Why?
For Davine.
But why?
I don't know. She didn't even know what dinosaurs were at the time.
Wouldn't it make more sense to kill the king of the dinosaurs, the T-Rex, not a Triceratops? Was he that mad?
We're talking...
No, he was gonna get the Triceratops as a pet for Davine.
And keep it on the ship.
Yes. Right.
That's a good way to get a hole in the hull of your ship.
Yes. A 50-ton animal, yes. Remember, we're talking about a man with a caveman brain, so I don't think he put more thought into it beyond pretty lady impressed by big catch.
You see him nod his head. That's not the only thing. I know he did a litany of things to try and impress her. I can sympathize with him to an extent. Rationalize, perhaps, is the better word. But, you see, he goes to say something. It's not my place. You have to go to SIS after we get Mom back for you. Are you prepared to see your mother?
As prepared as I'll ever be, sir.
How about you, Ash?
Same here. I just want to see her again.
She spent a long time and a lot of money searching for you guys on the frontier. Master Chance trying to cover things up. Her and Hunk. It was not a good time in her life. Losing Blaze. She had a child, but still, too many negatives, not enough positive.
Yeah.
He shrugs and takes a drink of water.
Even she has her limits.
Everybody does. Everybody does. I know they tried long and hard to delay your departure to the Arcane Council long ago.
They did.
They couldn't.
Malcolm didn't even want you two on the team. He shrugs. I don't know. Malcolm didn't want you on the team, but Master Chance did. Apparently Master Chance was intelligent enough to see your strengths.
He wanted bodyguards for his idiot grandson.
Well, he did. And he had two good ones. It's a shame that Malcolm did not meet his end on one of the multiple zombie apocalypses. He's just looking right at that. I've been informed of.
Yes. Let's put it this way. If only Lazuli had trained and raised worse men.
If only you had just... He shrugs. Those mobile suits are difficult to control, Ash. I know nothing about it, but I can imagine if you just accidentally stepped a little too far to the left.
6 inches and he would have been cut in half.
I'm surprised he let you pilot it, Ash. I am shocked. He seemed to keep almost a collar on you, as if you were a dog.
Well, we both know how dangerous to operate they are, right?
Yes, you know better than I.
And we know how little he liked me and how little he thought of my abilities, right?
Ah, I see. He was hoping you bit the dust.
I very nearly did if it weren't for the ranger here.
He gets a big smile on his face. The Ranger.
The Ranger. Not gonna get used to that one for a while.
Major Lazuli will be shocked. He crosses his arms with a big smile.
I am too, honestly. He looks out the window. I never saw myself as a ranger, to be honest.
Well, you're still only a private, but a private on an Arcane Council team. Now a ranger, if you start saving your money, assuming Pequod lets you save a little bit here or there, you should be able to afford that Escalade if the prices ever stop going up. Malcolm has inflated the market on Escalades exponentially. I've been researching them for you. It's not looking great.
He shrugs. And we'll get there eventually. I made a promise to her.
Well, you just climbed one mountain, you need a new one, or people like us stagnate.
The Escalade is Everest, Ash. The other ones are just hills, in my opinion.
He starts laughing.
All
Yes. Yes.
All the better.
I don't think the Escalade company, whoever runs it, the executives would have ever thought that the prices of their vehicles would have skyrocketed because of the folly of some moron.
No, I don't think so.
Who does own the company? He points his hand over at Ash's finger. Pull it up on the eNet. Look. Type in, like, whatever you type. You're better with those
He'll
things than I.
type in who owns Cadillac.
Tommy Wiseau.
Oh, God. It fits. It fits.
Jared's eyes wide. He he starts sweating. He owns the Cadillac company and a restaurant on Gateway, huh?
Yes, he
Julius
does.
pats his shoulder in a place that won't hurt him. You know, hypothetically, she isn't very good at it, but my mother really enjoys gardening vegetables.
Oh! Perhaps I could learn a thing or two. Perhaps I could buy her... I have an idea.
He nods. You'll need it.
Tommy owns the Cadillac company. That's, well, I guess I have competition. He wipes sweat off his...
Well, I'd say you're already miles ahead in that regard.
Maybe. Best not to hedge my bets as you feel the ship land. And Jiren looks shocked and, well... Are you ready?
Of course.
Yeah.
Just remember what General Lorelei told you, Julius. Expression puts his hand over your heart. Right here. This is the key to victory here, today.
He looks down at his hand. Yes, sir.
He stands up, and those should help. He points to the soda. Come on, and he starts walking off the ship.
Lead the way, Ranger.
Before they head out, Julius grabs an ice pack for Jiren's jaw.
He puts it right on his fucking jaw. Urgh. Now, just as Jiren described, it's a planet where EarthGov likes to. I'll explain this. Don't worry. EarthGov likes to. They introduce species back to the planet in small quantities, and then they leave them and let them have their breeding population grow naturally. Because like artificially inflating it would be disastrous. At least studies suggest. But anywho, that's what they do on multiple portions of this planet. You come up and you see, Ash has got this, you see a large barrier. It's like a dome around this place. And you could just faintly hear they're talking inside, and you see Leslie pointing around, and she's working these people like fucking nuts. Even Julius, young Julius, the child, flying around with a small bag of feed for some type of small bird. And Jiren just steps back and crosses his arms. I leave you to it.
Okay,
Alright.
come on. You're gonna make his way to the barrier.
You've seen barriers like this before. They wear something, like a bracelet, maybe, I imagine they're like bracelets or something, a chip in their wrist computer. It's a one-way barrier. They can get through it if they have the chip or the bracelet. You can't.
Okay.
I mean, dude, just knock.
Knock, I guess.
Julius will knock on the barrier.
You see this guy come over, a happy-looking Jiren. He looks at you guys, gestures with his hands awkwardly, and you see he's staring back at Jiren, confused. He's wearing almost like monk attire, and you can hear his voice. Is that, like when people talk into a cup or something? And can I help you?
Hi, yes, we're here to see Leslie.
Oh, she's not taking visitors.
I hope she'll make an exception.
And you see he's more busy looking at the buff version of his species. Because Jiren is an outlier. Who are you? Excuse me, who are you, young men?
We're her sons.
Her sons.
Oh, her son is there.
Adoptive.
Please leave.
I can't do that, sir. Please.
Are you poachers?
No.
Because the last poachers that came to this planet got disintegrated. Major Leslie.
We're her sons and members of Alpha Niner. We just came to see her after a long time. Adopted sons.
I think she did mention about. He sees the soda. What is that?
Her favorite soda.
May I have one?
Sure, you can take mine.
His hand comes out of the barrier. He takes the soda, opens it, sniffs it, takes a little sip. I'll get her for you. One moment. He starts walking off. You see him conversing with Major Leslie, ex-Major Leslie. So you have some time to breathe.
Okay, you ready?
He puts his hands on his knees and bends over. Yeah, we got this. He stands straight up. We got this.
You just want to brawl with the shield of the army. You can take anything, Ranger.
Yeah.
You know what Lorelei said when you were fighting him?
What's that?
With the biggest smile I've ever seen, she said, "And our victory is assured." Now, if she'd say that about you, just in a sparring fight, then I wonder what she thinks you can really do.
He rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, maybe.
Don't sell yourself short.
You see this guy, he walks up to Leslie. He's gesturing down to the soda. She looks down at it, and then he points to the barrier, and she looks here and sees you both. And her eyes are wide. Then you see her head look a little bit over here, and she sees Jiren in the background. She collects herself, presses her hands down her side, and walks up to the barrier with a smile on her face, but she's still inside. And you can hear her talking, and she, Julius, Ash, how you doing? What are you doing here? In fact, I'll just do the talking, please. Allow me. I saw you, so you're a big movie star now, Julius. We get signals out here. Finally, leave EarthGov. Get away from people like me. I'm proud of you. She gives you a thumbs up.
No, I'm still in EarthGov. In fact, I'm a ranger now.
Oh, you still with Pequod? Or
Yeah.
did them? Oh, I always kind of thought the career military woman thing would get between you two. I'm glad it didn't. 'Cause she's good for you. She kind of points at you.
Yes, she is.
Wonderful. How's Sarah's Ash? She looks over at you.
She's wonderful, Mom.
So you got it all squared away? Oh, don't worry about me. You got it all squared away? Everything fixed up, patched up, all that stuff?
Much as I can, yes. Still working day by day to be good enough for her, but we're doing it.
She shrugs. It's all a work in progress. Nice. Her hand comes out of the barrier, slaps Julius on the shoulder. Well, I'm sure Davine and Pequod are waiting for you. Likewise with Saris. I'm sure Commander Integra's doing better. She nods, watch your backs out there, and starts walking away.
Wait.
Mom,
She turns around. Don't worry, if you need money, Julius, Ash, go to Suletta. She can draw from my bank account. I've taken care of everything for you. And she keeps walking.
come
Mom.
back. We don't give a damn about money. We came to see our mother.
You see her head lift up, and she's looking up at the sky, and she makes a fist. And she turns around and looks at you and slowly starts walking up again. What do you need? What can I do for you? What do you need? I'm entitled to my peace and privacy. What do you want? I've given you enough, personally. I think, anyway. And she's glaring at Julius. What do you want? If it's not money, you need a car, a ship, just go to Suletta. Leave me the hell alone.
You.
We want a mother.
We've been horrible sons to you. And I am sorry. It's, something I can never really repay, but I need to be better, and I can't lose another mother. I love you dearly, Mom, and I am so sorry.
She crosses her arms, and you don't need me. You have Davine and Commander Integra's healthy, you said. You got you two don't need me. What do you want, Julius? And she comes over here. What do you want? Say what you want, and then just go back to your family.
I couldn't give a damn about Davine.
You hear Jiren, I could.
You were my mom, and I didn't appreciate that at all. I hate your husband. I never made you any dinners. I didn't treat you well. I need my mom.
You see her biting her bottom lip. She's just kind of groan.
It doesn't mean much, probably, but he takes out the locket he got her and sticks it out. I could set it down on the ground if you don't want to touch me.
You see both arms come out and pull you in, and she gives you a big hug. Jiren walks up beside Ash, and You see him, and he's wiping his eye. The wind kicked up. Got something in my eye, Ash.
Ash doing the same. Yeah. Yeah, it did. Terribly windy.
And she's squeezing you very tight, Julie.
Julius, not able to squeeze as tight as her, but still very tight. He puts his head on her shoulder, and a few tears start falling. I've really missed you.
I missed you as she's squeezing you, rubbing the back of your head. I'm very glad to hear I was. And she gives you a kiss on the head, your mom.
Always will be.
Please forgive me for not being able to find you guys.
You don't need to apologize. You did your best, and it was more than we deserved, honestly.
She types on her wrist computer. Jiren gestures to Ash, and you guys can come in with the soda, and she's not letting go of Julius.
Walk over and just put his arm around her. I'm sorry.
It's okay. She looks over at you, Ash, opens her arm to pull you in. Old man.
Yeah. You don't have to be sorry for anything.
You look a lot better. She rubs the side of your face with her free hand. The lazy eye's gone.
You can thank Country for that, and Jiren here for getting me into shape.
She looks down at Julius and then back at you, Ash, and Jiren. Go ahead.
I have something for you as well. He's going. I assume the knuckles are finished, right?
Yep.
And pull them out. These, I made them. Icy enchanted them, but these are for you, man.
She takes them, looks at them. Definitely Nicole's handiwork. I can taste her as she holding them. These are nice, Ash. Thank you.
Only the best for my mom.
And you brought soda. She looks down at Julia.
Yes, that soda. And he gestures to it.
She puts out her hand, still holding Julius. Give me one. Open it for me.
He's gonna open it and hand it to her.
All we have to drink here is water. And she starts chugging it down. Finishes it. That's a taste that brings back some good memories. She sets the bottle down on the ground.
Yeah. Very good ones.
Everybody's well? Ranger, Sasha, everybody?
All of us.
You got them on your squad?
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
That's good. And Jiren, not only did they get them on the squad, but Julius is a ranger now. And she looks right down at you confused. Really? I thought you were just pulling my leg.
He shrugs. Yeah, I beat Jiren in a fight, and Lorelei deemed that worthy of me being a ranger.
She looks up at Jiren. He nods and points to, some swollen parts of his face. Looks down at you, Julius, pulls you in for another big hug.
He, entered, I don't know what you would call it, but whatever that form you thought he could get, he did. It was magnificent.
He had to have to beat Jiren. She looks over at Jiren and Jiren, oh, trust me. Beat was an understatement.
He, proved himself worthy of the Lazuli name, Mom.
She pinches Julius's chin. I always did like the ring of Julius Lazuli.
It does sound good, doesn't it?
It's fitting.
Let's go of Julius's chin. Gives you a kiss on the cheek. You're all grown fucking up as you see her start to tear up. A goddamn ranger. Her voice starts to crack. I always figured Ash would make it. Ash, are you a ranger?
Cadet. Right now, my mission.
Well, that's the start.
My mission is to bring the girls back safely at any cost.
I'm so fucking, and she pulls you in, proud of you, Julius Lazuli. She's crying on Julius's shoulder.
Julius laughs. If you start crying, I'm gonna damn it. And he starts crying on her shoulder.
So you guys just came to see old mom?
Yes and no. We have another gift for you, this time from us and General Lorelei.
Yeah, right. He pulls out the major insignia. Lorelei told me to give this to you. No other option.
She puts her hand over her mouth for a second, looks at Jiren, and then back at you. And Jiren, I'm sure Ash informed you of the threat. But it's more severe than I think any of us thought. Malcolm, it's a miracle Squad Sigma stopped them as long as they did. And he gestures back to you guys.
It's bad, Mom. It's worse than the... Oh, God. It's worse than the Archfiend. It's bad. Calamity Wars level, and even if we didn't need you back for that, I just want you back.
I always did want to live on one of those mansions on Gateway. She looks down at Julia.
Well, Hunk is also up there. Speaking of, he takes out the locket and makes sure that Ash and Jiren don't see it as he opens it up. And
She looks down at you, shocked. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He showed me. Closes it and hands it to her. That's yours.
Thank you, Julius. She gives you a kiss on the cheek, puts it around her neck. I guess my retirement was short-lived. And she looks at Ash.
I guess so. Hey. Don't think about it like that. Think about the fact that you shouldn't retire before the old man does.
She laughed. I haven't had any contact with Hunk, but I heard he was gonna desert and try to film a TV show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Julius talked him out of it.
Good. I'm glad you did. He's not the deserter type. I guess, well then, she looks back at the people and she whistles sharply, and Julius, the baby, flies over, and she, well, carry your brother, and she points to Julius, and then you, Julius.
He chuckles and starts holding him.
Mom,
Yeah.
I'm still figuring out how to be a good son, but I'm going to be better for you. I know. Julius has always been the favorite, but I'm just happy to have you back.
There's something different about you. She kind of snaps her fingers. You seem, I don't know,
I'm at
more
peace.
at peace. She puts her hand up and down in Hor's vertical position at you. Just more mature. Finally grown up. Your posture, your stance, you're confident. Frankly, Ash, you were a fucking loser. And she starts chuckling.
Oh, I was.
I'm amazed Saris put up with you as long as she did.
As am I. You know, I let my past rule me for too long. You gave me a foundation that I can build a new future off of. I don't give a damn about what I was before anymore. In fact, do you... You see, he looks kind of sheepish. Do you mind if I use the Lazuli surname as well?
Of course! Jiren, not many mothers can say they have time travelers for sons, forgetting she's not privy to any of this, and she... What? Looks right at Jiren! And Jiren, something to discuss on the venture back. Gotta go! And he starts walking back to the ship. She, what the hell did Pinhead just say?
We're a little bit time travelers.
Come on, let's
You see her look confused.
get
Take-
on the ship and we can tell you.
Take your brother back to the ship. I'm gonna go grab our things and I'll meet you on the ship. She starts walking up.
Let me help you.
Come on!
He's gonna follow her.
Give me those sodas. We can hand them out here. They can share them.
Yeah, hands them to her.
Actually, I'll just keep them. She puts them in her pocket.
Fair enough, Mom.
I can't wait to see everybody again. Is Pequod giving Julius a hard time?
Always. She's pregnant right now. Well, you knew. She's very close to popping, and, we think it might be twins.
She has a big smile on her face. Oh, Julius with twins. That's a sight I'd love to see.
You know, it's funny. Little Lazuli looks a lot like you and her mom.
She smiles as you go in and help her collect all this stuff. I like to imagine Julius went with Julius back to the ship. She's grabbing her stuff with you inside. Looks at you, Ash. Lorelei really made him a ranger.
She did.
You were there. She's pointing at you. She's like in disbelief.
Face to face, ma'am. She
Anna.
hugged him, too.
No. No.
Kissed him on the cheek, ma'am.
No. I can't believe it. I mean, I believe it, but I just never thought. I always thought Julius would flunk out. I heard they were gonna kick him out after his time on Sigma, the military, which is why I'm so surprised.
Well, I can't blame you for thinking that way. The thought crossed my mind, but we both saw his potential. And he's realized it.
She must really like him. She starts picking up more of her.
She does. She likes him.
Not you?
I fucked up.
What'd you do, Ash?
Well, before I grew up, I asked Rico to lean on her to get Saris and Sasha.
Oh. And she's grabbing some duffel bags. Oh. Is that all, Ash?
And she lent us a talented engineer named Elizabeth, and I got her name wrong when reporting her death.
You see her stare blankly at the wall. Well, surely there can't be anything else, Ash. As she picks up.
I just was an immature. And the armor.
What arm?
Back early in Sigma, we found old ranger armor that was belonging to a dead ranger. And I unlocked it and wore it into battle in the Geist incursion.
You see her almost fall backwards. Gah! Ash!
I was a coward and an idiot.
I can't believe as you're walking out. Malcolm didn't know the significance of the armor?
Oh.
He let you put it on?
He let me put it on, but he hated me, ma'am.
She starts laughing.
I think he wanted her to kill me.
Yeah, we get news feeds out here, albeit it takes time. I've seen some strange things. As you know what, I'm gonna say Julius is here as you guys are all together again. I've seen some strange things. I honestly thought Julius quit the military and was like a movie star. Davine too. I just figured you got kicked out because that's what was gonna happen to you, Julius, and somehow you were a movie star. But then I saw scenes with Malcolm, and I honestly had no idea.
Malcolm made them.
Why?
Do you want to tell her?
He was deeply infatuated with my mother, and he thought being a big movie star would impress her.
Jiren comes through the barrier from the ship. He got it all prepped to launch. He comes in. Yes, we need to get back to Gateway with the utmost haste. I need to get to Calamari before a restaurant closes, and we're going to be going on a camping trip, Major. She looks up at him and then at you guys. Camping trip?
Yes, with the whole family and Lorelei.
She starts laughing. Oh. She must really like you guys.
We'll go with that, and not that she wants to see how badly Malcolm butchered one of her favorite movies.
Jiren, she's a fan of Julius's cooking, believe it or not. Leslie looks at Julius.
Uh, yeah. She likes my cooking for some reason, and that fact terrifies me.
Well, the beer steak you made a long time ago was one of the best meals I ever had. She shrugs, so
He smiles. I'll make sure to cook you some more.
I've been craving one of those. And Jiren, perhaps that is what we have on the camping trip. And he looks at Julian.
Not a bad idea. I'll have to prepare it.
Well, you'll have time to go shopping, report to SIS. They have some things to ask you. Let's get to the ship.
Let's go.
You go back to the ship. Ship's piloting away. You're on your way back to the gateway. Leslie's here. Julius has Julius. Talk about a paradox. Leslie has drank the soda and she's sitting down on the ship next to Jiren. Looks over at Jiren. You look like shit. And then she looks at Julius. Jiren just, I feel like it. Trust me.
I'm sorry.
It was incredible fight. That moment.
Leslie pats the couch. She wants Julius to sit down next to her. Julius and Julian. You sit down and she puts her arm right around your shoulder and pulls you in. Go ahead, Ann.
I'm just saying it was a hell of a fight, complimenting the commander on that multiplication technique.
I'm surprised. She's looking right at you, Julius. I'm surprised you were able to achieve such a thing. I stopped pushing you towards the last couple years. At least the last 2 years. I always knew you were capable, but I didn't. And Jiren, it was Malcolm. And just shakes his head.
Yeah.
Is she Malcolm?
Take them
So-
down.
Play the clip.
He's gonna play the clip of the Dark Star 1 as there's like 15 guys. Take them down, Julius! As he runs past.
Is he running away? She's watching.
Yes.
As always.
Jiren, this is the unedited clip. EarthGov has edited what you're about to see out. This is from their Exoframes POV. And she's watching it and her jaw starts to go agape.
Yeah, so Malcolm put me in situations where my survival instinct kicked in, and the knowledge you gave me also kicked in.
And you kick the shit out of those guys as one dude gets his head kicked off.
Oh, yeah, I did.
And so you had to battle Commander Jiren.
Yeah, I had to battle him or be kicked out of the military, and not be told where you are.
To translate, Lorelei knew that it would be the trigger point he needed.
She shrugs. You know that Wait a minute. She slams her hand down on the table. Time travelers and glares at.
Yes, so... Remember how, the best I could say, we were from another world?
Airships and no knowledge of any basic technology, yeah.
Well, we are from another world. It was called Gallia. What was it? 7? What was the time? Thousands of years ago?
I think it was 4 million years ago.
4 million. Yes.
You see Leslie gulps big. Wait a minute. Who said this? Is this something you read, or did Lorelei tell you this?
Lorelei.
Oh, god damn it, then it's true.
And we have evidence of it.
Oh my god, she's covering her mouth.
We lived on a world called Gallia, and we met a wizard named Dale, and... One moment.
Dale.
Yes, Kingsman. He had this school on a planet out in the frontier. So yeah, he was selling his students as slaves to amass a fortune so he could go back to Gallia before something called the Darkening happened.
Back. Yeah,
Oh.
turns out, you know the thing we're fighting against?
Yeah, well, vaguely, yeah.
Well, to put it quickly, it is an eldritch deity that came forth once, wiped out most life in the universe, caused the basically extinction of the Star Children and the dragons. Yeah, the one that's sealed away now. Yeah, the Darkening was that thing coming forth for the first time.
Kingsman. I've heard the name. SIS was on that guy on his 6. I remember Hunk mentioning him. He was deep into, I suppose they call it the black market.
He was looking for, I guess, people to get the stones for him. He wanted to go back, thinking when he went back, he would go back after the Darkening was over. He had armies of Mercurius units and weaponry that he wanted, and gold that he wanted to create a new empire on a planet that was, unbeknownst to him, dead. The funniest part is, had that worked, we would have all been popped right back at the moment we left. Hours before Bayagona, Dagon, and God knows what else ended all life on that planet.
She looks down at Julius. So, wait a minute. This is a lot to take in. There's no way you can go back. And she pulls Julius very close.
No. Pequot saw that the planet was cracked, so the time rift that was on the planet that only me and Ash and one other SIS agent named Towns could go into was collapsed.
And Jiren, hell have no fury like General Rico's daughter. And Leslie starts laughing.
So, you're stuck with us forever, Mom.
Oh, it's not a bad thing. She smiles. It all does make sense. I remember just how clueless you guys were. It wasn't just weapons. It was like you were aliens. You didn't know how to function in society.
Yeah, I'd say we were. Out of time and space. And look at that, we ended up in the right place at the right time to meet the greatest woman ever.
She smiles, and to win.
Well, that goes without saying. We have EarthGov's secret weapon and the new secret weapon.
And apparently one of these secret weapons is General Lorelai's favorite new ranger. Pulls Julius even closer.
In fact, that scares one of the secret weapons to no extent.
Well, she wouldn't have made you a ranger if she wasn't very proud of you. Yeah, she just shakes her head with a smile. I never thought you'd make it this far.
Trust me, I didn't either.
Guess what Icy found for me?
She looks at
An unfinished mobile suit.
What?
You know the bunker that the Archfiends had been living in?
Yeah. I mean, vaguely.
There was an unfinished mobile suit called the Tall Geese 3 there.
Oh, so you guys went down there and put my training to use, killed those fuckers, and now you got the mobile suit from them.
Not quite.
Jiren, oh.
About that. The last remaining Archfiends have been folded into EarthGov, thanks to Icy.
What?
Yes, they, turns out the last remaining ones were just living on Earth, protecting a couple small towns.
Oh, protecting towns.
Yes. And, Icy managed, being incredible and trained by you and Hunk, managed to broker peace between them and EarthGov, and they now are part of EarthGov.
On Gateway Station?
Yeah.
And in your son.
Well,
Yeah, the symbiote. I remember you told me about it. I
not
grabbed.
anymore.
Not anymore. And Jiren, I was waiting to discuss this with you. Leslie looks at him in the back at Julius. Jiren, he's achieved, albeit he's having trouble maintaining and controlling this state. But if he were to wear the Archfiend, then Leslie, you'd kill it if you enter that state again. And if you wear it, it will, over time, prevent you from going back. You were malnourished, Julius. But some of it was not being fed, but the extreme levels of malnourishment you showed compared to Ash is a result of wearing that thing.
And overuse, I'd assume.
Yes. It is a symbiotic organism. Like think of, I don't know. I'm bad at examples like this. I'm not a biology student. And Jiren, I don't know, a leech, maybe?
Parasitic. Like a cleaner fish.
And Leslie, yeah, that's a good example. The more you use it, the more it's going to take from you. I don't know why you were using it so much. Was Malcolm making you?
You ever hear the saying, go Omega Tristan?
I've seen a clip of him yell, go Omega Tristan, and then I saw something. I can only imagine it was you in that form lifting a box.
Yeah, that's what he would tell me to do.
Oh.
At the opening of any fight, regardless of actual danger, the words "Go Omega, Tristan" would ring out across the battlefield.
Why Tristan?
Oh no, none of us do. Maybe I look like a Tristan or something.
He lost his mind due to wearing a cursed Civil War general's uniform.
What? She just looks confused at Jiren. There's so much that happened and so much still unfolding. It's a mess. They even passed the... Oh, I forgot to tell you boys. These two actually gave a public address to the public. Leslie's jaw drops looking at Julius. You?
Yeah, I did.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to see that, Jiren. It's on the ENet still. The Chance Reformation Bill actually has passed. All the proceeds of the MWF airing, these movies, basically everything, all 100% of the proceeds are going back into trying to pay for the damages caused by Malcolm and company, Globnock and other people. And yeah. And she...
Good.
How many damages could one man cause?
Hundreds, if not thousands, of people. He caused 2 zombie outbreaks on 2 separate colonies, wiping out the life there.
Her eyes wide.
He killed dozens, if not hundreds, of people filming his movies. He dropped a tyrannosaur into a small colony.
Built a
Bought-
city and then completely irradiated it by
Bought
dumping toxic waste.
Bought and killed multiple slaves as part of his wrestling league.
Wrestling league? She looks at you.
Yes, the MWF.
Your mother is an attractive woman, Julius, but you think he would have learned after the first failed attempt or two. Some trees just aren't worth barking up.
And he's a dumb dog.
One of the few wise things that I ever heard him say was, "Only the best things in life are difficult to get."
Jared starts laughing.
Yes. I'll give him that. A wise thing to say, but, well, a broken clock, correct, ma'am?
She nods at you. Jiren, Master Ebenezer, is up to his neck in trying to figure out what was covered up, what wasn't, what happened. There are literally, at this point, hundreds of millions of credits gained, missing, and lost. Malcolm was a huge star on the frontier.
Mm-hmm. To put it simply, between what he embezzled, what he sold EarthGov property for, and what he made, I wouldn't be surprised to hear it in the numbers of over 1 billion credits, if not more.
Let's hit the stop clock on something here. Cursed uniform? She looks at Julie. Is that why he looked like an old man?
Yeah, so over the span of 2 weeks, he went from how we all saw him at the very beginning, and then to that. That was for, I believe, his first Malkiana Jones incursion?
Yes.
Excursion?
Yes.
Malkiana.
The movie.
Is that the one with you whipping yourself, Julius?
Yeah.
That lion was. I can see the money. That lion was good looking effect.
It was real.
She looks blankly. I'm sorry. And she pulls you in for a hug.
Every effect you saw in that movie was real.
So those people dying in historic military artifacts, the
Ah.
jeeps, the trucks, they all
Uh,
actually died. She's still squeezing Julius. The blimp?
He paid. Oh, what did it have to be? Over 100 million credits to get that blimp, and then, yes, set a time bomb off in it while it was occupied.
She looks shocked. Squeezing Julius. I'm so sorry I didn't find you. I tried.
I know, and thank you. But yeah, we're banned from a couple colonies.
Yeah.
Couple? She looks at both of you.
He did that on at least 3 or 4 filming his movies, ma'am.
Oh. General Lorelei and SIS are aware you're banned from these places?
I think so.
Maybe we should probably tell them.
Yeah. Oh, and the uniform was the Civil War General Stonewall Jackson's, where he raided his tomb to obtain it.
Why? She shakes her head looking at it.
He deemed himself a colonel and needed.
But he was a general.
I know. He needed a uniform worthy of the colonel. Don't worry. He also deemed himself General Commandant, Commodore,
Admiral. Jiren speaks.
High Overlord, War Chief, Chief Arcanist,
Arcanist.
the Child King.
He was far from a child. He looked older than you, Ash. She points at you.
So do you want to hear the funniest part about that?
Yes.
He was 2 years younger than I am.
And that uniform morphed him into that corrupted visage?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. He rubs the back of her neck.
Oh, and you know the Gorok gentleman, Gorok Bone Crusher.
Yeah, the one you said told Saris something, or I don't really remember.
Yeah, that's not Gorok Bone Crusher.
Who is it?
Well, Gorok Bone Crusher died in the Geist incursion, a hero protecting civilians. That man that you knew, who I will refer to as Globnok, is a spy from the Cult of the Firstborn.
A plant.
Yes.
Max Tech. You see her nod her head. That's their MO.
It is, or was, I suppose, now that Max Tech no longer has the power they once did.
Yeah, I know you guys took out the heads. One of the most popular streams is... I mean, thank God SIS got a hold of all this stuff and they blurred it out, but there's Davine lifting up her shirt, flashing these guards. If you ever see the clip, not that you want to, but you'll see Agent O's heads over her titties, you know. And then there's this strange, disheveled-looking young woman standing next to her, who I swear looks like she had brain damage. And Jiren, oh God.
That was our ranger, Denaria, and yes, she did. Pulls up again the Malk Cherto video.
Oh. That's the MWF or whatever you called it.
Yes, the one that was building to Malcolm facing me in an airlock match.
Airlock match.
The only way to win is to close your opponent in an airlock and then open it.
So he really hated you, Ash.
Oh, ma'am, he tried to kill me on multiple occasions, including, well, he plays it. No! Ash revs up the chainsaw.
I saw a clip of you getting hit in the head gave you the lazy eye with the plate. The world needed only one Big M.
Yes.
I just can't. She shrugs. There's so much.
There is, and we'll get through it all eventually, but...
Jiren shrugs. Malcolm has, for the foreseeable future, changed EarthGov culture. At first, people loved him. These two can tell you. They went to some type of, what would you call this thing, Ash? Cosplay game convention?
An anime / just pop culture convention.
And everybody there was dressed up like Malcolm. Then the briefing was given by these two, and now people still, I think, find Malcolm very funny. And they're willing to pay money to see things like the MWF. There's a boxing pay-per-view that will be airing soon, and apparently a series of movies. And the money is as good faith as it can be seen. Paid back to try and fix some of the damages Malcolm caused. Lastly, I'm surprised EarthGov didn't, try to completely sweep it under the rug. I mean, that's what I would have done if I was in Rico's shoes. How did this stuff hit the internet? Jiren just, oh god. She starts laughing.
My wife was quite the fan of the videos and just really wanted everyone to see him. And then we went to a comic convention, went on stage and answered questions.
And she shot from the hip. She spoke truthfully. And she's right. The more we look at it, the bigger the scope becomes. There was never a chance this was getting covered up. And when it did eventually come out, it would have done far more damage than letting it be known now ever could.
She looks at you, a brave thing for her to do.
It is. It's funny. Who'd have thought that for me, one of the role models in getting my act together would be that snot-nosed little brat of a pilot that we met the first day we were in the Headhunters?
She does have a strength, albeit she's a brat. And Jiren starts laughing, but that's Julius's hill to stay on top of, conquer.
I can't feel energy like you guys can. But I can see the spark people have. She's got a fiery spirit just like the three of you.
Jiren nods, so fiery she wants an Escalade. And he looks at Julius.
I'll get her it.
Ladsley, I can see why she wants one. I saw the music video of Malcolm in this bouncy car thing, and from my understanding, in Jiren, the prices of the Cadillac company are very high. Tommy Wiseau is an even richer man. Happy for him. Great. And just crosses his arms and looks away.
Yes, I'm gonna knock you out. Globnock said knock you out. I know the video.
She looks at you both. So, is there room for me at the place on Gateway, or should you guys just drop me off back at the bunker?
There is always room for you, Mom.
Are you sure, Julius? She looks down at you.
Obviously, I don't want to see,
What would
I'd prefer to be there with Hunk and my son, younger son. She looks over at Julius and smiles, and then pulls you in tighter.
Well, what would we do without getting to be the best big brothers possible for little Julius?
Perhaps I can train with Davine. Jiren, yes, you're more than welcome to. I'm going to. She looks at him confused. Oh, okay.
Julius leans over and whispers in her ear, "See that Team Jiren shirt?
She looks at it. Yeah.
Yeah, Pequod made.
Oh, he likes your mom too?
Yeah.
Huh?
He's fighting against..." He puts up quotation marks. Fighting against Tommy Wiseau.
Oh, she whispers. I'm pretty sure your mother is a very intelligent woman. I'm sure she'll make the correct choice.
Hopefully.
You feel the ship dock. Jiren, these two are to report to Ring 8. There are things they need to be informed of and perhaps re-informed of, if you will, Major. I will escort you to the apartment with little Julius. And he nods and points at him. She pulls you in for one more hug, Julius. I'll go see everybody.
Alright. Love you, Mom.
I love you too. She hugs Ash. Jiren Pequod will probably cry when you walk into the apartment. She laughed.
Yes, she will. I love you, Mom.
I love you too, old man. As Jiren, or, probably Hunk will probably cry as well.
That's a given.
Alright, she takes Julius from you. I'll meet you guys back at the apartment. Jiren, good luck on Gateway. He goes, you can tell he wants to say something. Never mind. They get off the ship. You guys are free to enter Ring 8 whenever you choose.
Boy,
Let's go talk to SIS.
let's go. Things are good for now.
You'll notice, you see them clear as day. They're like big holograms. The advertising kernel down below. At the bottom, it says all proceeds go to the Chance Reformation Bill. And you also notice, if you look around, this isn't supposed to be. There are no Malcolm promotions on the Rangers side.
Uh-huh.
God. Come on.
Will do. Let's make our way to the music. Knock on the door.
Door opens for you. Agent O stands up. Lanaya with a big smile on her face. She looks at Julius, looks you up and down. You're looking good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Very good. She stands up, kind of plays with her chin for a minute. Agent O. So, beat Jiren, I suppose, if you're standing here.
I did, sir.
It was incredible, and then General Lorelei made him a full-fledged ranger.
That's what I hear. That's what I hear. Start saving some pocket change. In a few centuries, maybe you too can own an Escalade.
I'm planning on it, sir.
We'll get
Yeah, your wife came down here all the time. All the time. Asking what Escalade dealers I know, where she can get the best price for you to buy her one. She's kept busy while you guys were gone.
Julius just smiles. Sounds a lot like her, sir.
Mhm.
So we have some things to go over.
Yes.
But we got to get something serious out of the way. Towns found Stephen Eloquent for you. I got him here today. Are you collected, prepared? This might not be an easy conversation for you, Ash.
As ready as I'll ever be, sir.
Okay, perfect. We got the locket here. He hands you the locket, holding it for you. Everything's set. Good to
Thanks.
go. I'm going to radio down to Towns. He's going to bring him up. He's down in our lounge. Some food for thought, since I assume Ash will be doing most of the talking to this man. Some food for thought to you, Julius. Wireless contact charging. He just stares at you blankly.
Oh my god.
No, that's not it. That's not it. We'll talk about it more. He points back at the screen. We'll talk about it more. There's not a lot of details. They're bubbling up. You've been gone 2 months living down at the bunker. Must be nice for you. But if you see here, this picture, you see the tall geese's head. The eyes are lit up. You see it holding the prototype unit's mouth, near the end of the fight. Enhance. It zooms in. Enhance. It zooms in. You see that pixelated thing that kind of looks like a white spot and then a brown spot and then like this strange like light brown to tan streak behind it. Okay, well, Towns is very good with tech now. We've been teaching him. He has a high aptitude. He's cleaned this image up. Clarify. and you see Monkey Boy flying on a flying Nimbus with a stick on his back. This thing is all over your combat footage. People didn't notice it at first. When we figured out what it was, there's no coincidence this thing was with you guys for at least 9 months. And we tried to hide it from General Lorelei until today when she came asking questions after I assume you beat Jaren. So you have some explaining to do to her and me. But as the elevator door opens, until then, I'll be quiet now. You see a man come out, and Towns comes out with him. Towns steps to the side, and Agent O, Stephen Eloquin, Ashurion Valorius, Julius Rainfall, 2 of only 3 survivors from the Majestic. He hasn't said anything yet. He hasn't shaken your hand or anything. Agent O, go, Ash.
Hello, Mr. Eloquin. I reached out to try and find you because I have to give you this. And he's gonna hold his hand out with the locket.
He looks at it shocked, takes it from you, and opens it to confirm it is what it is.
Dr. Eloquin did not, make it off the Majestic. I am deeply sorry. But I felt the need. We weren't able to find many of the family members of those on the ship, so I wanted to give at least one closure as to what happened to her.
Looking down at the locket, looks up at you. Thank you. He closes his fist, closing the locket. What happened to Gonzalez? She was my sister's friend, and my sister was only involved with your squad because Gonzalez got her on board. Don't tell me she died too.
Without going too deep into possibly classified material, Gonzalez is presumed alive but MIA.
He looks confused for a second. All right. Holding the locket very tightly in his hand. Can you tell me how she died? I want to know. What happened to my wife? What happened on that ship?
We were, well, first off, you've probably seen the briefings about how Captain Chance acted.
SIS has made me aware of some things, yeah.
He treated Dr. Eloquin very poorly, for which I'm sorry for not putting an end to it. Our ship was out in dark space, the far outer reaches. We were flying along when a large monster knocked our ship out of the sky. It crashed, and in the crash, the medical bay was crushed, and she died with the Mercurius unit trying to stop it from crushing both of them.
You see his lips start to quiver.
It was, as best we can tell, a very quick and painless death, but I know that's no consolation, so I am deeply sorry.
He starts to tear up a little bit.
Dr. Eloquin was a very dear friend to me. She's the only reason I'm standing here. She took me back from the brink many a time and put me back together. She's one of the greatest people was one of the greatest people I've ever known. And I am eternally grateful to her, and I hope I'm able to have repaid some of that in a small way by giving this to you.
He nods his head, looks at you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Towns looks at Agent O, and Agent O nods, and Towns hands him Eloquin's journal. And he takes it and thank you.
A big thing about it, her journal was instrumental in us getting people who were responsible for covering this up out of power and into prison where they belong.
Master Chance, from what we've seen on the news.
Yes. She was a hero, through and through.
He nods his head. If there was one thing I could have of her to remember her by, it would be this. He takes one off his neck. We had matching lockets. I had a terrible feeling when she left. She said she was going on a civilian contractor job, great money. She really didn't need it. I think she was always looking for the next challenge, the next hill to conquer, and I think the job on an Arcane Council strike squad was appealing to her, and she said it would be a year or so, and I never heard from her again after she left, and ever again.
Yes, he kept us out on the frontier, in deep space, past relay range for 20 of the 24 months we were out there. She did her damnedest to keep us functioning. It's a miracle. Well, she was a miracle worker.
She was a miracle woman. He looks at you and kind of slightly smiles.
She was. I can see why you love her so. She I don't even know what to say. I could just keep singing her praises forever. She is the only reason that I am alive right now.
He looks at the locket one more time before putting it around his neck with his other one. I won't forget this. Points at you. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
He shakes your hand, smiles at you, and Lanaya, when you're ready to leave, take the elevator down, and you know your way out from here, Mr. Eloquent. He nods respectfully at you, Ash, and disappears down the elevator. Towns watches him go down, and he's gone.
May I have a seat?
Yeah, of course. Agent gestures to open chairs. Come on, Julius.
He's gonna sit down and just breathing heavily, trying not to start breaking down.
Agent O looks at you. So, what do you want to do? Do you want to talk about Malcolm first? Or we have some... You know what? I'm just going to make the call. Towns. And Towns nods his head, and you see footage come up. We'll just say it's on the screen over here of UC Globnock. It's a security camera footage. Agent O, and there's multiple angles. And some of them are from Towns' POV, his hut. Agent O points to it. So, he's still alive.
Oh my.
Assumed so.
And you notice on his flanks are what look like BB Corps soldiers. Agent O, because he's not privy that you guys ever seen them before, those are BB Corps troopers. And you can see in the back there's some Max Tech commandos. So Max Tech, maybe you took them out. You did your thing on Crise, and they're gone. Well, they're not. They're still in play. Maybe they don't have the power they once had, but I don't think that really matters. Going forward, he pushes a button on his wrist computer and the footage plays. This is taken from a deep space relay range. Your favorite word, out on the frontier. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of light years outside of the Ripper system. This is a deep space relay EarthGov had. It was operated by 6 or 7 soldiers. Your buddy there, and, company around his stratosphere there, you notice his armor is bigger, wider, heavier, big helmet on to protect himself that he took off in some of the footage from Towns' POV. They hit this relay station, killed the guards there, and occupied it for a time. Towns infiltrated. We can't tell really why they hit the relay station, other than I think they're trying to... Wherever they are has to be way out of way out of anything we know space-wise. So, from what Towns and I can gather, we think they hit this relay station to kind of keep up on current events, you know what I'm saying? See what was going on in the EarthGov news, stuff like that. Because they have to be far out in the fucking sticks if they're desperate enough to... They knew they were recorded, Ash. You know they did.
Yes, of course. It makes sense, sir. They plan to get the third cube they need from us. Those plans went awry when Julius, Davine, Snarf, and I survived due to Icy's intervention. Things have not gone according to their plans, so now they want to see what pieces are on the board to try and make a new one.
Agent O nods, looks over at Towns. Towns, apparently they were reporting back to a place called Terminus? Ring a bell?
Does
He
it?
plays a clip and you hear Globnock, report back to Terminus, man. And he points at one of the ranking BB Corps trooper.
Terminus. Does that ring a bell?
Nope.
It doesn't. No.
Town's base of operations for them?
Possibly, if they're reporting back to it.
Or a commanding officer.
That could be. Town shrugs, Agent O. So he's still alive.
Which means there's a good likelihood Gonzalez is as well.
Towns, but whose side is she on? Agent O, yeah, that's the question.
I
Any
don't think she's on theirs. I may not always be the best judge of character, I suppose, if I didn't notice Globnock's true intent, but the fact that Gonzalez hated his guts as much as we did makes me think she's not one of them.
Towns looks at the footage and they occupied this place for 4 days. They weren't scared of anybody showing up to take them out. And he points at Gurok's armor. It apparently got bigger and purple. And Agent O, yeah, if he was a tough customer before, boys, he's an even tougher customer now.
That's void energy. I guarantee it. It looks a lot like Tewaz's. That's not good.
So odds are he was in cahoots with this cult from the get-go. Not that much we figured.
I'd
But
guarantee it.
this happened 3 weeks ago. You guys were training with Jiren. I mean, they killed our boys. We'll get them for it. You'll get them for me for it. But we didn't think it was worth stopping your training. I didn't want to step on Lorelai's toes. He puts his hands.
No, I appreciate it. I think the last thing that we needed was, no offense, the distraction.
Well, you're back to the real world now. No more bunker, and reality's hitting you hard in the face here. I mean, they haven't appeared anywhere else yet. I don't expect them to make a bold move like this. If the true intent of this was to, keep up on current events, then they know you two are on the squad. They know
Yes.
you're alive and well and kicking. They probably assumed that, given you got away. But be careful outside of EarthGov's space. BB Corps. That's tough customers. You ever seen them before?
Yes, on
Yeah.
a specific mission, we've seen an inkling of what they can do.
I mean, Max Tech Commandos are one thing. I think, anyway, Agent R said you guys have fought them before. The BB Corps are no joke. And a lot of their tech was purchased from Max Tech, so you're basically fighting the augmented fucking Max Tech at this point. Now they have better soldiers. Probably better equipment. Whatever that purple shit is, they got that. In spades. Look at the BB Corps soldiers, and you see their eyes, the helmets, the eyes glow purple and stuff like that.
My assumption is that they would be on par with the champions that we fought that one instance.
Perhaps. I don't know. I mean, there's not a lot we can do. Towns is good at his job, incredible, but we gotta know where to send him, and we can't do anything but react. They do something, we send Towns for recon. That's all we can do. We're stuck playing. They hold all the cards. Let's be honest.
There's one card they don't hold. We know what they need. He's gonna pull up the cube on his wrist computer. They need one more of these. One of them is here on Gateway, so it is lost to them. Doesn't matter how strong they are, there's no shot they're doing a full-on assault of Gateway Station. It's suicide even for them.
Yeah, and there's still one to the wind. They only need 3.
That's what I mean. We know what they want, and although they are difficult to find, we have a basis point. Star Child technology cannot be in very high amounts. There's a chance it could be tracked. Aye?
You know who might know a thing or two if somebody with a little more tact like yourself was in charge of talking?
Whom?
Well, an ancient dragon sleeping on a wooden planet that shouldn't exist. He waves his finger. Perhaps we go back. As you see, they're playing footage of Towns watching the thing sleeping in the cave. Perhaps we go back.
I think so.
Take Major Lasley, Suletta, maybe General Lorelei come with you.
I would recommend.
We can use all the allies we can get in this.
Agreed. And it's a long shot, but maybe we could try and find the Star Children that we met before.
Whatever works. HNO shrugs, but needless to say, we're in reactionary mode right now. We have Towns. I'm great. That's great. He gives 2 thumbs up to you. I'm glad he's here. I'm glad you guys are here. You came from Gallia. Planet's cracked, by the way. He points to you two. Your skill set's exceptional. I'm grateful to have you, but we're sitting on our hands until they make a move. That's not good. Whether we have the cube or not, that's not good, no matter how you spin it.
No, it's not.
It basically means the next time they make a move, we have to answer with force. He has a big smile on his face, force being Alpha 9. So I suggest you square away your armory, anything you need to do for the squad, check with your squad, because the next move they make, Towns will be there covering you guys. You're going. So be ready. You're cleared for active duty now. There's no going back. There's no running away. Clear?
Crystal,
Clear.
sir.
All right. He puts his hand up. That means probably walking into a fucking ambush. So be ready.
Ready as we ever
Understood.
could be.
All right. Good. Now. Great. Towns, pull the fucking thing up. Towns pulls up the picture of Monkey Boy and points at it and then shrugs and Agent O. Explain with the cliff notes, because then you're going to General Lorelei and explaining Monkey Boy. Ranger, Rainfall.
Of course, sir. That is a monkey that Malcolm had captured named Monkey Boy. How he got that cloud thing he's riding, I'm not sure. But that's Monkey Boy. He would tell him to go scout ahead, specifically the most, he puts up quotation marks, famous scout was on the Dark Star, where we ran into an ambush. But yeah, that's Monkey Boy.
It was a chimp that could speak sign language, sir.
Lanaya pulls up an article on the eNet of a monkey being stolen from the San Diego Zoo.
That's
Probably it.
that's probably him.
Lanaya, great. Great. And the whereabouts of Monkey Boy.
Vanished suddenly one day and never was seen again.
Agent O smiles. Okay. Okay. Town. Lanaya wasn't privy to Towns having this footage. And you see Globnock. He's got Monkey Boy by the throat. Throws him fastball style into the airlock. Fuck you, man. And airlocks Monkey Boy.
Yeah.
I thought Malcolm was the one to do. Why would Gurok do that? Or Globnock? Sorry, why would Globnock do that?
Towns plays a clip of Malcolm referring to Monkey Boy as Globnock.
Jealousy.
Agent O. So, we got the Chance Reformation Act. Guess we'll have to pay the San Diego Zoo some gratuity to make up for Malcolm stealing their prize chimp.
Yeah.
Great. Great. Well, was he a nice monkey? He looks at you. Did you enjoy his company?
He was very nice. He mostly slept in my mother's room. But, yes, he was very nice. Me and him would talk through sign language. There was a lot of time on that ship. But yeah, he really liked oranges.
Me eat orange.
Yeah. Just add animal cruelty to the list for Malcolm. Speaking of cruelty, Towns starts playing. He just pulls up a picture of what was it? The Malcolmico?
Yes.
How did you call it? The
The
Malcolmico?
Amalco.
The Amalco. He pulls up a picture of the console with Malcolm standing next to it. This picture has surfaced on Frontier message boards. We'll talk more about it in depth when next you're here. I look forward to your explanation. He smiles, and now if there's anything else, run off to General Lorelei and explain yourselves and do whatever you have to do. I hear you're going on a camping trip.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
For that specific one, I'd just be prepared because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of fraud, lies, and deceit involved in that saga.
Town starts laughing, and Agent O, yeah, from what I hear, there's, hundreds of thousands of Frontier colonists waiting for their game console. He looks back at Julius, and you hear a clip playing from Lanaya's wrist computer. Wireless contact charging, Julius! As she snickers.
Yeah. Wireless contact charge. It wasn't. That's not even. I apologize.
Agent O, we'll talk more about it next time. You got a busy schedule, but, yeah. We'll have Towns dig into it.
Will do.
And as far as Monkey Boy's concerned, we're not telling Daddy, right, Julius? He looks at you.
That's the plan.
All right, good. Great. Yeah.
Pleasure.
Oh, pleasure as always. I'm glad to see you guys in fighting shape. Just big reason I wanted you to come here was Towns' footage and Globnock.
Appreciated, and Towns, thank you.
He salutes.
No salute necessary. Puts out his hand. You're a good man.
He shakes your hand. General Lorelai's points to his temple. Coming back, slowly.
Good.
You guys should see Contri. He points at you. She was asking about you.
Really? Good to hear.
I do sessions with her, too. She was worried about Julius getting kicked out of the military. He looks confused at Julius.
Yes. I'm sure you remember somewhat from Gallia. My attitude isn't the best.
Yeah, well, we all got our sins. I remember eating a mushroom guy alive. Imagine General Lorelei reading your mind and seeing that.
That's pretty bad. Yeah.
We got high off that guy. And Agent O, Jesus Christ.
Well, we're gonna have to have you over at some point to swap war stories.
Yeah, we'll be working more together. You got that hot ranger on your team. Towns. I'm sorry, Agent O. And Lanaya. Yeah, sure. Get out of here, boys.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Towns. Oh, Lanaya.
She nods, and you're free to go wherever you like. You see this little kid pointing up at the hologram of Colonel Towns.
Let's go and see the general first.
Yeah.
You see this turtle man stagger out here, points at you. Oh, haven't seen you in a while.
Yes, I've been away for a bit. Training.
Anything I can get for you? My mom's sleeping.
Oh, yes, of course. He'll just pull out uh his wrist computer and start typing a small list of the things he needs for beer steak.
Well, 20 minutes, I'll have it ready for you.
Thank you very much.
Will you please tell Tommy Wiseau to stop coming down here asking for you? We don't know where you two are. I'm glad you're here, but we don't know. Well, now we know.
We'll try. You know how Tommy is.
Yes, please go see him. I'm sure he's excited to see you. As you hear over the loudspeaker the Malcolm Daving Kissin line play.
I'm Malk Flair, the styling, ash-fighting, majestic riding, spell-flying, Daving kissing, Colonel Rankin, son of a gun.
The MWF presents No Way Out, airing live on pay-per-view this Saturday. And the announcer cuts off.
Oh no. Tell me Pequod hasn't seen that.
Well, she's on Gateway.
Yay.
You're free to go where you want.
Let's go to the General to get my mind off that now. Head up.
You see all the Rangers giving Julius a thumbs up. As he walks by, these two are at the door. This guy looks, I imagine you're wearing it. Looks good on you.
Thank you.
This one hits you on the shoulder. Welcome aboard.
Glad to be aboard.
Steps out of the way. General Lorelei sitting in her office doing some work on her computer. Looks up at you two. Major Leslie's back and better than ever. I can tell, points to her temple, and her eyes, gesture up to like the other level where the apartment's.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a camping trip time.
No, not yet. We're here to inform you about some questions you had, specifically with a certain chimpanzee.
You see the smile leave her face. Your time traveling friend Towns, he's taking to technology very quickly and rapidly. The curse that was anointed onto him by Dale did a number on him, but now that he's coming back, he's very good at uncovering things. The monkey. I could write the monkey off as a coincidence. I saw him in the Tallgeese fight, some footage on an independent colony, which apparently I hear you're banned from. But then I saw him on the Dark Star, and Julius speaking to him. Explain.
So, the chimp was, we've come to find out, likely stolen from the San Diego Zoo by Malcolm. It could speak sign language. Malcolm decided that this thing was a wonderful scout. I believe the exact words were, "Back up, Ash. Watch as a real scout does recon." He would send it off to scout. It would return and sign back at us, and Malcolm would just say, no enemies, even though he would get ambushed every time.
She starts chuckling, and the fate of Monkey Boy.
Earlocked by Globnock, ma'am, out of pure jealousy.
Wonderful! Did you see that thing he's flying on?
Yes.
The little cloud thing, ma'am?
Yes, that is what we call a flying nimbus. They're very rare artifacts that were found by archaeological dig teams on a planet. The name escapes me. But anyway, we have a report of a stolen flying nimbus from the National History Museum. The one in Washington, D.C., continental U.S., ring a bell.
It does, I've heard of it, ma'am.
And there's that pole on his back is apparently some type of magic kung fu weapon that was also stolen from that place.
I believe Malcolm referred to it as the power pole.
Well, suppose we'll have to pay the National History Museum money too. Lots of it, because if Monkey Boy was airlocked, then I assume the Nimbus and the pole went with him. And in the footage, they did.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's almost no chance of ever finding them ever. Yay.
Great. Ash, you should pay a visit to Dr. Contry. She'll be happy to see Julius and you. And the fact Julius is not discharged and a ranger. And also, you should see Tommy Wiseau. He's been asking around for you, both, every day coming here.
Yes.
And Julius, just because you're a ranger, Ash, just because you're a ranger cadet, does not make Tommy an honorary ranger. Try to get that through his head before I explode his eyeballs.
We'll try,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Thank you. I'll come up to the apartment soon. I await our camping trip.
Yes, of course, ma'am. It'll be a delight.
Julius, how hard was it to tell Major Lasley, as she's typing on the computer, exactly how you felt?
Not as difficult as it once would have been for a younger man-child version of me, ma'am.
And the end result was love, affection, and the return of your mother.
Yes, ma'am.
She smiles and nods. Dismissed.
Thank you, ma'am.
As you're leaving, you hear her just utter the words, Monkey Boy, under her breath.
Well, time to go say hi to good old country.
Monkey Boy.
Not
Dr. Contry stands up, comes over to Julius, and gives him a hug.
Hi, Doctor. He hugs her.
Hi, Ranger.
Yes, I'm a ranger now.
You made it. I knew you would. She wags her finger at you.
It was certainly unexpected.
Looks over at you, Ash, and you guys are looking healthy.
much better, ma'am. Mind and body. Thanks to you.
As promised, when you have more free time, stop down here and I'll take care of those scars for you. I'm sure you helped this one as she lets Julius go completely. Stay in EarthGov.
I don't know. I think we just provided the push for him to be what he's always been. Actually been.
You beat Jaren in single combat? He wasn't holding back at all?
Yes, ma'am, he wasn't holding back at all.
That must have been quite the show.
It was.
If only it was recorded, ma'am.
Wouldn't be able to see it.
General Lorelei said you were masterful.
High praise from the general.
Our new favorite ranger. She has a big smile on her face.
Oh. He puts his hands on his knees again and bends over.
Maybe she'll groom you to be Sasha's second in command.
Oh, that sounds awesome. He stands back up. I would accept anything the general gives to me as a challenge.
Well, just make sure you cook her a good meal for the camping trip. On the camping trip, I hear you're going. I just wanted to see you guys. It's been a while, and I'm just glad Julius wasn't discharged.
Me too. I'd hate to lose the little brother that I have to keep out of trouble. I mean, what would I do?
What would Tommy do? He comes here every day asking for you. Please stop him. She has a slight smile on her face.
We'll try, but
He goes to every store asking where Ash Jewel is. Every day, sometimes multiple times. Consider yourself lucky if he's your friend. General Lorelei hasn't killed him yet.
yes, understood. Oh,
Well, please stop Tommy from coming here and have a good camping trip.
Thank you.
Yeah, Tommy is right where he always.
let's go say hi to Tommy and Rob.
Yeah.
Lead the way, Ranger.
Tommy sees you guys coming up. Ash Julius drops the football. Rob turns around on his bar stool. Oh, he comes up, gives Ash a big hug. Ash, you look so good.
Yes,
You
sir.
like a new man.
I feel like it more in my body and soul, Tommy.
Oh, this is so great, Ash. He pulls you in, gives you a big hug.
Hugs him back. The training did damn good work.
Ash, I'm very proud of you. You leave here, ugly looking man. You return, better built than Tommy. I can only tell you how proud I am of you, Ash.
Thank you, Tommy. Appreciate it.
Julius, come here. Give Tommy a hug.
Julius goes over and gives him a hug.
This is excellent, Julius. You looking so well, Julius. I try find you. I'm very worried about you two. Even Rob was worried. But you come back to Tommy. I thought you two disappear forever.
Just
No.
2 months.
Well, it was longer than 2 months. It was 2 months, 15 days, 8 hours, 4 minutes, and 21 seconds. Tommy, keep track of time.
Oh, impressive. Yes, we stayed a little over. The commander wanted to make sure we were good and ready.
Well, Commander is Bald Man?
Yes, Commander Jiren.
Well, that's good. You get Tommy autograph from Major Leslie Woman for Brandon Blood?
Will
He
do.
looks over at Ash.
We haven't yet, but we can, very soon.
Rob gestures, I wanted this toy of her signed if you could.
Of course, Rob, anything for you.
Tommy, well, Ash, you a good friend of mine. Tommy swear to Brandon that you will get him that autograph. Cause Tommy know Ash man of his word. So, Tommy take blood from Brandon. He willingly gave it, Ash. And he hands you a bottle's worth of Brandon's blood. He was very lightheaded after donating it. Dr. Country helped. Very big help.
Yes, yes.
This for you, Ash.
Thank you. And I will
You-
get you that autograph.
You celebrate with Vampire Goddess of Wife. Maybe not today, cause wine take time to make. But this is monumental occasion. You're back. You come to it. Julius, restaurant open up. All your recipes. We selling out every night, Julius. I thank you. If you need anything, you tell Tommy. Tommy own many companies, Julius. Tommy now own Nestea, Natel. I own many things. I buy Davine millions of tea, black tea. Very soon.
Okay.
I'm sure she'll appreciate it.
Have not very much seen Davine. She not like to leave apartment. Is she interested in someone else, Julius?
I'm not in. I don't know the inner workings of my mother's mind, sadly. If she is, there's a chance. There's always a chance for everything, but I'm really not sure.
Well, I hope not. Tommy have his work cut out for him. But bigger things to worry about. General Lorelei told me, I was just down there a few hours ago. She told me, very soon you go down to Earth and beat Domestic Menace. So please prepare St. Guillotine's helmet and pipe.
Of course.
We go down together. Tommy will be there on the battlefield with you. And before you say no, General Lorelei say, I can be there. So don't tell me no, Ash.
Okay.
You have nothing to worry about. Tommy is expert with throwing knives.
Okay. Very nice.
So glad to see you. Well, I was going around asking everybody where you were, Julius.
Yes. And while that is very much appreciated, General Lorelei has asked us to tell you to please don't come up to the ranger's office.
There's much. Just because there's much important work to be done. You know how it is. I mean, you know, you're the owner of how many companies? Can you imagine how much important work she needs to do?
Oh, I understand. No problem, boys. No problem. Maybe I should put more time into worrying about Cadillac Company.
Oh,
I own the Cadillac Company, Julius.
I heard. Business is booming.
Yes, it is. You see Malcolm up here? Soon that be us, Ash. We be up there on our movie. It called The Room.
I can't wait, sir.
Here is finished script, Ash. Please begin studying it. Give it to Julius. Give it around your lovely family. Let them see, because they all going to be stars, too. I want movie to be bigger success than anything, Ash. You understand?
Yes, yes.
And now that you're in good shape, you will show your ass to sell this movie, Ash. You will be sex figure icon. People magazine, most sexiest man of year. Asharion Valorius.
Of course.
Rob starts laughing.
Anything to sell the movie.
Oh, it's going to be great, Ash. Now, make sure you read script. We talk about it after we kill St. Guillotine's son, as you see everybody at the bar start looking over at you. After we kill St. Guillotine's son in a few days.
Of course.
Yes, of course.
Now, make sure you talk to pregnant woman, Julius. The helmet and pipe must be returned to Guillotine. If we kill Domestic Menace, and Guillotine does not land killing blow, we'll be back at square one talking about this a couple months from now. This time, we kill him for good.
Understood.
Of
We'll
course.
inform her of it.
Tommy awaits the autograph, Julius, and so does Rob, Ash. So have your robot friend send down autographs. Don't make Tommy come up there.
Of course, Tommy.
Of course.
Did you get football I sent for you, Julius?
Yes, we did.
Did you like it?
Yes, it was very nice. Thank you for signing.
Oh, you're welcome. Julius, that's worth a lot of money, you know. It's not, but...
I'm sure it is.
Rob starts laughing. Tommy, now Tommy won't keep you. You're back, you need to go see your family. Remember, be good boyfriends, and be good husbands, and all that stuff, and be good family men. So go see your family. Tommy be okay without you. Just happy to see you.
Thank you, Tommy.
Rob and I going to pick out Escalade for Rob and his wife.
Good. Congratulations.
Rob, yeah, being Tommy's bodyguard has its perks. And Tommy, Julius, if you need help with Escalade, you come to Tommy. But I think your wife appreciate it if you earn it for her.
Oh, I'll learn it. But
You
any help will be appreciated, Tommy.
you know where to find me if you need me, Julius. Now, go see your family. Don't let Tommy keep you.
Thank you, Tommy.
He smiles and nods and goes back to drinking some soda.
Oh boy. Well, anything else you can think of?
Sometime later, after the camping trip, we should bring one of the girls, or even Hunk, down and talk to Maine. One of them.
Good idea. Here, take this. Hands him the bottle of blood.
Right.
You know what to do with that. I can help if you want, although I'm pretty useless.
If you want to learn, I can teach you a little something, but I don't know if you want to do this.
I'd be happy to help.
Only if you want to.
Of course.
You see Jiren waiting for the elevator with a big plate of calamari, and he's just muttering to himself.
Hello, Commander.
He turns around. Oh! What do you, did everything go well with the SIS and all that garbage?
Beautifully.
Yes, it did.
What was that all about?
Just some information we needed to give them, and some information that we were required to know.
The cult is on the move. The time is coming when we're going to be called into the front lines again, very rapidly.
No, we didn't train for nothing. And makes sense. Well, he looks down at the plate of calamari. I decided to get the entree size instead of the appetizer.
Perfect.
Big
Perhaps
family
could
you
save
guys
it
have.
together.
Oh, just everybody's entitled to some. Is Tommy coming? He looks at the direction of where Tommy's a fixture on Gateway. Everybody knows where he hangs out.
Julius just shrugs. Honestly, I am not sure.
Tommy Wiseau is an enigma, sir.
Yeah, he's a very rich enigma, Ash.
Yeah. Well. And if there were a hypothetical battle for Davine's affection, I'd say he is a distant second place.
You see, Jaren kind of, yeah. That's that makes me feel better. That makes me feel a lot better after the beating I received today.
Again, I apologize for that. I didn't mean to go that far.
It's what needed to be done. You said you'd protect your family at any cost, and that's what you did.
Yes, I did. Well,
Let's go see Davine. I mean, you're the family. The fam.
the fam. Yes, sir. Let's go see the fam.
Yeah. The fam. Here you go. The commander behind you. Everybody's here in the, I like to imagine it's like a small living room as well with the fountain in the Malcolm Hall of Fame, whatever you like to call it. Everybody's in here. Pequod. Oh, there's two Leslie. Pequod is crying into Leslie's chest. She's very happy. And Jiren just, well, the gang's all here again.
Yes. Yes, it is. He walks up to Hunk. Well, that seems to be going well.
Hunk swings around with Julius. It's going great. It's good work. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, thank you, Dad.
Got my son, my wife back, both my sons, my adopted daughters. Man can't ask for much more.
One big happy family once again.
Grandchildren. It's great.
Yes, and looks over at Pequod. More on the way and not too long.
Pequod stops crying into Leslie, smiles, looks at you, and she gestures with her hand around the room, and you see everybody wearing a Team Jiren shirt. And everybody's privy to what it really means, besides, I guess, maybe Davine knows or not, I don't know. But, yeah. Even Julius here has a baby-sized one. All the kids do.
Well, where's mine? I can't be left out of the fun.
Sonny pitches you one and throws one to Big Julius.
Take his jacket off, put it on, and put the coat back on.
Look good in it, Ash. Pequod smile big. Yeah, she hasn't looked this happy since the first time she saw Julius back on the crash site planet of the Majestic.
Thank you, little sister. He's gonna hug her.
She reaches out to Julius.
Julius steps forward to her.
I heard you kicked Jared's ass. Did you see Jared? Just understatement.
Yes, I won the fight.
She squeezes you tightly. I knew you'd never leave us. I knew you'd be discharged.
Yeah, that was a fear of mine, but I won.
He plants a big kiss on you.
Well, if that's my reward, I better win more.
Mercurius answers the door. It's the food. The tortoise guy sent up. He's holding boxes of food and looks down at it and just shrugs. And Ceres takes them from him. Beer steak?
Yes.
Snarf, when are we leaving for the camping trip? And Icy looks at Commander Integra, and Commander Integra, not till General Lorelei comes. We're waiting for her.
Julius
Yes.
carefully takes out the bottle of blood, so he's hiding it from Ceres and hands it to Mercurius. Hide that from Ceres. Put it near my alchemy supplies.
He stealthily takes it and begins hiding it in the armory where your supplies are.
Looking at Ceres, hoping to see she didn't notice it.
She did.
He's gonna put his arm around her. It's good to have us all back, right?
Leslie, and it is. It's good to be back. It's good Julius is a full-fledged ranger now. And everybody's jaw drops except the people who knew.
Julius just puts up a thumbs up. Yep.
Sasha, Ranger Julius, gives Julius a big hug. Ceres, congratulations, Julius!
Thank you. It was unexpected, to be honest. I don't feel like I deserve it still, but it happened.
Snarf, I never took Julius for a ranger. God damn. Looking at you.
Yes.
Pequod, Ranger?
Ranger? Rainfall. Lastly, I'm still confused.
She pulls you in. You got your physique back. You're a ranger now. Do we have to go on a camping trip?
Aw, you don't want to be with the family and just me?
Sasha, we'll get you guys a private tent. And Hunk, yeah, I got one, a big one. Big. You could do a lot of stuff in there.
Thank you, Dad.
Rolly comes up to Jiren. Is that calamari I smell? And yes, here, have one. Hands it to him. He eats it. Jiren looks at Ash. He walks off eating it. And Jiren, I thought the Millipillion was dead from Squad Sigma.
Looks over it. Suletta and Lazuli brought him back.
Oh. Well, better here than eaten.
Agreed.
As Jiren stands behind Saris to avoid eye contact with Davy.
Davine looks over at Jiren, looks over at Integra and Icy, smiles, nods her head, and walks right over to him.
Icy giving her a big thumbs up. Jiren, I got the entree size. I figured big family, Major Lasley's back, big party, reunion. Perhaps it's not as good as Julius's cooking, but...
Oh, the entree size. She puts a hand on his. Perhaps we can just share it, the two of us.
Oh, that sounds amazing. I'm not a fan of steak myself, though I'm sure Julius's beer steak is world-renowned. But yes, there's enough here for two. In fact, yeah, I even got extra dipping sauce.
Oh, I love a man who thinks of everything.
Saris with a big grin, a shit-eating grin on her face watching them.
Julius in the background just mouthing, "What the fuck?"
Leads over. I think you're gonna have a new daddy.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's a small concession, but a good guest brings a housewarming gift.
It's a very nice housewarming gift.
I am a guest here, so perhaps next time I'll bring more. Enough for everybody, but we'll just have this. Yeah.
Yes.
I even got some sides of steamed vegetables.
Oh, I love steamed vegetables. How did you know?
Julius and Ash would talk about it. Julius was always wondering what he could cook for you and Lasley once the whole family had returned. He was planning his greatest meal for the family being back together.
Julius's eyes start to widen. Yeah, that's what I was planning. Just cook a huge meal for everyone.
We're going to watch Jurassic Galaxy. I hear you have a starring role, Davey.
Yes, sadly I do.
The most screen time. The hero.
The heroine.
Yes, the heroine.
I look
Yes.
forward to see. Where are we camping? Where is this camping site located?
Julius looks down at Pequod.
Pequod, it's on my dad's estate. Oh, that makes sense. Knowing General Rico's daughter must have its perks, Julius, as he looks at you.
Yes, it does. The first being with her.
She gives you a hug, leans into you, lift my stomach.
Of course. He gets behind her and lifts her stomach.
It's getting heavy. You see Lasley looking down at it inquisitively.
When was the last time you had a scan done, Pequod?
Months ago?
Might not be a bad idea to schedule another one.
She looks at you. Yeah, I'm 99% sure everything's fine. Are you worried?
You know me, I'm always worried, but... I'm no expert, but that doesn't look like one baby.
You see Saris nodding next to you.
I think you're carrying more than one.
Pequod, really?
Pequod, how big was your stomach at this point in the pregnancy with little Lasley?
You see her put her hand out in front of her stomach trying to measure it from memory.
Was it
Hard to say.
Was it anywhere near this big?
No, I mean, it's hard to say. It was a bad time in my life, but I was glad to be pregnant. But you guys were missing, and as General Lord, the door opens, she uses her telekinesis and walks into the room. What are we talking about?
Ma'am, just the possibility that, well, I'm urging Pequod to get more prenatal care because there's a very real possibility she may be pregnant with more than one child at the moment.
Is that calamari? She comes over and Jiren. It's for Davine and I. General Lorelei looks at Davine and looks back at Jiren with a big grin.
Davine smiles at Lorelei. Yes, for me and Jared.
She nods her head. This keeps the big smile. Prenatal care. Very important. Make room, Ash. There's so many people here now.
Of course.
So, we think there's something wrong with the child? I'm sorry, Ash. I was distracted by the smell of that calamari.
Nothing wrong with the child, ma'am. More that it may not be a child as much as children.
She holds up a finger. Lift her shirt, Julia.
He lifts it so only her stomach is visible.
She puts her finger near her belly button. Twins. A boy and a girl. Congratulations! As Pequod looks shocked. What? Terrace, I knew it. I saw her when she was pregnant with Lasley. And I had my suspicions.
I'm both happy and extremely scared. He just sort of leans over on Lasley. I am, yeah.
She holds you tight. You'll manage. We'll be here to help.
We have the village. Oh, this is a wonderful day.
General Lorelei looks back at Jiren and Davine. Yes, it's quite wonderful. She looks around the room. Camping time. Jurassic Galaxy. What are we having for dinner? Beer steak?
Yes, beer steak, man.
This is your most famous dish, Ranger Julius.
Yes, ma'am. Everyone in the family has had it at least once.
I like my steak medium rare, Julius. She's holding up her fingers in a circle. Perfectly medium rare.
I'll keep that in mind, ma'am.
I trust you won't let me down. You haven't since you returned to Gateway.
Thank you, ma'am.
Major Lasley just... You really made him a ranger? And General Lorelei, why does nobody believe it?
Would you have believed it when you first saw him, ma'am?
She closes her hand. No. But he's come a long way. You should all be very proud of him. I'm going to the Nova. I want my food. I haven't eaten all day, Julius. I had to watch your spectacle of a fight, come back, take care of my duties. I ate at 6 a.m. and I had a small cup of tea and a bagel. I am famished. Let's go. And she starts walking off.
Well, let's get going.
Icy, yeah, if she wants to go, we gotta go. As everybody boards the Nova. And you're at the camping site. There's the movie. The movie screen is up. Everybody's shuffling around, having a good time, getting in their seats. The General Rico has had somebody come set up. Jiren gets 2 seats and a table and sets the calamari down and gestures for Davy.
Davy nods at everyone and walks over.
General Lorelei walks by with a big smile. I'll sit here between you. She puts her arm around Sasha and looks down at Pequod. And you. And Pequod, twins! We only thought of one name! As Icy's laughing, holding Lasley.
Only one name.
You'll do well.
Icy shrugs, and I'm just glad I'm not the one that's gonna have to get up when they're crying at night anymore.
Yeah. You got it, sis. That's all my job.
Not just yours, I'm glad to help.
Nope, all my job.
I'm not a godfather for nothing, Julius.
Well, whenever me and Pequod want a date night, we'll be sure to let you know.
Sasha gives you a thumbs up. Godmom's here too.
Thank you, Sasha.
Mercurius setting up your cooking supply. The grill and stuff like that for you. And Pequod, so we're gonna be watching Jurassic Galaxy. General are like, yes, I can't wait.
Yes, watch the life and death struggle as we legitimately try to survive.
Suletta, these were real dinosaurs you sitting down? Actual dinosaur?
Yes, and any injuries you see in the movie did really happen, because it's not a movie, it's a collection of found footage, basically, from our real life struggle.
Did anybody actually die?
Some
You'll,
colonists.
yeah, you'll see. You'll see.
Leslie comes off the ship. She had to change Julius. She plops Julius down on Ash's lap, training for the future.
Of course.
Jennifer, sit here! And she sits there, Suletta, and Memory Ann's got Suletta. And remember, you got to get her autograph.
Your
The
favorite.
Yeah, I know. Before we begin, he walks over to Leslie and bends over. To get a small gift for Saris, we had to. He pulls out the shirt and the little figurine Rob wanted. We needed to say that you would sign these.
Have I ever said no to you?
No?
And I'm never going to, son. And she signs them with Carefree. She signs them for me.
Thank you, Mom. He gives her a kiss on the forehead and then walks back over.
Jiren looks at Davine. You do realize all these Team Jiren shirts are mocking us, right? Or at least me.
Yes, I'm perfectly aware, but if you can't laugh at yourself, what good is a joke?
Fair point. I just wanted to make you aware. I believe this is some type of human custom making teams for social media and people vote or something like that.
Yes, that is exactly what it is. But
Just be honest with me. Am I truly in a race against Tommy Wiseau? Because if I am, from a monetary standpoint, I cannot compete.
if it's a race, he's in a 1920s era car, and you're in a goddamn hover car, Jiren.
He starts laughing, and maybe we could change the seats here. He gets up, puts the table in front of them, sits right next to Davine, and puts his arm around the back of her chair, not around.
He leans on him.
There you go.
Ash looks back and you just see you say mutter yes with a fist bump.
Sasha and Saris are laughing.
They are perfect for each other, aren't they?
Leslie looks back. Yeah, they really are. They really are. And Suletta, big smile on her face. Jennifer, this is great. I can't wait to watch the movie. And Pequod, can I start it?
Started whenever you want.
So, just like, there you go. Oh, God. I can't take this.
Give me just one moment to get the script up.
So, the credits, the opening credits, the scroll, the Jurassic Park music.
Yep. The opening shot has the interior of a dropship. The bay doors begin to open, revealing a stormy night, and an almost torrential downpour as Ash, Julius, Davine, Gurok, Carter, and Denaria step out. Alright, men, a simple but important mission is transpiring currently. And what mission is that exactly? Ash is cut off by a bust of Davine being thrown at him. Shut up, boy. I didn't give you permission to speak. As I was saying, Ash, the mission is important. Me and Globnak have run out of steak, and we all know that Globnak is a growing boy and needs it. There is an audible groaning and sighing from everyone else. Now then, Ash, Julius, Chadwick, and Danria, you four go. You four go shopping while I take the important members of Squad Sigma out to dinner. It shows Ash, Julius, Carter, and Denaria leaving, while Davine has a pissed off look. I'm going to kill him, rubbing his head, the back of his head where the statue hit him.
Eh, Julius shrugs. At least we're not on the ship, and instead in the rain.
Better in the rain than the bedroom.
Carter walks up and pats both of them on the back. Very true. Davine asked me to come along and keep an eye on you two. I see it as a way to get to know each other a little better. Oh, and he quickly looks around himself. Where the fuck did Denaria go?
We cut
It-
to her. Oh, you go.
It cuts to Denaria dizzily walking around, seeing a frog in the distance and walking over to it, then tripping and falling down a riverbank and landing on a raft that's being pulled somewhere by a rope. It then cuts to Davine, Malcolm, and Gurok going into a small restaurant called... You pronounce that, Nick?
Yeah, the Chesperito Cantina.
Davine, I don't want to be here. Can't I go shop with everyone else?
Of course not, my sweet. You are part of the main clique of Squad Malcolm. The main VIP, in fact. You're better than those useless idiots.
Jiren starts rubbing Davy's shoulder to comfort her.
Davine takes an extremely deep breath as to not murder Malcolm.
Ugh, except that Julius. He has his uses. He can at least become Omega Tristan. Ash can't do that. Oh, just take a seat, my love. Rest those perfectly toned legs. We wouldn't want you to get a cramp now, would we? Globna, go procure a table for her.
Right on, man. To which Gurok walks up to a server, flashes the waitress a badge of some kind, and immediately gains a table in the packed restaurant, to which Davine has a very suspicious look on her face.
Yes, a beauty of an establishment. Almost worthy of you, my sweet. He attempts to cup her cheek, but she slaps it away. Oh, feisty, aren't you?
Malcolm, I must ask you to get me some food. I'm quite starving. Could you go ask a server for some? And she picks up a menu for a single second and reads the first thing that she sees. Some huevos rancheros.
Yes, my sweet, although, for my sake, I thought you would eat something a little less fattening.
Oh, God. And Jiren's rubbing Davy's shoulder.
She grits her teeth. Just go do it. Chance.
Under his breath, she said my last name. That's almost second base. He walks away to go order.
She rolls her eyes and looks over at Gurok. So, Bone Crusher, what did you show that waitress that got us this table so quickly?
Oh, an Arcane Council Strike Squad badge, man. People think of us as superheroes, man.
She leans back in her seat. That's odd. I've never seen Julius or Sharian ever use theirs to suddenly gain a seat at a restaurant based on an independent colony where, to my limited understanding of the universe, couldn't give a damn about Escaf. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just better with the ladies than them. He winks at a waitress who grimaces at him and walks away very quickly. Remember, man, I did get all those girls at the other colony. To which Davine picks up a knife and begins spinning it in her hand as she leans forward closer to him. You couldn't bet a cow if you really put your mind to it. Those girls, Bone Crusher, were making fun of you. They saw you flexing your subpar muscles wildly with no actual understanding on how to make them look appealing, and they took pity on you. She spins the knife around and stabs it in between his fingers.
Ooh.
Say what you want, man, but I get all the girls. Hell, I could even get you if I really wanted. The knife is quickly removed from its place in the table, spun around and jerked up to Grok's neck. And say what you want, man. I didn't have to stop the knife. She sits back down as Malcolm walks up to them.
Good to see my two favorite people getting along. I got your food, my sweet. Go ahead and take a bite.
Oh, She looks down at the plate. I apologize, Chance. I am certainly not hungry. She looks back over at Gurok and spins the knife around some more.
No matter, my sweet. I shall eat them for you. Before he can take a bite, we see two civilians talking while they're waiting for a table. Another one of those, the things washed up on shore, dude. What are we gonna do?
Just don't pay attention to them. They always come over mainland and burn them up anyway. It's not like we got anything to be afraid of. I trust Max Tech.
No, dude, you and I both know those things ain't normal. It ain't an iguana like that statement they put out said. They ain't natural, whatever that ship.
Shut up. Nothing's there, so just stop it.
Malcolm rushing up with the remnants of Huevos Rancheros dripping from his beard. What is this I'm hearing about? A beautiful tropical island that Davine would love.
Gurok walks up. I don't know, man. Maybe we shouldn't go over there.
Nonsense, Glabnock! It's a beautiful idea! My sweet will love it!
Davine, she also walks up, but she isn't listening, as she looks disgusted at Malcolm because he cleaned his plate within the span of the short conversation the civilians had. I'm not talking about this anymore. See you later, John. And he runs out of the restaurant, the civilian.
John leads in. Listen, man. Something's wrong with that island over there. Whatever Max Tech has over there. They say it's just home to some large lizards, but those lizards never showed up till they came around. Honestly, I think they're making dinosaurs.
Garaku looks suddenly flustered. There's no such thing, man. They totally couldn't do it, dude. Davine looks away from Malcolm and narrows her eyes at Gurok. I don't know, Julius once mentioned something similar to these dinosaurs on an island ran by Max at one point. He didn't talk about it much, though. Bad memories, I suppose.
Dinosaurs, you say? It has been decided. We're going. Whispers quietly. We shall get my sweet a triceratops. She'll love it. Looks back to Gurok and Davine. We're going back to the dropship, points at John. You shall be paid handsomely if you take me to this island. What is your name, boy? John Arnold. How much? Hands him a credit check. I can write all kinds of numbers on that check, Mr. Arnold. Deal.
It then cuts to Denaria standing on the raft, holding the frog that she was chasing after being pulled onto shore.
Who the hell is this chick? One of the workers says.
She steps off the raft, takes 2 steps, and then trips, falls, and stands up again. Where am I?
You're at a mine. Why the hell are you here?
Mining? What are you mining for?
Listen, honey, we're just mining some gems for our boss. He gets interrupted as a man off screen is now yelling, "We found one! We found one!"
They all run over and gather around someone holding a piece of amber with a mosquito in it.
Didn't even know that dinosaurs were here. Don't even know how dinosaurs were here, but we're not paid enough to ask questions. Let me tell you, we get paid well.
That's very pretty. Where am I again?
Alright, miss. Can someone get her back to the city, please, as he's pinching the bridge of his nose?
The shot cuts to Denaria being helped into a boat and a man climb in front of her.
Alright, kid, we'll get you back in no time.
Thank you, sir. Have I ever told you about the natural preservation of the world? She gets cut off by a cut to Malcolm, Gurok, and Arnold on a boat with one other person.
Malcolm looking through his periscope. So
Pequod's cackling. Everybody's cackling. Yeah.
So where is this island? Turn around. Malcolm turns to realize he has been looking at the wrong side of the boat and out into open water the whole time. Aha! A confusion spell cast by Ash, no doubt. Arnold leans to Garok. Who the hell is Ash?
Someone on our squad, man. Malcolm doesn't like him very much.
Don't like him. I hate him. He's a treacherous traitor that Grandad forced upon me as a test, no doubt. Oh, I see. Take us to port, boy. You mean the dock for all the ships, right? Yes, this dock you speak of.
It then cuts to them stepping onto the island and walking up a dirt path, reaching an electric gate that Gurok somehow opens as they pass through it. It looks very deserted, but still somewhat high-tech. And Gurok, who's visibly sweating, "See, man? There's nothing here."
He's cut off by the bellow of a large dinosaur, and they see the neck of a brachiosaur stick up over the trees in the distance. Aha! Proven wrong! A rare occurrence for one such as you, Globnock. Malcolm just starts walking down the path while Gurok looks extremely anxious and following him, waiting so Arnold can be in front of him. They continue along the dirt road until pavement, and they walk a bit longer until they come across a container with steel bars in it, and know where it sounds like there's something in there. Oh ho ho, what kind of bounty is in here? Could this be the Triceratops I'm looking for?
Man, I don't think we should.
Malcolm's gesturing over to the container. Open this now! Boy, to the unnamed colonist, Mr. Arnold, go get the ship ready to depart. Arnold runs off as the worker he pointed to cracks open the edge to where the head of a dinosaur can briefly be seen as the worker is dragged into the container as Gurok closes it quickly. You can hear the screams as the poor worker is shredded in the container. That is not a Triceratops, correct, Globnock?
Yeah, man.
Push it into the ocean. Drown it. Now.
Pequod pauses the movie. So that Globnock guy totally fucking knew.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he obviously did.
Leslie pushed into the ocean. Poor creature.
You're not going to be saying that in a little while. Also, Davine, correct my memory, but you calling someone by their last name is not a sign of affection, is it?
No, if I call you by your last name, I'm very mad at you.
Right. But that's, almost second base, right?
Yes, Ash. Almost second base.
Of course.
Jiren, what a dumbass. Looking at this, it's paused right. And Pequod, okay, here we go. General Lorelei she looks like she's in shock at the sheer stupidity that's been unfolded.
Gurok, the whole container.
Yes, Gurok, the whole container, Globnock. Don't ask again, boy.
Gurok runs over and starts pushing it near the ocean.
Just as well. That must have been the only carnivore on this island. Why else would it be in a box? We're bringing everyone back here. Get to the boat. We cut to the Majestic.
Wait. Pequod, General Lorelei grabs the remote, pauses it. That was his combat logic? Must be the only connoisseur on the island?
Yes.
Yeah.
Idiot! As she plays the...
We cut rapidly back to the Majestic. We're going on a hunting trip, my boys. And my sweet... Hunting what, sir? You shall see, you shall see. It is a surprise.
Julius looks over at Gurok, who's visibly sweating and a paler green than before. The hell's wrong with you? He pulls out a flask and starts to fill it. Nothing, man. I'm perfectly fine. Right. Whatever. He closes the bottle and the flask. So we're going hunting?
Yes, a beautiful and expansive preserve. You shall enjoy it greatly, my sweet. Come, load onto the dropship. Nike, you're staying here to watch the ship. Snarf comes up. Can we come, Malcolm?
Rolly punches him in the arm. Why are you asking that? He's just gonna get it mad.
If he lets us come, maybe we can convince a dinosaur or an animal to eat him. Yes, you should come. Wonderful idea, Spackle. Leans over to Gurok. We could always use bait.
Carter. I'll also be coming along, sir, as I'm the only other than Tennessee himself capable of flying the dropship correctly.
Fine, Carl. You may come along, but you will stay with the ship. I have my eye on you. We cut to the dropship landing on the mainland. Everybody filing into a helicopter, with Malcolm visibly angry at Carter being there, to which they start the flight to the island. And so, Devine, have you ever heard of chaos theory?
He looks over at him. No, Malcolm, I haven't.
What about the strange attractors? Rubs his hands up and down himself.
She grimaces. No chance.
Oh, Devine, you don't get it, my sweet, points to himself. Attraction.
Carter leans over and whispers to Davine. He really thinks he's a rock star, doesn't he? To which Davine giggles slightly.
I can make her laugh if I wanted to. You're not special, cancer. Looks out the window and gasps. There it is. A drone shot of them flying to the island as they hit turbulence. Everyone buckles up as Ash looks down to see he has 2 receiver buckles. Idiot. Ash looks at them, ties them together around himself, and looks smugly at Malcolm. Damn it. They look out the window, looks back out the window. They land and fill into jeeps before setting off.
Julius looks down at the logo, which was just freshly painted over another. Jurassic Galaxy? Wait, hold on. Jurassic as in dinosaurs? Just get in the Jeep, man.
What?
Pushes him.
What did it say before?
I didn't see, man. Malcolm had some random civs do it. Don't know where they went, though.
They get in the jeeps and begin driving away.
Davine, who's looking down at a map of the island, which was shoddily drawn by Malcolm. So, I'm still somewhat confused as to what we're hunting here. Like, are we hunting these dinosaurs Mr. Arnold was talking about? She's cut off as the jeep jerks to a stop. She shakes her head and looks back down at the map. Oh, Sherian, look at this. She points to a place. A visitor center. We can go there if we feel tired.
Oh, Davine, please, I'm your son's brother. Just call me Ash. He trails off as you begin to see the back of the jeep shake. Rhythmically.
Well, I do appreciate that, Asherian. I still don't know you well enough to call you by a nickname.
She's cut off by Ash grabbing the side of her head and turning it to see what he does.
Davine immediately gets wide-eyed. What is that? And it cuts to a wide-angle shot of a Brachiosaurus walking and eating from the surrounding trees.
That... Getting out of the jeep. It's a dinosaur. It's a bloody dinosaur. Oh, not again. In the background you can hear, "Oh my god!" from Snarf.
And Denaria says, if I get one of those, maybe Malcolm would be nice to me. Julius leans forward with a terrified look on his face. Son of a bitch. He brought us to dinosaurs. He pulls out the flask and takes a swig from it. He really did it. He takes another swig.
General Lorelei pauses the movie. A drinking phase for you, Julius. Hmm?
It gets worse.
She unpauses the movie with a big smile.
Davine jumps out of the Jeep and walks towards Ash. That's a dinosaur. Why is it so large?
Yes, my sweet. It is. I'll tell you what else is large later, but for now, that is a Brontosaurus, perfectly harmless, but a vegetarian. Ash holding Davine's arm back as she tries to hit Malcolm. Not now, not now. He is right that it's an herbivore, but they are fast creatures, so be on guard. Also, that's not what it is, but that's besides the point. Yes, they are fast! We clocked the T-Rex at 32 miles an hour. You have a T-Rex, as Ash gets visibly nauseous. Yes, a T-Rex! Ash tearing up looking at Davy. They have a T-Rex! Bends over looking like he's gonna vomit.
Davine stares at Ash's reaction and pats his back while whispering, T-Rexes can't be this bad. Coming from someone who has no knowledge of them. It cuts over to Julius shaking his head as he's refilling his flask with a mini bottle of whiskey, with Carter in the background running around to catch a screaming and hysterical Snarf and Rolly.
Very big, one of the most dangerous predators to ever live on Earth. Closer to a Tarask than to the creature in front of us.
She's taking back a slight bit and then mumbles to himself. Hyperbole, I'm sure.
You puny boy Ash, and my sweetest Davine, welcome to Jurassic Galaxy. It cuts to them looking at a huge lake with a bunch of dinosaurs walking around it, at which point Ash falls to his knees, and Julius walks up drinking from the flask, and Davine looking worriedly at both. Why did you do this? Malcolm leans in and whispers with a smile, I'll show you. We cut to the cars driving up to what appears to be a central building. They walk in with Snarf and Rolly on Carter's shoulders in front of fossil skeletons of a T-Rex and another large dinosaur fighting. Other than my bedroom, winks at Davine, this is where the magic happens. They continue to a small room where they're all sat down except Snarf and Rolly, who are given poorly made stick puppets and a script. Snarf with a Malcolm puppet. Hello, Davine. Today we're going to teach you how to hunt dinosaurs.
Rolly with a Gurok puppet. Yeah, man. We're gonna teach you the basics. First things first, there are no carnivores on the island.
Ash leans over to Davine. Remember he just said there was a T-Rex on the island? Yes, no carnivores. Despite what Ash may say, I know better. But if you do happen to come across something aggressive, all you need to do is scream and jump up and down to make yourself appear larger than you truly are. They are afraid of you more than you are of them.
Davine looks over at Julius, to which he just simply shakes his head. Yes, man. Most dinosaurs have a weak spot, right in the middle of their chest, where they can be hurt by conventional weaponry. Man.
Yes, even the mighty Tyrannosaurus, my boy, would be felled by a single shot.
It cuts to basically a screen recording of Ash's wrist computer, where a message pops up from Julius. At least there are no raptors.
Which is immediately answered by, why did you just say that? If you have a note you want to share with each other, you can say it to the class, boy.
Just watch the damn show. That sounds like it was written by a 2-year-old. Glares at Malcolm.
Oh yes, my sweet.
Now, man, if you find a Triceratops while hunting, call either me, or Globnock, or Malcolm. He needs it alive for a special reason. Man.
Yes, but only if it's a buck. But the biggest thing to remember is that all of these dinosaurs are perfectly harmless. So if they begin running at you, do not worry, for they are just wanting to play with you. Malcolm walks over and slaps the puppets out of their hands before taking the scripts.
So, wait. I think I know the answer. But who made all this? Gurok is about to open his mouth to respond, but Davine, the man we spoke to, was talking about this being owned by Max Tech. He sighs, pops open the flask, and takes another drink. Isn't that wonderful?
Hey, Max Tech, hooray, my favorite. Yes, yes, they were here first, but now they are gone, so the island is mine. Now come, we will have lunch, then a tour before we set out. Carter picks Snarf and Rolly back up on his shoulders. Except for you, Confucius! Set those two down and go protect Mr. Arnold in the control room. You are unneeded.
Carter looks over at Davine. I'm only a phone call away. He sets down Snarf and Rolly and walks off towards the signs that say control room.
Now, I know of a little shortcut we can take to reach this restaurant. It cuts to them walking down a dirt path, coming to an enclosure with goats, sheep, and cows inside of it.
Davine points to the enclosure. What's the purpose of this? I mean, if you really want to see it, man. He looks somewhat scared as a mechanical claw comes down and picks up one of the cows and begins to slowly carry it over to another enclosure nearby. What's done there, and why are the walls so high?
Ah, the walls are high because velociraptors can jump very high.
Oh, raptors! I love raptors! Denaria looks over at Gurok. What are raptors again? You'll see, man.
Raptors, you say? Looks at Julius. At least there are no raptors, right, Julius? Why did you say that?
Julius looks down. I'm sorry. Davine leans over the edge to watch. Why are you both so scared of them? I don't see anything. As she gets cut off by the cow being grabbed and pulled away by 3 raptors in opposite directions as it screams and is torn apart. Oh. I see now. Yep. That's what we fought that one time. I can see why you don't want to talk about it then. Having to fight those must be unnerving.
An understatement. Not only are they smart, but those teeth are even sharper than they look. You should have seen what they did to Pequod.
Julius, his eyes begin to slightly glaze over as he tears up, and he turns around, pops open the flask again, and Drew completely finishes off, pulling out another mini thing of whiskey and filling it up.
Pequod's gonna get her chair and come sit next to you.
Julius, you should probably slow down on the whiskey.
You can't make me do anything, old man.
Do I need to tell your mom on you? And looks at Davine and smirks.
Julius scoffs. You can't, 'cause she's not here, Ash. And he looks down at his feet. Well, she was, though. Davine raises an eyebrow and gently lifts the flask out of his hand. Yes, you should slow down, she mumbles to herself. Must be some strong alcohol.
Yes. Either way, how many did you count, Davine? I saw 3.
He nods. Terrifying, but only 3.
Ash is gonna put his hand near the fence, like hovering over it. Electrified? Good. 2 of them seem to be smaller. Only one of them seems to be as big as they can get. That's good.
Gurok, as he starts backing away from the cage. Don't know about you guys, but I'm not too hungry anymore, man.
Are you feeling peckish, my sweet?
As one of the raptors rushes and jumps up to try and get her, but is pushed off because of the electricity, the blood from the cow splattering onto Davine. No, I am not.
Then all of you shall go to the jeeps while me and Glabnock make the tour for you.
Oh, a tour made by you sounds like a blast.
is. It does. Thank you, my boy. Now shut up and get moving. It cuts to them all being loaded into what appear to be brand new Ford Explorers on a trackway, with again the Jurassic Galaxy painted over what we now know to be the MaxTech logo. Snarf, Danria, and Roly in one, Ash, Julius, and Davine in the other, as they set off down the path. We cut to Malcolm, Gurok, and Mr. Arnold and Carter in the control room. They're coming up to the first enclosure now.
Yeah, what exactly are they supposed to be seeing?
Looks down at the paper. Dilophosaurus.
Right. Carter walks over and sits down next to Mr. Arnold. Why are you here?
He paid me a lot of money to help him get this thing running, dude.
Whatever, man. I respect it.
Hey, man's gotta make a living, right?
True that.
Cuts to them in the jeeps as you hear, the voice you're now hearing is Malcolm Chance. Spared no expense. If you look to your right, you should see a herd of Dilophosaurus. We once believed it to be just a scavenger. We now know that Dilophosaurus is poison venomous, spitting its venom at its prey, causing paralysis and even death, making it a beautiful and harmless addition to Jurassic Galaxy, as they are looking out the window and seeing nothing at all. Is he making this up?
I mean, maybe.
Looks at the little,
Go ahead.
I say he looks at the little monitor in the car. That's pronounced Dilophosaurus.
Davine looks down and out the window. Maybe he was just lying. Maybe there's really no carnivores, because there's no way that something that spits poison on an enemy is an herbivore.
No, there isn't. Just as well we're not seeing it as they drive away. Damn it, Ash must have scared it away. As we cut to the control room. No matter. Globnock, have a goat sent to the next paddock.
But, man, where do I get the goat?
Have it transported from the pen with those robot claws.
Okay, man. I'll try. Even though those are for the raptors only.
No. Do not try. Do. Buckle down and get it done. My suite shall be allowed to see the amazing things here.
Right, man. He sits down and starts typing on a computer.
We cut back to the cars. So, we know there are dinosaurs here. This is very dangerous.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, dinosaurs are dinosaurs. We even saw raptors, man. As he takes another swig from his flask.
God's willing, they are only in that pen.
God's willing indeed. I wouldn't want to fight one of those.
No, you wouldn't. Although, hearing the word Tyrannosaurus, that... Oh boy, that doesn't feel good either.
I never did much research afterwards. Everything that went down. Didn't want to think about it. What a big old thing. More dangerous than raptors?
Large carnivore, probably the most dangerous predator to ever exist on planet Earth. If memory serves, it's at least like 20 feet tall, 30 to 40 long. Its head is almost the size of the car we're in right now. Teeth the size of butcher knives.
Julius puts a hand on Ash's face. Yeah, I get it. And takes another swig.
Dangerous, to say the least. The greatest hunter the Earth has ever seen.
Davine looks down at her pockets and pats them. Julius, did you take your flask back? Yes. Yes, I did.
You should slow down. You don't want to be inebriated here.
It'll be fine. Yeah. He takes another swig.
You trust Malcolm to keep things like this running.
Nope. Trust you.
What am I gonna do? I'm in the car with you.
Exactly.
And he made me leave my pistols. I've got a shotgun. And I snuck in.
Julius starts laughing. Oh my. Yeah, I haven't seen him like that in a very long time.
I've seen him like it once, and it was a day we were drinking for fun.
Yeah. You got Julius to drink for fun.
Oh,
Interesting.
yes. Hicks and heart attacks.
Never say that again, Ash.
Fair enough. Bad experiences.
Quite bad experiences.
Very well. We cut back to them in the control room. Fine. What are we doing now? They should be arriving at the paddock soon, correct?
Yeah, man. Almost there.
Good. Hand me the microphone.
Carter hands him the microphone.
And to your right, you will see the king of the dinosaurs, the Malcolm of dinosaurs, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. A great hunter, it is capable of massive speeds and has the strongest bite force ever recorded at over 40,000 psi. Far stronger than even the crocodiles of today. A stallion of a creature. It could have whatever it wanted, much like me. You see the goat being trailed in. Watch as a predator works.
That's not a T-Rex, that's a goat.
Yes, I think that's there for the T-Rex to eat, honey.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Cuts to the other car. Is he really trying to just feed that thing?
I mean, that's probably not what it would want.
Oh no, this thing is a hunter. It doesn't want to be fed, it wants to hunt, to chase its prey down. You can't just suppress instinct like that.
Suppress instinct.
What do you
What a
mean?
thing for Malcolm to try.
If only he'd suppress his.
Oh god, if only.
The gods create dinosaurs. They destroy dinosaurs. They create man. Man abandons the gods. Maxtech creates Man creates Maxtech. Maxtech creates dinosaurs. Enjoy.
Dinosaurs eat Malcolm. And she gets a sinister smirk on her face.
Davine inherits the majestic. If
Davine crashes the majestic into the ground.
only. The cars begin moving again as you hear Malcolm. Jam! Still over the microphone. I mean, yes! An incredible creature. You didn't know it had cloaking capabilities, did you? It.
Julius
Talk, Julius.
Julius then stands up and taps on the camera a couple times. There are going to be dinosaurs on this dinosaur tour, right, Malcolm?
We see back in the control room. I really hate that little bastard. We cut to them rolling down the trail again as Ash is staring intently out the window and then gets wide-eyed. Do you see that?
See what?
He just
Is he-
opens the door and steps out.
Oh. See, that isn't something I could have predicted. Ash just ran out onto a dinosaur-infested island, and then, that was quite surprising as Davine opens her door and runs out. That was also quite surprising. I didn't see that coming. And now I'm talking to myself. Like always. And he puts both hands on his face. I really miss Peapod.
She pulls you down and into her.
We cut to Snarf, Denaria, and Roly getting out as the cars come to a halt as they walk through some tall grass to reveal a Triceratops laying on its side with a worker standing there.
Oh
What?
my.
My God. It's a Triceratops.
Triceratops, you say? Malcolm really wanted a Triceratops.
We'll tell him when we get back, Denaria. It's okay.
Oh.
Yeah, something's wrong with her. She's been getting sick recently. I don't know what it is, but that Malcolm guy sent me out to take a look. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm a bartender back on the colony.
Julius starts stumbling down the hill and almost falls onto the Triceratops as he looks down into its eyes. You could tell that he's been crying. Huh. What kind of plants are around here, boss?
I got no clue, kid. I saw a bunch of weird berry plants over to the side. Some bushes. A lot of grass.
Julius stands up as he starts clicking his tongue and wagging his finger. Bad mix. He walks over to the berries. Oh yeah, look at that. It's just poisonous.
Oh. Oh yeah, didn't you tell me that was called lilac?
Yeah, pretty good at making a numbing agent, if you really want it. He walks back over stumbles back over to the dinosaur and picks up its tongue. Huh, can't tell. We would probably need to see excrement.
You need to see shit, I can help with that. And he points over to the human-sized pile nearby.
I'm sorry, human-sized pile. And she starts running over to it.
Ash follows her up. Oh. That's a lot of shite.
Julius walks over, puts a glove on his hand. Let's get this done. And before he sticks it in, Davine grabs his hand. Let me do it. You wouldn't be able to tell anything from anything anyway. And she puts on the glove and starts doing it.
Why are we even doing this? The MaxTech is going to come back. They'll fix this. I don't see the need.
I don't know. As Denaria walks over to Ash and pats his back. To natural world and all.
Very well. Pinching his nose. Just... Oh.
Rolly walks over to the pile of shit. It's bigger than me.
It's bigger than any of us. Have you found what you were mining for, Davine?
Well, have I? As she gestures to the piles that she's put out as Julius is looking down at them. No. I don't know what it is. You would need to, do a blood test might help or something like that on the dinosaur.
Ash frustratedly kicking a pile of rocks and then just looking at him closer.
Well, I could take some of the dinosaur's blood and bring it back to the main building. I wouldn't know what to do with it, but it's a possibility.
Julius, are these lilac berries over here? Points to the pile of rocks.
Julius walks over, or stumbles over. Yeah, why?
These are partially digested.
Well, there's our answer.
Yes, yes. These are gizzard stones. I remember reading about it after doing a lot of research into those dinosaurs after the incident. Some herbivores would swallow these to aid in digestion and vomit them up later once they were too smooth. Huh.
Well, at least we got our answer. Leslie would be proud. As he starts walking back up to the Jeep.
Yeah, I've got a gas-powered Jeep I'm heading back in. I'll see you kids later.
I'll be joining you.
Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a pretty lady riding with me. As...
Try anything and I kill you.
fair enough. Sounds like my girlfriend. As they're walking away, Ash goes, You will remember to wash your hands before eating anything, right? As they all saddle back into the Jeeps or into the Explorers and take off, but they hear the crack of lightning. We then cut back to Malcolm, Gurok, Carter, and Mr. Arnold in the control room. Carter walks up to Malcolm.
Sir, we have a problem.
What is it, Cancer? Can't you see I'm trying to get this tour back on track? 2 no-shows and a sick Triceratops is not befitting of my suite.
Carter grits his teeth. Yes, I can, sir. The weather satellites for this facility show massive hurricanes incoming. It's gonna knock out all communication and will prevent the dropship from leaving at least a day. Most likely to.
It matters not, we're not leaving. Since you're so worried, take the SS Globnock and leave. Nobody wants you here anyway.
Are you serious, sir? This hurricane is very dangerous and you will be trapped here.
That's an order, Charlie. I know the reason you want to stay is to keep Davine brainwashed like Ash has done. You want to keep her from realizing her love for me, so stop with the fake worries. Get out now.
He has his helmet on, but you could just see his face. Yes, sir. Scene transition shows the explorers that the group are riding in. Shows them traversing through the jungle at dusk, and the sky darkens.
We see inside of the car with Ash and Julius. So, Julius... I don't know. Been doing a lot of thinking about the future recently. You ever want to have kids?
Julius just leans on the window and starts drinking from his flask.
I assume Pequod would. She seems the type.
Yeah, she is. Trust me.
That's good. You'll make a wonderful father.
Hopefully.
No hopefully about it. You've got your life together far better than this old man does. Maybe Ceres will... I hope Ceres does want kids. I love kids. But, you know.
Julius looks over at Ash. Can we please stop talking about kids?
Sorry, is it a... I know your childhood was rough, but I didn't know it was such a touchy subject.
It's a touchy subject, Ash.
He's gonna lean over and put his arm around him. Come on, man. It's alright. We'll get through this, and we can build whatever families we want with our loved ones.
Julius starts filling up the flask again. Why the fuck am I filling it up? And he starts drinking straight from the bottle.
Ash is going to take the partially filled flask and just down it himself, so Julius can't. There. That is some shit whiskey.
Eep. As we cut back to Malcolm and company in the computer room.
Mr. Arnold, headlights are on. Or headlights on the cars aren't working. Yet another problem. Problem number 80 on my list. The people who built this place didn't know what they were doing. I see. I shall fix it. It would be impressive for her to know how masterful I am with a computer. Are you sure you know what you're doing, sir? This is a complicated system and I don't want you getting confused. Nonsense. I've programmed many things before. An expert, you might say. I invented the AI that Mercurius units use. Okay, man. Malcolm walks over to a computer and begins typing away. He isn't actually looking at code, just browsing the eNet. As he continues to browse, an advertisement for enlargement pills
Oh, no.
pops up. Grow your little stiffy by 6 inches in 5 days. Is it even possible? Davine will love this for sure. Carter can't compete with that. You hear the loud sound of the mouse button clicking the link, and you see as Malcolm is taken to a sketchy site with several adult toys and similar things for sale. Look at all of these wonderful things. I shall get many for my darling to use and try. He fills the cart with many, let's say, unmentionable things before going to checkout. Wait, Granddad may question this. I know! I'll use Ash's card! He clicks checkout and a pop-up link appears, asking for permission to download the site's newsletter. Of course, I wouldn't want to miss something from such a wonderful site. He clicks accept, and immediately the lights in the building start flickering. He gets an alert from the antivirus saying that multiple types of malware have been downloaded. Malcolm gulps and gets up to walk over to Gurok and Arnold. I'm getting a little hungry. I think I'm gonna check down to the vending machines. Do you want anything? I've been eating a lot of salty things, so I think I could use something sweet to balance it out, and it may help you out, so I'll be down there. Bye!
Gurok and Mr. Arnold look at each other and shrug.
Malcolm hurriedly walks away to the vending machines. We cut inside the Explorers as they suddenly stop in the rain. I didn't touch anything.
It might just be a storm, old man.
Yeah, the storm. We cut back to the control room.
Oh man, all the fences are going down.
Same with the lights and the power to the cars. Phones, too. What the hell is going on?
Where's Malcolm at, man? I'll check the vending machines, you check where the cars are. He walks away and Mr. Arnold furiously starts working at the computer. It cuts to Gurok going up to the vending machines in the back of a hallway and seeing Malcolm trembling behind one of them. Malcolm, man, what's going on?
Nothing. I dropped my credit coin under the vending machines and was looking for it. Nothing else happened. Why are the lights flickering?
We don't know, man. The cars just suddenly stopped and all the fences went down, man.
Went down! My sweet! He rushes past Gurok to the control room. We see Arnold furiously typing away. What happened? Have they stopped? We don't know why the lights are out and the cars went down. What about the raptor fence? Is that up? Yeah, that's up. Good. But where did they stop? It looks like they stopped right outside the... We cut to the camera showing a wide angle of the two explorers stopped outside the Tyrannosaur paddock. Ash is talking to the frontmost car in the rain before closing the door and running back to his and getting in. He sits down and wipes the water from his face. Their radio is down too and the Explorer won't start. I'm guessing it's the rain messing with things, but we're stuck here.
Oh, well, that's just great. And Davine's out in the rain right now. That's wonderful. Julius takes another swig straight from the bottle.
Given when she set out, she most likely made it back. The workers said they were using a gas jeep after all. They can use a straighter path than what we do. She'll be alright. We cut to the inside of the other Explorer, where Rolly, Snarf, and Denaria are all in the car.
Rolly is rummaging under the seat and he pops up holding what appear to be Max Tech branded night vision goggles. Snarf, look what I found!
You say it, sorry.
Are those heavy? I mean, kinda. Everything is heavy to me. Then put them back. If you break them, Malcolm will give me another concerto.
Rolly ignores her and climbs into the back seat before putting the goggles on and looking around. Careful, man, she might be right. Malcolm might be out in the rain with High Overlord Globnock.
I will, but I don't see anything right now. I mean, come on. Where's the goat, Snarf?
At that point, a severed leg of the goat slaps across the glass roof of the truck of the Explorer they're in. Oh God! Snarf screams. We then see from their point of view as they look up to see the massive head of the Tyrannosaur swallowing the rest of the goat whole. Oh God! At least the fences are electrified. He's cut off by seeing the small arm of the Tyrannosaur grip the fence to no effect.
Oh no! She swings open the door quickly and takes off running into a small restroom nearby. Where are you going?
She left us. She left us! We then see from Ash's perspective as she runs to the restroom and slams the door. What's going on with her?
I don't know, man. Maybe she had to take a piss or something.
We then hear the fence groan and buckle as the wires snap one by one. Ash snaps over to see the large foot of the Tyrannosaurus stepping out of the enclosure. Okay, just don't move. If it doesn't see movement, it'll probably just think these are boulders and go away.
Oh shit, Shylock. I'm not moving if I don't have to.
We then see from Snarf's perspective as he is furiously digging around in the car before picking up a big flashlight and looking towards the other car. He turns it on and begins to try to start signaling Ash and Julius in Morse code when the Tyrannosaur leans down next to the car and stares in at him.
Rolly instantly freezes up when he sees the dinosaur, but quietly says for Snarf, turn off the light.
The Tyrannosaur roars as Rolly panics and tries to get the light back from Snarf. The glass... they struggle back and forth with it as Rolly begs him to turn it off when they look up just in time to see the Tyrannosaur's head crash through the glass roof. The roof being just enough to keep its head from getting to both of them as they scream before it lifts its head up out of the car and shoves it repeatedly from the side, flipping it on its head. We cut to the view inside of the other Explorer to see Ash and Julius stare in horror as the Tyrannosaur steps over the now overturned car, crushing it. Ash immediately rushes to the back and rummages around before finding a small box of road flares. Stay here and don't move. Meanwhile, the Tyrannosaur has begun tearing the undercarriage of the car apart as long as the tire walls. Ash gets out and lights the flare before yelling, "Hey!" at the Tyrannosaur. It roars in response, causing Ash to take a couple steps back. Ash swings the flare back and forth, and the Tyrannosaur watches and tracks it. He goes to throw it, but just before he can, he hears a sizzle as another flare is lit inside the car. He throws the flare, and the Tyrannosaur begins to chase it as Julius gets out of the car with a lit flare.
He gets out of the car and he just screams, "Hey!" And Julius begins to run away with the lit flare as the Tyrannosaurus begins to chase him.
Julius, get rid of the flare!
Just go get the guys!
Get rid of the bloody flare!
Julius throws the flare to the side. At this point, the Tyrannosaurus is too concentrated on pursuing him. He catches up to him, and as he runs in the mud before bending down and biting his leg, it then swings its head, throwing Julius away. In doing so, its large tail swipes through and demolishes the small bathroom that Denario was hiding in, sending her flying headfirst into a tree.
Ash bites his lip seeing that before turning and running to get Snarf and Rolly out of the Explorer. Snarf's able to get out with any real issue, but Rolly is pinned under the crushed seats. As Ash struggles to get him out, there's a loud thud just behind them, as Snarf screams again. Ash is able to cover Snarf's mouth before staring up at the behemoth in front of them. The Tyrannosaur begins kicking and shoving the Explorer, trying to turn it to get at them, leaving them no choice but to climb down the drop-off that the paddock has. Snarf gets on Ash's back and as they start climbing down, his arm wrapping around Ash's throat as Ash is rappelling down one of the broken wires. Stop! Loosen up! You're choking me! As we then see the Explorer getting shoved over the cliff. Snarf, grab the wire. As Ash starts running side to side on the cliff face. Snarf, no, we're gonna die, man. I don't know. Just grab the wire. Snarf is just barely able to grab the wire, letting Ash transition just as the Explorer goes over the cliff and into a tree. We cut to Julius's partially obscured view as we see the Tyrannosaur roar triumphantly. We then cut to them back in the control room as Davine and the other colonist approach. Oh no. What are we going to do? Wait. My darling! Malcolm runs up and grabs her. Oh, I'm so happy you're safe.
Davine pushes him off. What the hell is this storm?
I don't know. It came suddenly. Chancery left us to go get the dropship and he hasn't returned.
God. Yes, he left us. Like you didn't tell him to.
No, he abandoned us of his own free will.
Mm-hmm. He walks over to the computers. Where are everyone else?
Mr. Arnold sits up, rubbing the sweat off his face. The fences went down. Completely, and the Explorers, they stopped next to the Tyrannosaur paddock. Last thing we saw on the CCT cameras, everything was fine, but then they went out too. I don't know what's going on. Looks like there's something wrong with the system. Some kind of virus or something's fucking with it.
Great. That's just great. What? She walks over to the computer and just starts pressing random buttons. What virus is there that turns everything off? How do I work this damn thing?
The other guy's gonna... It's alright, hon. I think Arnold's got it. He's good with these. As you hear... on the computer. This is... Thank you for shopping at... R-rated products are us. And it shows the cart full of many toys that are all gift wrapped, and you see at the bottom that they're supposed to be addressed to Davine.
What is this?
It appears to be a lot of sex toys, ma'am.
She slams her fist against the desk. And who bought them?
I have no clue, my sweet. I've never seen such things in my life. It was probably Ash. Oh, it was! Look, that's his bank account!
She looks down at it, and it says Asharium Dolores. As she stands up, walks over to Malcolm, and grabs his collar and pulls... Oh, Jesus, I can't read. And pulls him in close. I am going to find my goddamn son, and we will see if everything is okay. She pushes him away and starts walking out.
I'm going too. I can drive stick.
Oh,
Are you sure, man?
Yes, Globnock, you stay here and get the power back on. I won't have my sweet angry at me.
Right, man. You do you.
He rushes out. You! Harding, right? Yeah. It's Henry, but yeah. You go out and see if you can find what's wrong with the breaker box. I'm going with my suite. We cut to Malcolm and Davine getting into a Jeep and driving out. Which then cuts to a shot of the fence that had been destroyed with one of the explorers in front of it. The Jeep with Malcolm and Davine crawls into frame, stops, start, and stalling multiple times before stopping next to them. Davine jumps out quickly with a worried look on her face, and Malcolm slowly steps out of the car and stands with his hands on his hips in a proud pose.
Julius! Julius, where are you?
Did you see how well I drove the Jeep, my sweet? I bet you're so impressed. He gasps as he's pushed to the ground as Davine runs towards the destroyed building.
Davine picks up one of Denaria's shoes that fell off when she was thrown. This does not bode well. And she lets the shoe fall to the ground and raises her hand to her mouth and begins to bite her nails.
She walks over and put her hand on his shoulder. Well, my sweet, we must consider the fact that our sweet boy is dead. Her expression turns to rage as she locks him in the eye. Do not worry, my love. I shall comfort you in every way once we return to the Majestic.
Davine opens her mouth to respond, but before she's able to, Julius begins to groan in the background, to which Davine gasps, Julius! And she runs to where the groans are coming from.
Oh, that fucking cockblock.
Julius is laying on the ground, groaning, as Davine reaches him and falls to her knees. She removes some rubble and foliage covering his leg, showing it to be completely mangled from the T-Rex bike, with a tourniquet put on. Oh no. We must get you medical attention soon.
My sweet, are you sure? He looks to be too far gone to save.
Malcolm is cut off as Davine pulls him down to the ground by his collar, and with an angry look in her eye and a very creepy smile reminiscent to how Julius used to smile while fighting, she says through grit teeth, We are going to save Malcolm. Do you understand? Save him! Malcolm begins to open his mouth to respond, to which he gets slapped by Davine. At the same time the slap happens, a roar can be heard in the background. You'll never say anything along the lines of that idiotic thing you just uttered. Understand? Nod or shake your head. I don't want to hear your ear-grating voice right now.
Malcolm nods.
Good. She pushes him away. Now help me carry my son to the Jeep. As they begin to pick him up, Julius reaches up and pats Davine's cheek twice. Thanks, Davy. I really do appreciate that. Still love Leslie more than you, though. Davine looks confused down at Julius as they're carrying him closer to the Jeep. Leslie, like the stone? Julius shakes his head. No, not the stone. Leslie's my real mom. Davine looks up at Malcolm. Leslie.
Yes, well, my sweet. He is obviously struggling to help carry Julius at all. He's in shock, my sweet. He's drunk and hurt. Men with low mental fortitude, shock will usually affect them when something traumatic happens. Davine carefully lowers Julius's lower body into the Jeep as Malcolm just lets go of him, causing Julius to fall and hit his head. Davine is about to... Oh, you go.
Davine is about to respond, and then another roar is heard.
Oh my. She gestures over to the destroyed fence. I'll go scout that out. Stay here and keep an eye on him. If you try anything, I have my eye on you. She walks towards the destroyed fence.
He stares at her as she walks away. The water glistening does wonders. He then takes out an extremely large syringe labeled morphine and gallimimus before saying, "You useless boy couldn't handle one measly T-Rex. I am disgusted by your cowardice."
Julius is about to respond, but then is stabbed in the leg by the large needle.
Cowards don't deserve to speak, boy.
Davine runs back up to them as Malcolm quickly hides the syringe in his coat.
Ah, my sweet, I've awaited your return with bated breath.
Shut up. She looks at Julius. You okay? Julius looks down at his leg and then back up at her. Yeah. All I need is a fucking donut and I'll be right. As he stops talking and just stares at her while slowly blinking. Okay, that's odd. She sighs. If there's another car down there, if any of the others are alive, I need to go and check it out.
I shall go with you.
No, stay with Julius. He doesn't seem to be doing very well. As Julius's head falls to one side and his eyes blink again, out of sync, as his breathing begins to slow. See? The pain and alcohol must not be mixing very well.
Ah, but if something is down there, I can teleport us and any survivors to safety. It's better and faster.
Another roar can be heard in the background. Fine. You better teleport us both if something goes wrong.
I will, my sweet, do not worry. You have my word as a man. I would never allow my beauty to have harm come to her.
What a shitty word. It gets to them running towards the car at the bottom of the wall. Ash, Snarf, Rolly!
They may all be dead.
Davine shakes her head and starts looking around on the ground. Surely they aren't. Surely.
Malcolm staring intently at her as he pulls out breath spray, sprays some in his mouth, and walks over to Davine. You know, Davine, if you wanted me alone to have your way with me so badly, you could have just asked.
Davine luckily wasn't listening to him as she cuts him off by pointing out tracks in the mud. Yes! They escaped! Oh god.
Damn it.
Into the forest. At night. With dinosaurs.
Ah, so hope prevails.
Just teleport us back up, Chance. It cuts up to Julius, sitting in the back of the Jeep, staring at his hands, giggling slightly, when a tremor is felt that seems to snap him out of, I don't know, whatever he was just doing. He looks down at the puddle of water as another tremor goes off and the part in the water ripples. That's odd. An impact tremor. Any of you guys hear that? Julius looks around himself, noticing no one is there as another tremor goes off, and Julius looks back up, down the road they're on. I am fairly alarmed here. It cuts to Davine and Malcolm behind her, running towards the Jeep. Oh, thank God. We have to go. Come on. Davine jumps into the passenger seat. But why? I'm sure you'll see in a few seconds if we don't go.
Malcolm leisurely gets into the driver's seat of the car, slowly starts it, adjusts his mirrors, and then hits the gas pedal, to which the Jeep immediately stalls. He turns it back on, just in time for the Tyrannosaurus to burst forth from the jungle.
Davine, oh my God, what is that?
Ah! Malcolm is struggling to change gears.
The car shoots off. Well, it doesn't shoot off. It basically starts crawling off into onto the road as Julius is staring extremely with no expression. Must go faster.
I'm trying, idiot. What do you want? Do you want to drive?
Davine looking the most terrified she ever has. He would still probably do better than you! Shit! Shit! Why are we going so slow?
I apologize, my sweet. I do not know how to drive stick.
You mean to tell me you... The T-Rex at this point is right on top of the Jeep, to which it hits the side of it, jostling the car. Davine screams as loud as she can as she pulls Julius towards her, making him push the stick upwards into the correct gear with his ass, giving the car just enough speed to get far enough away from the T-Rex that it stops chasing them, while Davine is still screaming right into Julius's ear as he puts a hand up to his ear. I might be deaf now.
I told you I could drive stick, my sweet. It cuts back to them in the control room as they carry Julius in and set him down on a table. The Mr. Arnold comes up. Should we give him anything? No, it's no need. I already administered it.
Administered what, Malcolm?
More morphine. Yeah.
The screen pauses and General Lorelei lets out a sharp whistle.
Julius looks up from whatever he was doing. What?
She lets out another whistle, just hanging it there, and Pequod grabbing your wrist, Julius. And if you look down at her, she licks her lips and looks up at you.
Julius winks down at Pequod and then starts cooking again, trying his best to hide the blush that suddenly met his face.
I see taps General Lorelei on the thigh, and can we go back to the movie? And General Lorelei, what can I say? I appreciate a good-looking young man. Click, and she starts the movie again.
Yes, morphine, a very powerful drug.
Oh. She looks over at Julius, who's staring up at the ceiling with his mouth wide open. How much did you give him?
Oh, my sweet! He pulls the syringe out. I gave him a single dose.
She grabs the syringe. Oh my god, this is a horse tranquilizer.
No, it's not. It says Gallimimus, which is Elvish for 1 dose.
Davine almost stabs Malcolm, but stops herself at the last second. Oh my god. Kill them all. Kill them all.
It's fine, my sweet. Look at him. Look at how peaceful he is as you just see drool starting to go down his face.
Drool, and he suddenly begins crying and saying,
Oh, what are you crying about, my boy?
I really miss Leslie. I just want to talk to her. Oh god, this is really getting to him. All right, son, you're gonna be okay. As he sort of leans away from her onto one of the railings. Right.
He's in shock, my sweet. He doesn't know what he's saying. Mr. Arnold, I got it! I found what's been doing it!
What is that?
I found the little bastard responsible. Some virus that disguises itself as an object file called White Rabbit. But it's not an object, it's an activation file. Looks like it got in and just fucked with everything, and I can't delete it. The only way to do it is to completely restart everything.
Restart everything, as in the facility?
Yeah, turn it off and back on. It shouldn't be a problem. Most of the fences are down anyways.
I suppose that could work. I'm not very well versed in technology. Gurok walks over. Do it, man. We need to get things back online, man.
Yes, yes, do it! I shall guard my child, as he sits next to Julius.
Everybody's erupting and laughing.
Davine looks over, grits her teeth, and looks back at Mr. Arnold. Do it quickly.
Alright, grabs some keys and walks over to 3 switches on the wall. He puts one in, clicks it, and pulls the lever down, and you see the computer screens turn off. Does the same with another, and you see just more. You hear like the hum of electricity slow, and then he inserts the third one and says, "Alright, hold on to your butts," and clicks the third one with all the power in the place going down. Alright, we're gonna wait about 30 seconds, and then I'll switch him back on.
Davine has to slap Malcolm's hand away as it's reaching for her butt.
Oh, you want to go a little more north of the peninsula, I see.
He just walks away from him.
Reach into my suite? Where did you go? Oh, you're playing games, naughty girl. Arnold turns the power back on, but nothing happens.
Julius grabs one of the lights and turns it on. Or a flashlight and turns it on.
It worked! As he walks over to a computer.
Bullshit, lights are still off.
No, look at this. That's the startup code. The auxiliary stuff should be kicking in, but that's not going to last long. It won't be able to run all the fences. All someone needs to do is to go over to the generator building and turn it on manually, and then everything's fixed. We'll have everything back.
That sounds simple.
Yeah, I can go myself. I can figure out how to do this shit.
Well, good luck, man, as Gurok starts pushing him out.
Grabs a walkie-talkie, and at least let me grab one of the guns.
No, man, you'll be fine.
Yes, go, Arnold. You got your money. You don't need a gun. Petting Julius's head. I shall show your mother how good of a father I can be.
You don't see anything, but you hear Malcolm grunt as an elbow is sent into his ribs.
I'm going to take your losing food for that boy. We then cut to Ash climbing up a tree where the explorer is. Alright. Opens the door and he sees Rolly sitting in the explorer, just huddled up, holding his night vision goggles. Hey, Rolly. Come on out, man. It's alright.
Rolly uncurls from his ball form. He threw up.
I'm not gonna tell anyone who threw up, Rolly. Come on, we gotta get out of the tree. Just give me your hand. Ash brushes the steering wheel as the car jolts forward. Give me your hand.
Rolly reaches out and gives Ash his hand.
Pulls him out of the thing over to him. Alright, we're gonna climb down slowly.
Slowly.
Yeah, your dad built you a tree house, right?
No.
Mine neither. It's fine. Let's go. They start to climb down slowly, and then you hear snap. They both look up and see the explorer is moving slowly towards them. Let's go faster! As they both rapidly start climbing down as the explorer shifts lower and lower and lower quickly. They both jump the last 10 feet to the ground. Ash grabs Rolly and rolls forward as it slams down and leans over, falling on top of them fitting just in where the opening where the glass used to be is. At least we're out of the tree.
Where's Snarf?
Rolly! Snarf rushes up. You're alive!
Rolly runs up and hugs Snarf.
She left us.
He left us.
Ash walks up and pulls him apart. All right, but that's not what I'm gonna do. Come on, that was a lot of noise. Let's get back. Let's start making our way to the visitor center. Can you walk?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm fine, man. All right. It cuts to them walking. It seems that time has passed. All right. It's getting really late. How about we bed down for the night?
Bed down. I mean that leaves us open for attack. Look at me. I'm an appetizer.
Yeah, man, we're not doing that. Yes, we are. Come on. And he picks both of them up and puts them up to a tree. Climb.
They both start climbing up.
Leads them about 60 feet up in the tree. See, up here we're too high for anything that would eat us to get us.
Rolly just points out to a brachiosaurus. A brachiosaurus about to take a bite from the leaves on their tree.
They're herbivores, they're fine.
Are you sure? Malcolm said all the others were herbivores, but that wasn't an herbivore, man.
It's alright, they are. Here, you guys go to sleep. I'll make sure that they don't come after us.
You won't leave us?
Of course not. I'll stay up all night if I have to.
Rolly walks up to Ash and gets into a little ball and falls asleep on his lap as Snarf falls asleep on Ash's shoulders.
Oh boy. Ash passes out, and it cuts to the morning, as there is a Brachiosaurus just sitting there staring at them, and Ash slowly wakes up as Snarf opens his eyes and screams. Ah! It's alright, Snarf. It's alright. It's just an herbivore. Are you sure, man? Yeah, see, he's just eating the leaves. Yeah, watch this. He's gonna grab one of the branches and bend it down in front of its face, and it opens up and takes a bite. Think of it like a big cow. I like cows. As Snarf reaches over and grabs its face. It sniffs him and sneezes all over him.
I think it likes you, Snarf.
Yeah. Ugh. Alright, time to get going. They climb down and set off, at which point we cut to Davine, Davine, Malcolm, and Gorox and Julius sitting in the control room. That bitch Arnold should be back by now. He said it was a short trip.
I mean, short trips can take a long time, Malcolm.
No, we'll send someone else. Globnock, you shall go.
Oh, I think I heard Davine wanted to go, right?
My sweet, I couldn't possibly.
Davine looks at Gurok. Fucking coward. Fine, I'll go.
No, it should be me, not you.
We can talk about that later when I come back. Anyway, I'll go.
Oh, I suppose. Grabs schematics. I shall guide you to the power box. Here. Hands her the walkie-talkie. Stay in touch.
Yes, I will stay in touch. Gurok, give me a gun.
I don't have a gun, man. Give me a goddamn gun. I know you have one. Fine, man. Don't even use guns. As he pulls out a simple pistol and hands it to her. Better than nothing.
Alright, it says that the building is about 100 feet to the west of the exit to this building. Not far at all, just past the raptor paddock.
Past the raptor paddock. Oh, that's just fine. She starts walking, stops, turns around and grabs Garok's collar. You're coming with me. And starts pulling him along.
Okay, man. Why do I gotta go? You don't want to leave Julius with Malcolm. He's hurt. Who's gonna defend him?
Julius will.
He can't even walk. How's he gonna defend anyone?
You haven't seen him actually fight Garok, as she slaps him in the face. Now, man up. Be your, and she puts up quotation marks, pretty self with your big old muscles that gets all the women, and be a man and guide me to the generator room.
Alright, man. They walk out and proceed through the jungle past the raptor paddock, where the bars are completely torn open.
Nah, man. I'm out of here, man. As he runs off, to a sign that says East Dock. Howard.
We cut to Davine walking up to a small building, opening the door and walking down a staircase.
She runs down a hallway to the very end of it, and she looks around, trying to peer into the darkness. Mr. Arnold! She does a audible gulp. Mr. Arnold! Oh God, this is the stupidest thing I've ever done. She shakes her head and holds the gun close to her side as she puts up the walkie-talkie. Malcolm, I don't think Mr. Arnold is down here. And I don't know my way. I'll need you to guide me.
We cut to Malcolm with Julius, with the schematics across Julius's legs. Ah, my sweet, you come to me for help because of my extreme manliness, and you'll need to hear my sweet voice.
Just read the fucking map, Malcolm. I don't want to be here any longer than required.
Malcolm jumps out of fear a little bit.
I mean, it seems to me that all she has to do is follow the...
Shut up, Julius. You have no idea what you're speaking of. He taps the map very hard at where he thinks Davine is, which happens to be right over Julius's injured leg. Davine, continue right down the hallway to your left. Then stride down with those beautiful legs that go all the way up 30 to 40 feet until you reach a T-junction.
But there is no T-junction. All she has to do is...
He's gonna again hit the leg. I understand how to read a schematic, boy. We cut to Ash, Snarf, and Rolly walking up to a fence with a warning on it. High voltage, do not touch. Ash walks up to the fence, picks up a stick and throws it at it and falls to the ground. He shrugs. I suppose it isn't electrified. He walks closer, reaches with both hands, and grabs it before shaking and screaming, "Ah! Oh God, Ash, no!" As Snarf covers Rolly's eyes.
Rolly also begins to scream.
Ash stops, turns around smirking. Funny, right? No, it wasn't, as he lets go of Rolly's eyes. You scared me, Ash.
It was pretty funny.
Alright, looks at the fence. Are you two able to fit through these gaps? Too small for me, man.
Even if I was in a ball, I couldn't.
Then we'll have to go over. No time to waste. We have to get back quickly before Malcolm has a chance to leave. Right, but that goes up really high. Isn't there another way? He is cut off by the bellow of some dinosaur in the background. And they see Snarf is already like 10 feet up the fence. Come on, slowpokes, let's climb this sucker. Ash helps Rolly to climb as we cut to Davine, rounding a corner and coming face to face with a brick wall.
Would you look at that? A third dead end. Great navigational skills, Malcolm.
Uh-huh.
It cuts to Malcolm and Julius.
Malcolm with his comm turned off. Oh, wait. Did you take a left or a right at the last T-junction?
There are no T-junctions, Malcolm. None whatsoever. God, if Lasley didn't teach me how to read these, Davine would be in deep shit. He takes the comm from Malcolm.
He tries to snatch it back. Ugh, stop talking about that useless, washed-up old hag of a whore.
In a speed that the camera barely picks up, Julius grabs the back of Malcolm's head, slams it into the table, then grabs his throat and begins squeezing it. Say that again, and I won't stop squeezing your neck, understood? And he squeezes tighter as Malcolm nods. Good. Now apologize to the woman I call my mother.
I'm sorry, Miss
Major.
Nature Lazuli.
Good. He throws him forcefully back into the wall behind him and turns on the comm. As it cuts to Davine. Hello? Why have you stopped responding? Sorry, Davine, I had to take care of something.
You little bitch.
Good boy. Now, where do I go? Just, look above your head and follow the pipes and wires. That easy. She shines the light up at the wires. Are you sure? You're not exactly all there currently. Let me put it this way. Do you trust drunk me? Or normal Malcolm more? Good point. She runs the way the pipes are going.
We cut back to Snarf, Ash, and Rolly, where Snarf is already climbing over the top of the fence, and Ash is having to help Rolly not to fall every so often. Hey, Rolly, I bet I can reach the other side before you can.
Yeah, duh, you can. You're already all the way up there. What do I have to give you when you get there?
I don't know. I didn't think that far ahead. Alright, you two, that's enough. Catches Rolly as he begins to fall, places him higher than where he was. Just focus on climbing. We cut to Davine reaching a chain link door with a box labeled high voltage.
I can see it. Good job, Julius. As it cuts back to Julius. Told you. Cuts back to Davine as she opens the door back up. Oh, this is confusing. How do I do it?
Cuts to Ash as he and Rolly are cresting over the top of the fence and Snarf is now down at the bottom, gasping for breath. Alright, take your time, Rolly. Find your footing.
As it cuts to a close-up shot of Rolly where he looks terrified to be up that high. And then it cuts over to Malcolm, holding the comm, now missing a tooth and his glasses being broken.
Alright, Davine, my sweet. You cannot throw the main switch by hand. You've got to pump the primer handle 5 times first. Like how you're going to pump me every night, dirty
Oh
girl.
god!
Ow!
Malcolm gets punched in the face by Julius, to which he falls writhing on the ground. It cuts back to Davine, who rolls her eyes and pumps the handle 5 times. Okay, done. Now what? It says here to press the green button that says push to close. Alright. Pushing now. She presses the button and the lights on the panel next to her turn on.
We see Ash as he reaches the bottom, with Rolly still only a little ways down from the top, as an alarm begins to sound.
It cuts over to Julius as Malcolm slowly begins to stand up and spit some blood out. Alright, now Davine, those red buttons turn on the individual power systems. Turn them on. It cuts back to Davine as she starts pressing all the buttons.
We see Ash and Snarf. Rolly, come on, bud. Rolly, you're gonna have to jump.
Oh, come on, you gotta be shitting me.
You have to. You have to, man. You have to. I'll even count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Come on, Bud Ash, will catch you. We cut to Davine as she turns on more and more, whistling a slight tune. Cutting to Ash. I can go get him. I'm coming up to get you, Rolly. Snarf pulling on his leg. You stupid or something, Ash. It's gonna shock.
Okay. I'll count to 3. 1. It cuts to Davine turning on another system. Cuts back to Rolly. 2. As Ash moves forward to catch him. And it cuts to Davine as she turns on the last system, where it then cuts back to Rolly being electrocuted and thrown back into Ash's arms.
Rolly, oh my god, that's what happened! He's pointing at the screen. David!
I am so sorry, Rolly.
General Lorelai has paused the film and she is slapping her thigh, laughing.
It is kind of funny in hindsight, but man, that was scary.
Leslie sitting right next to you, Julius. Arm around you. You're sitting down. You've been done cooking for a while. General Lorelai, this is wonderful. I'll be coming on more camping trips if my schedule allows, and continues the movie.
Shit, he's not breathing. It cuts back to Davine as she's smiling, seeing all the lights turn on.
She even had a smile on her face. Rolly's pointing at the screen.
I'm sorry, Rolly. I didn't know. As Davine on the movie, son, I think we're back in business.
A raptor's head suddenly comes out through the wall of tubing behind the wires, screaming at her.
He runs back to the chain link door and starts climbing up it. Oh, fuck that! She jumps down and as it starts rushing at her, where she throws the gun she had at it, stunning it for long enough so she can run through the door and close it behind her. She then backs up onto a wall where Mr. Arnold's arm falls onto her shoulder. Oh, thank God. Mr. Arnold, I thought you had... She turns around, and as she does, she pulls the dismembered arm of Mr. Arnold away, to which she drops the arm and starts backing up, gasping in fear while doing so. The raptor then slams into the chain link right behind her and starts pulling it down. Oh, screw this, all to hell! She runs as fast as she can back to where the exit is, with the raptor right on her tail the entire time. When she reaches the exit, she slams the door behind her, runs past another chain link fence, and shuts the door, which then she begins to cry.
We cut to Ash giving CPR to Rolly as Snarf paces in the background crying. Come on, Rolly. Chest compressions and mouth to mouth. Shit, come on, man. Repeats the same thing. Rolly starts coughing.
3.
Ash chuckles and picks him up. Alright, good. Good, Buck. Good boy. Snuff? Wiping tears away. Yeah? We never speak of this to anyone, understood? Right. We then cut to Ash carrying them into the visitor center, where he leaves them in the dining room. Alright, you guys stay here. This is safe. I'm gonna go try and find Julius and the others. Okay?
Alright.
Just stay here. Be safe. I'll be right back. As he walks out, and Snarf looks over at the buffet still laid out in front of him, picks up some utensils and smiles at Rolly.
This is heaven! As
Yeah.
he starts going to the buffet.
You sure we didn't die when that thing attacked the Jeep?
I don't know. Maybe we did.
Maybe. We then cut to Ash walking across a field looking around as he sees Davine walking up across the field from him.
Davine looks up and sees Ash. Raptus! Raptus! It's scary! As she starts running over towards Ash.
Ash runs over and just grabs her and holds her. Oh God, you're alive. Okay.
It then cuts to a shot of dirty plates and eaten food that covers a table where Snarf and Rolly are sitting across from one another. The shot cuts to a close-up of Rolly, who takes a bite of cake and tears up slightly at the taste of it. I haven't tasted anything this good since before the Majestic.
Cuts to Snarf, takes a bite of Jello, to which he giggles. I know, bud. It's enough to make a grown man cry. He says as his voice breaks and he looks at Rolly.
His shot goes back to Rolly as he wipes his tears away and laughs slightly, taking another bite of cake when he looks up and suddenly gets a worried and confused look on his face. What? Malcolm isn't behind me, is he?
We cut to Snarf with a terrified look on his face, his hand shaking as he drops the Jello he had on his spoon, shaking his head. And no.
It goes back to Rolly, who tilts his head in confusion as behind him the shadow of a raptor slowly creeps into frame, and Rolly turns around and begins screaming where the shadow turns in their direction.
Snarf stands up, grabs Rolly's mouth, and pulls him into a room labeled kitchen. In the kitchen, they both have to use all their weight to slam the door shut, and they crouch down, and Rolly climbs on his shoulders and turns off the lights in the room. Rolly then jumps down, and they both run behind one of the counters.
Rolly slightly peeks from behind the counter and makes direct eye contact with one of the raptors as it growls at him. Rolly opens his mouth to scream, but before he can, Snarf puts a hand over Rolly's mouth and pulls him back around behind the corner.
Snarf whispering, what would Ash and Julius do? What would Ash and Julius do?
A sudden cut to Davine looking at Julius confused. I really like to see people. I really miss her. I just want to hug her. I just want to hold her. And my mom. I just want to talk to my mom. She gave really good advice. And at that point, he just becomes a blubbering mess of crying and stammering. Davine, I'm so fucking confused right now. It isn't even funny. I am right here. How much morphine did you give him, Chance?
Looks down at the second large syringe in his coat. Only the one, my sweet.
She rolls her eyes. Right, Chance.
Ash enters in through the door, loading a shotgun. Alright, he's doing as well as he can. Pats Julius on the back. You got this, man. Hold in there. You've been through worse.
Julius begins to cry even harder, and through all the intelligible mumbling you can hear, one, Vigman used to pat my back!
We'll deal with this later. Finishes loading his shotgun. Alright, Davine. Only 2 raptors, correct? The third has been contained?
Should be. Unless they can open doors, too.
Just blinks at her. Oh, joy.
What do you mean, no joy, Sherian?
Just walks away.
And they open doors, too!
It
As it's sudden.
It cuts to the raptor opening the door to the kitchen and pushing it forward.
Rolly. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Alright, Rolly, you gotta breathe, man. You got a better view. What the hell is it?
I don't know. Looks like a damn dinosaur, doesn't matter.
Sort of, 'cause it's inside. It cuts over to a second raptor entering the room. Both at the same time doing the boom, boom noise, causing Snarf and Rolly to cover their ears. I'm not a field operative. I'm just a goddamn engineer. Follow me, Rolly. They quickly crawl to the next row of counters and begin crawling down the aisle to the door until one of the raptors screeches and Snarf freezes. The camera pans to see it's right next to them in the aisle they had just come from.
Rolly shakes Snarf as the raptor slowly starts to move away. Snarf, buddy, we gotta move.
Right. They start crawling to the door again. One of the raptors hits a stack of pots and pans, causing him to fall, and one of them hits Snarf in the head and another on Rolly's hand. And they both quickly crawl and hide across the next aisle, Snarf going around the corner completely, but Rolly staying against it, making ladles and other cooking utensils that were there clack together.
Oh, thank God. I barely made it, he says as one of the ladles falls down, drawing the attention of both raptors towards him, making him tear up. Damn it. You're gonna love eating me. I'm a goddamn delicacy, man. He crawls around the corner and pushes his back against the counter while Snarf continues to crawl up the aisle around the corner.
Snarf gesturing wildly. Come on, come on.
Rolly shakes his head with tears in his eyes and he mouths, "It's okay, Snarf. You had a good run." Rolly then closes his eyes and seemingly accepts death as he tears up and begins to cry as the raptor begins to peer around the corner.
Not today, bud. Snarf grabs a ladle and starts smacking it against the ground, causing the raptors to snap towards him. He then quickly crawls into a storage cabinet, but tries to pull the door closed, but it's unable to, all the time screaming like a little girl. Raptor begins to charge after what looks like Snarf, who's still trying to close the door, and as it reaches him, it slams into a mirror image on one of the cabinets, collapsing on the ground long enough for Snarf to get out of the cabinet and start quietly running towards Rolly. Holy shit, I'm lucky this is shiny.
Rolly hugs Snarf and then looks towards the freezer. "Snarf,
Yeah, bud?
I have an idea." He suddenly stands up and starts quickly limping over to the freezer, to which the standing raptor immediately notices and begins chasing after him. Once he reaches the freezer, he steps into it and swings around to the side, sliding on the ice on the ground as the raptor runs in too fast and slams into the shelves opposite of the door, to which Rolly limps out of the freezer and starts to shut the door, but the raptor gets in between the door closing.
Cuts to Snarf's, both arms outstretched, just screaming and running as fast as he can, slamming into the door, forcing it closed just long enough that they could put the lock in the door, locking it in. Snarf grabs Rolly's arm. No time to rest, bud. We gotta go. They both run out of the room as we see the formerly collapsed raptor stand up behind them, watching them run out, almost smiling as they do. We then cut to Ash and Davine running in there as they run out scared. What's going on?
"Raptors, man. Raptors are here."
Shite. Alright, come on, we're getting back to the control room. We then see the four of them entering the control room that Malcolm is hiding in. Ash stands by the door with a shotgun as Snarf, Davine, and Rolly run to the computers. My sweet, you're alive, I could just kiss you, as Davine just shoves his face to the side, cutting him off.
"Where is Julius?"
Globnock has him. He is safe. I assure you they're going to try and get cars to take us up to the copter.
"Oh, he better be."
Ash looks at the window of the door to see a raptor staring at him. Looks down at the lock. Davine, boot up the door lock. As he is interrupted by the raptor yanking the door handle and forcing the door open. The shotgun is thrown from his hands as the door slams into him.
Davine runs up and pushes her shoulder against the door to keep it shut.
No, boot up the door locks!
"Like you can hold it by yourself."
Oh, Malcolm, grab the gun! Malcolm is now curled into a ball and is screaming and crying. What are we gonna do? We cut to Rolly and Snarf at the computer.
"Wait, this is a Minex system. My family had one of these. I know how to work this."
I trust you, man. If you say you can work it, then work it. We cut to Ash and Davine. Alright, let off for a second and grab the gun.
"Can't unless I move, and by the thing... then the thing will have gotten in here, Sharian."
Shit, I might be able to reach it with my leg. He's interrupted by Malcolm. Oh! As he kicks his legs out, shoving the gun about 5 feet away from Ash. Granddad is going to be so angry with me. I failed him. If we get out of this, I'm going to strangle him.
"Not a chance. He's mine."
The whole while, the raptor is shoving the door open as fast as they can barely keep it closed. Back with Snarf and Rolly, they've made it most of the way through the system and are getting to the point where they can turn it on. Hurry, Rolly, I don't want to die.
"Almost there."
The raptor shoves the door open slightly, and it gets his claws through just enough to catch the side of Ash's shirt, cutting his arm as they shove it closed on the claws, forcing it to pull him out. Malcolm, you fuck! Get the gun and help us! I'm going to die. I'm going to die, and I never even got to make love to my sweet wife, Davine.
Davine looks extremely ill at the thought of it before the raptor slams the door open again and she gets a serious look on her face.
Oh.
We then see Rolly manage to find the right window and begin to restart the locks. I've got it! I've got it! I've got it!
The door locks engage as the raptor is locked out. Good show. What else do we have?
I mean, phones, locks, you name it, Ash, we got it.
Ash grabs the phone and dials, to which we cut to Julius and Gurok.
Lastly, kill him. Kill him, I'll guess off this place. Pequot could fly us off here, too.
Gurok just like, oh, what a little bitch, man. When the phone rings, Gurok answers the phone.
Hello, man.
Captain Bone Crusher, the phones are working.
Oh, is everyone okay, man?
Yes. All of us are alive and we're on our way. Contact Carter. Get him to send the damn drop shit.
Oh my god, it's coming through the glass!
We see Gurok as gunshots echo through the phone.
Ash, no, you're my ticket off this place!
We then see the shotgun empty and on the ground as there's holes in the window and Ash is getting everyone into the vents as the raptor shatters through the glass with Ash just barely getting in ahead of it. Alright, everyone, crawl quickly.
You don't gotta tell me twice.
Ash dragging Julius with... Or no, Julius isn't there.
Malcolm, you mean?
Malcolm, yes. Malcolm with him as Malcolm continues to blubber. Oh, Granddad. They get down the vent a little ways as Snarf is pulling up the rear as he's just about to get across a panel under him as the raptor jumps up, pops the panel up with him, and falls below with Snarf just barely grabbing the edge as he almost falls through. Oh god! Oh god! As he's trying to pull himself up, Davine and Ash pull him up just as the raptor's jaws close where he was. They continue to crawl through as they get to the main lobby of the center and get to some scaffolding. Oh god. Okay. They turn and see another raptor staring at them.
Oh, come on!
Onto the skeletons! They climb onto the skeletons as the raptor looks at them and leaps, shattering them and causing them all to swing wildly through the air. Everyone screams as, one by one, the pieces that they're on start to give way. Rolly just lets go and falls to the ground as the big ribcage he's on falls and crashes to the ground above him, barely not hitting him. Davine falls and looks up only to see another raptor put its nose under some plastic and lift it up, staring at her, snarling.
To which Davine snarls back at it, stands up, and begins running over to pick up Rolly.
The other ones fall, the raptor that was on the one with Ash falling on its side, stunned, as they all manage to gather up, bunched together, surrounded by the two raptors. Alright.
Well, Ash, what plan do you have now, Ash?
Fight for our lives?
What a wonderful way to go.
Better than being on the Majestic. As the raptors circle, one snarls and begins to jump when the Tyrannosaur picks it out of the air. Snarf, oh god! We're gonna die to that one! Take it where you can get it. Ash grabs Snarf and Rolly under his arms and bolts out through the open door as the other raptor charges the T-Rex.
Davine holds back just long enough to see the T-Rex bite onto the other raptor and throw it
away as a little banner falls down that says Max Tech, our friends. And runs out.
As they're going out, they see Gurok show up with a Jeep that has Julius in it. Get in, man. Carter's almost here. Malcolm
Okay.
has teleported to the outside once the raptors surrounded them.
They all hop into the Jeep and Gurok quickly drives off.
They get to the helicopter. The helicopter that Carter got there. Everyone loads in as Malcolm takes a moment looking at the island. I never got the buck for my sweet. A shame. We're not telling Granddad about this. As he gets into the helicopter with them, Carter making sure everyone's okay, seeing near comatose Julius as they take off. Oh, God. Okay. Denaria is in the helicopter. Carter, I saw her laying on the ground when I was coming to get you guys. She's alive. Hold on, I sure order. As she's just loopy. Okay, whatever. How did Mr. Arnold looks at Davine?
Davine just shakes her head.
Damn. Well, at least some of us made it off. It continues to fly out as we see Julius staring up at the roof.
He was real good at flying. I'll tell you that, guys, much.
Oh, God. He thinks we're in the Headhunters.
As Julius looks out the window and sees a couple birds flying. Those birds aren't from the Antarctic. As it cuts to the drone shot from the beginning of a couple birds flying away.
And credits roll.
General Lorelei allows the credits to roll, but mutes the audio on, I'm sure, the royalty-free crappy music Malcolm, or perhaps he bought licensing to good music. Either way, she stands up and begins clapping.
Oh, boy.
That was excellent. EarthGov is going to make a lot of money off of this one, and we'll need it to pay back our debt to all these independent colonies and some other things. As she looks down at
Yes, it will. Oh, God. That's tortured, Ash.
You see Icy. Well, that's not bad. She has 3 fingers up. Only 3 innocent people lost their lives in the production of this movie. By my count, as opposed to the 60 in Malkiana Jones.
128.
Oh, Leslie with her arm around you, Julius, Pequod hand on your thigh, leaning into you. Leslie, I'm so sorry I didn't find you, Julius.
You don't have to apologize. It's okay.
Pequod, I missed you just as much.
That's good to know. Thank you. He gives Pequod a kiss on the head.
You see Jiren nudge the last piece of calamari over to Davine's side of the plate, or whatever it came in, and that was quite brave, fighting dinosaurs like that, going out there on your own accord.
Davine looks up at the screen. I don't know, I thought I looked like a little coward a lot of the time.
I don't think so. You managed to get the job done. You got the power back on. He was integral to everybody's success and survival. And you electrocuted Broly. As you see Broly I always knew that's what happened.
Davine chuckles slightly. Yes, the most important part of it all. I electrocuted our Millipidian.
Sasha's gonna look at Ash and Saris. Ash, when you learned CPR back in the Headhunters, did you ever think you'd be giving it to a millipede?
No, I did not. But worth it. Good friend got to survive that day.
Wait a minute. General Lorelei puts up her hand. There is a sequel to this movie, and she looks right down at you.
Yes, there is.
Do not tell me you engaged dinosaurs twice. She looks back at Davine and Julie.
Davine just shrugs and Julius nods.
Not only did we do it twice. This is the one. The sequel is where he drops a Tyrannosaur on an independent colony.
General Lorelei snaps her fingers and points at the screen. My God.
Yeah.
Hank, yeah, that's some fucked up shit.
Yeah.
It's not all bad, though. It's combat experience for the battle to come.
You could say that. I mean, Max Tech might try to use them, I guess. And I guess he's gonna lift up his shirt enough to where you could see the raptor scars on his arm. I did get a gnarly scar out of it.
I don't even have words. She just blankly stares at the screen.
Trust me, I don't either.
You know, the amount he mentioned his granddad, I'm surprised I never put two and two together.
With him acting that way, Suleo speaks up. I can understand why you thought he was just rambling, crazed, mad.
Yes. It's hard to see on the footage, but do you notice how I was carrying him once we jumped on the skeletons and then I wasn't anymore?
Yes.
That's because the moment he saw the raptor, he teleported himself and only himself outside the building.
Everybody starts laughing.
Yeah.
The only carnivores General Lorelei sits down in a chair on the island because they had it in a box.
Oh, don't worry. I believe what he said about the next time we ended up on an island was the carnivores do not hunt on game trails, so this is a perfect place to camp.
Right. She sits down. That was an excellent movie.
It was. It was. Getting to relive, what was that, 5 times my life flashed before my eyes?
Snarf petting Rocco on the head, that was the worst day of my life. I would have rather just stayed on the ship.
Ah, you got to be the big hero though, Snuff.
Hero. I think I was almost the big dinner.
Hey, we all were, but that was damn good thinking with the storage cabinet.
What happened to the island? As General Lorelei looks at the screen.
I actually don't know. I think he just left it.
That would make sense.
Rash starts laughing. You know, I never thought about something.
Hmm.
What the hell do you think Max Tech thought when they came back to the Tyrannosaur running free in their park in disarray?
General Lorelei crosses her arms. Hopefully they were all eviscerated.
I hope so. From what I could tell, it looks like it was equally a genetic testing area and a resort for high-level Naxtech people.
High-level idiots.
Seriously. If you thought you could contain something like that, it'd be like trying to put Lazuli in a cage.
General Lorelei's gonna walk up to Julius. You had quite the physique in that movie, Julius. That was quite the look you had going. Drunk, disheveled, high, but still very handsome. And she smiles right at him.
He smiles back up at her. Thank you, ma'am.
The Rainfall family has excellent. She's gesturing with her hands. Genetics. Your mother is beautiful. You are very handsome. Your child is gorgeous. I look forward to meeting your twins, a boy and a girl.
Yes, I look forward to meeting them too.
And we'll cut there.